Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents I'm Yours by Jennifer Van Wyck, narrated by Tim Page and Sarah Puckett. Prologue. Reed, 18 years old. You know how much I hate it when you talk about yourself like this, I growl, not allowing myself to look at her, instead squinting my eyes and focusing on the moonlight shining down on the pond in front of us. I grip the edge of the tailgate of my pickup we're both sitting on. If I do, I'll want to hold her, and she's made it clear I'm not allowed to do that, at least not in the romantic sense. Sure, she'll let me hold her hand or drape an arm over her shoulder, as long as it's friendly. Sadie Jones is everything to me, but she won't accept what I want to give. Since the first time I laid eyes on her, I knew I wanted her as my girlfriend. But the most she's been willing to give is friendship, and I'll take whatever she's willing to give me. Her beautiful dark brown eyes have always been haunted from a lifetime of hardness she's working to overcome. Blonde hair that I've never seen her change, pinned straight and down just over her shoulders. I always wonder what she'd look like with it pulled into a ponytail or curled, shorter or longer. But in a world that's so often changing on her, it's one thing she can control. Her mom had moved her and her brother around often. She'd attended 8 other schools before they came to Lakeside. Sadie's friendships were never solid because they didn't have time to be. She's missed out on so many things in her life because her family didn't have the money for her to participate. The senior ski trip, attending the homecoming dance, or joining our group of friends when we'd buy tickets to a concert. Hell, she doesn't even have a computer, internet, cable, or her own cell phone. Any extra money they have goes to food or paying bills. There were a few times where she admitted they didn't have electricity for a few weeks. No hot water. She didn't come to our senior prom, despite how many times I begged her to be my date. I wanted to offer to buy her a dress because I knew that was why she refused to go, but I also knew she would be offended if I did. Knowing she wouldn't be there, I didn't want to go and told Sadie I wasn't going. But then her eyes filled with tears and her hands fisted at her sides when she said I was supposed to go and she'd be mad at me if I didn't. I have no idea why she cared so much. It made no sense then, and it still doesn't. So I sucked it up and did what was expected of me, showed up in a tux and accepted my crown as prom king before sharing a dance with the prom queen. The same girl who'd spent the better part of our high school years flirting with me and making it obvious that she wanted a lot more than friendship, and then I escaped as quickly as I could. Before going home that night, I knocked on her bedroom window, and the smile she gave me when she pulled back the curtain made my heart clench. She snuck out her window, and I caught her as she jumped into my arms. I held her hand tightly in mine and tugged her behind me and hopped in the car, drove, and wished I could have held her hand the entire way and gave her a prom right where we're sitting now, the place that I've come to consider our spot. We slow danced in an empty field of grass and weeds with trees lining the far side and the mountains just beyond, while music played softly through the speakers of my mom's SUV she let me use for the night. It was perfect, but I still wish I'd have gotten to see her in a pretty dress with her hair up. She deserved that, even if she thought differently. Sadie shrugs, legs kicking back and forth. She's sitting on the tailgate of the pickup that my grandparents gave me for high school graduation present a few months ago. It's not brand new or anything, but the way Sadie reacted when I showed up at her home to take her for a ride, you'd think it was. It also made me feel like $1,000,000 and like shit at the same time. She was nervous climbing in, kept saying she had never seen such a nice vehicle in all her life and was looking around the small cab in awe. Then she pissed me off when she tried to say that it was too nice for the likes of her. I know, but I think you forget the truth too often. And your truth isn't truth at all, I return hotly. She sighs and drops her head. Frustrated with me, like usual, when I snap at her for thinking I'm too good for her, or rather that she's not good enough for me. In her mind, she's convinced herself that us being friends is on some level wrong as well. It's an argument we're well-versed in. Reed. I hold up a hand to stop her, and she clamps her lips shut. Just stop, okay? I can't hear it again, this skewed version you have of yourself. I I know she can hear the anger in my voice, but I can't help it. Sadie blows out a breath and closes her eyes briefly. When she opens them, I'm so glad that they aren't filled with tears. Let's not fight. Not tonight. I just want to sit here and look at the mountains and feel the cold air on our skin. I just need this, to forget about everything. She points in the direction of town, indicating home. Forget about what divides us. Irritation pricks at my skin, and I want so badly to call her out on mentioning the division again. Instead of telling her she's wrong, I tell her the ultimate truth. My truth. I turn so I have her attention, her brown eyes colliding with mine. They sparkle with unshed tears. Sadie, I don't care that you live in a trailer or that your family is on food stamps. It's not just that, she argues weakly. It is. I shake my head, scoffing. You have this crazy idea that there's this line that's drawn just because of how much money our families have, but you're forgetting the most important part. We're both staring out at the incredible landscape around us. I cannot begin to imagine what it would be like to live anywhere but Lakeside, Montana. It has everything that I love most nestled right into this little pocket of paradise, including Sadie Jones. Flathead Lake alone is enough of a draw, and because over 60 years ago my grandfather purchased the ground my family's summer home now currently sits on, I'm fortunate enough to walk 20 feet to the crystal clear waters whenever I stay there. The lake might be cold most days, but its beauty makes up for it. For me, it's the perfect place to live. It has everything an outdoorsy guy like me could ask for, and I take advantage of the big Montana sky as often as I can. My grandfather was a cattle rancher, and my father joined in with him. The plan is for me to go to college, get a degree in business, and come back and continue the tradition. It's what I want, not what's expected of me. You ready for college? She asks, shifting the focus from her, or us, to me. She purposely doesn't acknowledge that I was about to tell her what the most important part is. I want to promise her she'll never lose me, that no matter what differences she sees between us or space that separates us, I will never leave her side. I will always, no matter what, be there for her. What I feel for her matters more to me than what anyone else on this earth thinks of either of us. She does this often, deflects. I hate it, so much so that my fists clench next to my thighs and I feel my hackles rise. Why can't she see what we could be together? No, I huff. Why not? Because she's not joining me, and I have no desire to leave here. If I could, I'd stay forever and work at the one gas station in town if it meant that I had her by my side. Of course, she'd have to want more than friendship with me for that to happen. In my mind, it wouldn't matter if we didn't have money, because we'd have each other, and that would be enough. But if I did that, if I sacrificed, her word, not mine, my future for her, she'd never forgive me. She's told me time and time again that we don't have a future together. For a few reasons, I guess. She nods, accepting my non-answer, probably because she's too afraid to know the truth. I watch as she twists around and stands to move to the center of the bed of my pickup, and I know what I'm about to experience. Greatness. Well, I think it's dumb. If I could leave, I would. I'd find a way to get to New York, and then I'd blow everyone's minds on Broadway. A huge part of me wishes that was possible for her, to achieve her dreams of becoming a professional dancer and show the world what she has to offer. The selfish part, though, not so much. I want her here, safe, not in the spotlight that would steal her away from me, where she would catch the attention of a man with more to offer her than me, and she'd be lost to me forever. I turn so I'm facing her, my knees tucked up to my chest and arms wrapped around my knees, and I watch as she moves gracefully. Spinning slowly, arms circled above her head, she lifts up on her toes as if it's second nature. Which for her, it is. She's seductive without trying to be. I could watch her dance for hours and never tire of it, and the crazy part is she's self-taught. Her family never had the money for dance lessons, but the local studio opened their doors for anyone in the community one Saturday when she was 9 years old. It took 1 hour for her to fall in love with all forms of dancing and to grasp enough knowledge that she was able to become a beautiful dancer by only practicing in her bedroom. In high school, she was on the dance team because it was the only way she could use dance as an outlet. The dance team was run completely on fundraisers and donations, so anyone could afford it as long as they had talent, and she definitely has talent. She's so good even the bitchy popular girls who normally turn down their noses at her for not having the money their parents do or the nicest clothes couldn't deny how incredible she is. And they don't either. They actually cheer her on. You could. You could, Sadie. Come with me to college. Your grades are good enough to get in. They have financial aid. She scoffs. Right, and how do you suggest I pay for the financial aid once I've finished? Hooking? Anger, hot and consuming, courses through my veins at her suggestion, joking or not. Not fucking funny, Sadie. Oh, come on, she teases, giggling, doing a final spin before sitting down next to me and nudging my shoulder. It was a little funny. I roll my eyes and decide it's best not to get into it with her. If I admit how badly it pisses me off to imagine her even with another man, not to mention doing it for money, she'll go running for the hills. Fucking woman. She drives me crazy. I don't know if I love her or not, but it feels a lot like love. Even though I'm only 18, there's something inside that tells me she's the one for me. Maybe it makes me pathetic, but I'm willing to be patient and wait for years if it means she'll eventually come around. I don't know why you think staying here is bad. I love Lakeside. It isn't bad. I know that. I do love it here, and honestly, if I ended up in New York somehow, I'd miss this place and want to come back. It's home, you know? I don't think I could handle that many people around me all the time. And this? She gestures out in front of her to the beauty that Montana gives without even trying. I couldn't wake up every day and not have this. I don't have to agree with her. She knows this is how I feel about our home. So what's the plan then? I know what her plan is. Stay here, work at the diner, live with her mom and little brother in the trailer, and every time I come home from school, I'll pray that she's finally seen her worth. There's nothing wrong with working in the diner, but I know it's not what she's meant for or what would make her happy for the rest of her life. She needs something that would fill her soul. Sadie's slender shoulders shrug, and she purses her lips, looking out at the mountains. Oh, you know me. I'll do my thing. Keep on keeping on. I just want to find a way to dance, that's all. I have one more week with her before I leave for college 3 hours away. It's not enough time, though. It might never be enough time. Forever with her seems about right. Maybe I do love her. I couldn't be thinking about spending the rest of my life with someone and not be in love, right? I scoot closer, heart racing. I want so badly to thread our fingers together, have the right to kiss away her fears that we don't belong together, assure her that college won't change things because, in my mind, they won't. I might be leaving, but I'll come back often. I won't be far. Her voice takes on a sad, resigned note and she sighs. Yeah, Reed, you will. Sadie, Reed, you'll go to college and meet new people and go to parties. You'll be busy living a different kind of life, and that's okay. She rushes to add the last part, and I know she's saying it as much for me as she is for herself. It's what's supposed to happen. She's daring me to argue, but I won't. A part of me knows it's the truth, even if I don't like it. That's what college is about, besides learning, of course. She looks at me with a wry grin and nudges my shoulder. Besides, every single woman on that campus is going to take one look at you and freak out. You saying I'm nice to look at? I tease, and now it's her turn to roll her eyes. I'm not here to stroke your ego. Go grab Miss Prom Queen for that. The look on her face can only be described as a sneer when she mentions Victoria, who, in all fairness, is one of the sweetest girls in the school and has never, at least to my knowledge, treated Sadie with anything but kindness. Aside from showing a little jealousy because of how close Sadie is with me, which means that if Sadie doesn't like her, it has nothing to do with Victoria herself, but rather the feelings Victoria has for me. It might not say much about me, but I love that she's jealous. Love that she gets a little taste of me having to watch guys fawn all over her for years. Even had to endure the hell of standing by as she dated that dickweed, Billy Richardson, for a torturous 5 months, 2 weeks, and 4 days. Yep, like a complete creeper, I counted it down and did my best to be the supportive friend when she cried over their relationship ending. Maybe there's a reason I'm still a virgin while I'm getting ready to go off to college. She's it for me. My one, my only. I can't give myself to another woman when my heart has been tangled up in someone else for as long as I can remember. My friends give me shit about it all the time. Girls throw themselves at me at parties and get annoyed when I turn them down. But I don't care, not one single bit, because my heart was gone for her the day I saw her for the first time during our freshman year. She'd just moved to our small town, the one I've lived in since I was born. New kids moving in isn't common here, so they're always under a microscope, everyone trying to figure out the kid shaking up our normal, and Sadie was no different, though I'm pretty sure no one paid as close attention to Sadie Jones as me. Fuck me, I am in love with her. A large part of me knew it, but I guess I was holding back from admitting it to myself because the thought of her not feeling the same way scares me to death. I feel my lips tip up in a smile even as my stomach ties in knots. I'm in love with Sadie Jones. I almost laugh out loud for not understanding what my feelings for her meant, the warmth that would fill me every time she was around. My grandpa used to always say something about risk and reward and not complaining if I don't throw my hat in the ring. Dad always said he was a really philosophical man, and most of the things he talked about always went over my head, but I think he basically meant if I don't try, I'll never know. Now it's time to finally show her how deep my feelings for her go. She needs to know, but even more, I have this innate desire to tell her. Surely if she knows I'm in love with her, she'd forget this idea of not being good enough for me, right? I've never been shy about letting her know I think she's beautiful. I even asked her out on a date a few times, and even though I've told her I love her, I've never said I was in love with her. Hell, I didn't even know for sure until about a second ago. Besides, if she knew, there's no way she'd try so hard to keep me in the friend zone, right? At least that's what I'm telling myself, because if she doesn't return my feelings, I don't know if I'll recover. My heart is so invested in this woman. I'm confusing myself, my thoughts jumbling together. She's staring at me like she knows that something big is about to happen, and it makes my skin tingle all the way from the top of my head down to the tips of my toes. Her chest is rising and falling, and there's a pink tinge to her cheeks. I'm shaking and so nervous I could throw up, but I'll never forgive myself if I don't try. I lift a trembling hand to cup her cheek. She sucks in a breath, and I lean over. I know she'll feel like it's coming out of nowhere, but it's not, really. I've wanted to kiss her for years, and I can't wait another minute to feel her lips on mine. It's been driving me insane, and now my time is running out. If I don't make my move, I'll lose any chance I have. But still, it's risky. I know that there's a real chance she'll reject me, and if she knows my true feelings, that I'm in love with my best friend, it could end ugly, and I could lose her entirely. The chance that it could end the way I want, though, it's worth the risk. Reed? Her voice is shaky, breath soft against my skin. Sadie, I know you don't think... She shakes her head, my hand sliding against her cheek when she does. I watch her swallow hard, and her eyes fill with tears. It's not what I think. It's what I know. She sees the road that separates the homes that have lakefront property and the ones that don't as a divide. I'm sure there are some people on both sides who see it that way, but I don't. Living on this side, especially for our vacation home, yes, it's expensive. But had my grandfather not purchased this land when the prices were low, we'd never have a cabin here either. It wouldn't be possible. If she really paid attention, she'd understand. But she has a clouded view, and always has. I lick my lips and lean closer, resting my forehead against hers. I want to take the hurt away from her, the pain of feeling less than anything. Blood rushes to my head as I work up the courage to say the words that will change everything between us. I love you, I blurt out, and she stills, her body going rigid. I guess I am in love with her, because saying those words out loud, they feel right. Like something I've been holding in for too long, and now that I've said them out loud, that's all I want to say. In love with you, I explain further, and lean back so I can look into her beautiful eyes. And then, I watch as a lone tear I never saw coming makes a trail down her cheek. I swipe it away with my thumb. Sadie, what's wrong? Yeah, I ask, leaning closer, just wanting her to admit it. Say the words, I will her. Please, just tell me you love me back and we'll figure out the rest later. I can't leave without knowing she returns my feelings. I can't. I need to know that I can come back home to her and give me something to work for in college, building a life that she'll be a part of. My lips are so close to hers I can feel her breath brush against my lips, and it's making me dizzy. I've imagined kissing her so many times, dreamt of it, and it's finally going to happen. I wait for a sign that she doesn't want this, but she never gives it to me. Sadie, I whisper against her lips, and then we're kissing. My mouth is pressed against hers lightly, and it's possible my heart could explode out of my chest. I've only kissed 2 other girls, and neither were anything like this, and we've only just begun. I press my lips harder to hers and turn my head to the right to get a better angle. Sliding my tongue against her lips, I silently beg her to open for me. When our tongues touch for the first time, I swear I see fireworks behind my closed lids. This is perfect. Exactly what I'd been holding back from being with anyone else. Our kiss starts out slow, exploring, tasting every inch of each other. But it doesn't take long for it to build into something more. Hungry and anxious, our hands roam, touching places I've only dreamed of our hands touching. She grips the hem of my t-shirt and lifts, sliding one hand beneath the material, and the second her soft fingers come in contact with my skin, I'm sure it lights on fire. My hands shake as I mimic her, and when I feel the silky skin of her tight stomach, I know there's no turning back. I couldn't even if I wanted to. And the way she's moaning quietly and inching closer and closer to me, I know we're on the same page. The only thing we have never agreed on is the way she sees herself, so it's my instincts kicking in that tells me she's more than okay with this going in the direction I see it going. And once we take this step, there's no turning back for us. And fuck, I'm so ready for that. I've waited 4 years to kiss you, I murmur, and I feel her smile against my lips. It makes me feel like I just single-handedly won our football state championship. She's so amazing. Gentle, kind, giving, so beautiful, it's breathtaking. If I had to choose between staring at her for the rest of my life and never seeing the turquoise waters of Flathead Lake that's surrounded by the majestic deep purple mountains again, I'd choose her any day. I twist us so she's lying back. I know it's not comfortable for her and growl at myself for not thinking of grabbing the blanket out of the cab of my pickup. I'm afraid if I stop to get it, though, I'll wake from the dream. But then she winces, and I spring up, demanding she stays put. She giggles, nods, and touches her lips with the tip of her fingers. Lightning fast, I grab the blanket and 2 hoodies that are always in my pickup and return to her. We work together to lay the blanket down, then I use the hoodies for a pillow for her head. Slowly, I lower myself over her. Inside, I'm shaking. So nervous, but at the same time wired. I'm a mix of emotions, and I hate that she hasn't told me that she loves me back, especially if we're about to have sex for the first time. But I know she needs more time. That's fine with me. We have a lifetime together ahead of us. Maybe that's jumping the gun a bit, considering that I just kissed her for the first time tonight. But when a guy knows, he knows. At least for me. I'm not wishy-washy. I know my feelings, and they're never going to change. I reach between us and look into her dark eyes for permission before undoing the button on her jeans. She smiles and bites her lip, giving me a slight nod. My fingers tremble as they work to get her jeans undone. I want to go slow, but Sadie has other plans. The second my fingers come in contact with her center, even over her underwear, something shifts, and we're no longer taking our time. It's a race to see who can remove the other's clothing first. We're tossing shirts and jeans behind us, underwear goes flying, and her bra gets unsnapped and flung to the side. "Reed," she moans when I kiss my way down her chest. I suck and pinch lightly and drag my tongue over every inch of her that she allows me to. I'm about to go down on her, which I've never done before, but she stops me, placing her hands under my armpits and yanking me up to her. That's fine, she's not ready for that. Just like everything else, we have a lifetime. I have a condom in my wallet. She raises an eyebrow at me, and I roll my eyes. Dad gave it to me a year ago. No clue why other than he said he wasn't ready to be a grandpa anytime soon. Okay, that's good. I don't know what she's saying is good, but she's not saying we don't need one. Thankful my arms are long, I reach over and find my wallet, pull out the single condom that I prayed I'd use with her, and tear it open. She watches every movement when I pull it out of the foil and line it up over the tip and roll it on. Are you okay? Is this what you want? I ask, needing to make sure. If she says no, we'll stop. I would rather cut off my dick than force her to do anything she's not ready for. Yes. One word. That's all she gives me. So I look into her eyes, the ones that have never been able to lie to me, and silently beg for truth. Confident in what I'm seeing, I lower myself and line us up. My next question feels like knives in my throat, but I need to ask her. Is this your first time? Her head is jerky and eyes are wide when she looks down at our centers. I'm hard and throbbing, poised to enter her. I can tell she's nervous, but it doesn't add to my nerves. It only makes me realize how right this is. Yeah, it is. Fuck yes. Yours? Yeah. I want to say I was waiting for it to be with her, but I don't want to freak her out. Instead, I tell her, we'll take it slow, and if it hurts too much, tell me, and I'll stop, okay? She nods and offers up a smile. I slowly push my way inside and let out a little curse. She feels so good, tight and slick. The little amount of foreplay we did has her ready for me, but I still feel like a jackass I didn't take more time with her. A lifetime. The reminder of what we will have together replays in my head. I move again, going in a little deeper. Inch by inch, I slowly enter her until I'm all the way. Our bodies fit together perfectly, our chests heaving. I lick my lips and kiss her as I continue to move, hoping that the distraction of the kiss will help with any pain she's feeling. Her legs shift, wrapping around my waist, and I raise up on my hands like I'm doing a push-up over her. She lifts a hand and places it on my cheek, down my jaw, over my shoulder, and down to grip my bicep. You're okay? Mm-hmm. It's good. Ready for more? Are you? She counters saucily. And fuck, why didn't I know for sure I was in love with her? I'm a moron for not seeing it. I smirk and move quicker, our bodies becoming one. The only thing that would make this more perfect, well, aside from her telling me she loves me too, would be if there was no barrier between us and we'd have had more time together. Maybe in a bed instead of the back of my truck. But someday soon, when we're sure and she can get on the pill or something, we'll get there. Fuck, there I go again, jumping ahead. But it's hard not to when I'm buried inside her and nothing else has ever felt so right. Twisting my hips a little bit, I enter her at a different angle, and then she moves her hand, finding her clit between us. Holy shit, I'm not going to last. Not only am I having sex with Sadie Jones, I'm watching her pleasure herself like she knows what she's doing. How am I supposed to keep going when that's what I'm seeing? Sadie, I moan, and she cries out, telling me that she's about to come, which is a damn good thing because I am too. Reed, she shouts into the cool mountain night air, and that's all it takes. Somehow on our first time together, we both come at the same time, which only reiterates the fact that I know we're perfect together. We come down from our high, breathing deeply and cuddling close after I remove the condom and we put our clothes back on. It doesn't take us long to drift off to sleep, wrapped in each other's arms. Everything is perfect when I wake up with her, the sun just barely making its way into the sky. She holds my hand as we drive back to town, but the closer and closer we get to the divide she focuses on so much, the looser her grip on my hand becomes. I try to hold on, but I know what's happening. She's not just physically slipping away, she's emotionally slipping away too. The tension in the cab is thick. I grip the steering wheel tightly, frustration, fear, anger, all battling inside me. By the time we make it to her place, she's sitting as far away from me as possible, staring at the window and no longer holding my hand. It's killing me that she's back in her head, that what we just shared didn't affect her the way it did me. Or maybe it did, but she's not willing to take that risk. I'm not worth the risk. I watch as she wipes away a tear, but know she doesn't want to talk to me about it right now. Fuck, that hurts. Bad. She's in her own head, and when she gets that way, I have to let her be, but it isn't easy. There's a weight sitting heavy on my chest, the pressure damn near crippling. As soon as I put the truck in park, I panic. For another reason other than her fighting what we could have together. We were out all night, and this is the first I've thought about it until this moment. My parents trust me, but I'm sure they'll be pretty pissed. I don't know what she'll walk into, but that's not my top concern right now. What is my top concern is the fact that she's not looking at me, and I know I'm about to lose her, despite what we just shared. I get out of my pickup, and she does the same, meeting me at the front. When she lifts her gaze to me, what I see breaks my heart. Tears flood her eyes, and she sniffs. I'm sorry, Reed. I knew it was coming, but it doesn't make it any easier to hear what she's about to say. I try for a different tactic than the desperation that's clawing its way out. It's okay, I pushed. It's too early. We'll slow down. She blows out a shaky breath and sniffles. No, it's not. That's not. I don't love you, Reed. Not the way you meant when you told me you loved me anyway. I stare at her, looking for any clue that she's lying. I don't see that, though. I swallow hard and pray I don't start crying like a fucking baby. I'm close to it, though. I'm so in love with Sadie, I can't even think of being with anyone else. I don't see another life for me other than her. Why is it this way? Why does she think that she and I don't belong together? Why doesn't she see what I see? Licking my lips and sucking back all the emotion, I look away from her. My voice is thick when I finally speak. It's okay. I get it, I tell her, even though I don't. We're best friends, spend all our free time together. I don't want her to see how much those words hurt, or have her think that this changes anything between us. I made a mistake and tried for more, but I can't lose her completely. A life without her in it? Impossible to even fathom. Reed? She places a hand on my forearm, and I turn to face her. She wipes under her eyes, mascara smearing against her cheek. I can't. I'm sorry. You don't understand how different we are. We aren't a match. You don't see it, but I do. She's right. I don't understand, and I don't see it. I can only hope that one day I can change her mind.
Sadie. I push aside the curtain in my bedroom window and watch Reed's taillights in the early morning light as they drive away. Telling him I didn't love him was, hands down, the hardest thing I've ever had to do in my life. And my life has been nothing but hard since the day I was born. Reed doesn't see it. The way the rest of the town looks at me as though I'm trailer trash. The trailer part might be right, and the fact that I've done nothing to change their minds doesn't help matters either. If he stays here in Lakeside, he'd be staying because he loves me and wants to be close. He needs to move on from me, find someone to be with who the town would expect him to be with, and can be by his side as he works on his family's ranch. I'm nothing. And he's everything.
Chapter 1. Reed. 12 years later. Daddy, are you still sleeping? My 5-year-old daughter Emerson's adorable voice breaks through my not-so-peaceful sleep. "Yeah, baby, I'm asleep," I murmur and grin, my eyes still closed. "Daddy," she giggles, placing a small hand on my cheek and another on my shoulder, jostling me around. "You talked. That means you're awake." "No, it doesn't. I'm talking in my sleep." "Nuh-uh, you's awake. I know it." "You're, not you's, baby." "Daddy," she admonishes, but still giggling. Emmy, which I call her most of the time, rests her head on my shoulder, her dark, brown, wild morning hair tickling my face. I make a big show of having to spit it out, jerking my head back and forth, which makes her giggle more. She sits up on her knees, pushing her hair away from her face. Her dark brown eyes that are an exact reflection of my own stare down at me. "It's time to wake up. We gotta get on the road. That's what you said." She's right. I said that. But the fact is, the minute we get on the road, we're leaving behind this life, and I don't know that I'm ready for that yet. 12 years ago, I left Lakeside with a broken heart. I was supposed to return 4 years later, ready to work side by side with my dad on the cattle ranch, but I couldn't. I couldn't go back to the place that reminded me of Sadie. It wasn't that I hadn't visited while I was in college. Of course I had. But I stayed on the ranch, rarely went to the lake house, only went to town early in the morning, and never hung out with any of my old high school friends. When Sadie told me she didn't love me, I'd never felt that kind of pain before. She was my best friend, and I'd finally found the courage to tell her I was in love with her. That night, we lost our virginity to each other. I thought we could just forget I had said anything and go back to being friends, but she avoided me at all costs. So much avoidance, in fact, that I ended up doing the same. To say I was angry would be putting it mildly. I was fucking pissed. When Dad found me taking out my anger with an axe as I chopped wood, he pulled me aside and calmed me down. He made me talk to him and explain everything that had happened. I might not have admitted that we slept together, but I think he knew. I explained that I told her I loved her, and he cringed, already knowing it wasn't received well. He said maybe she needed space to think, and I needed time to lick my wounds after being rejected. As much as it hurt, I knew he was right. I left for college without saying goodbye to her and turned my focus on my classes. I wasn't social. I didn't go to parties or live the life of a single college guy. Until Dad visited, and once again he gave me a speech and did his best to open my eyes. Unfortunately, the way he opened my eyes was by telling me Sadie was engaged to her ex-boyfriend, Billy, and suddenly I knew a whole different level of pain. It was the proverbial nail in the coffin, that whole "it's not you, it's me" thing. I was thinking it wasn't me, it was her. I just had to wait. Then I realized I was wrong. It was me. If I thought I'd felt heartbreak when she rejected me, it was nothing compared to when I discovered that she'd moved on. I made the decision to stay away, only visiting during the holidays and staying either on the ranch or in my family's lakeside home so I didn't risk running into her. Going into the town rarely happened. Dad and I came to an agreement because he knew how hard it was for me to return to Lakeside. So rather than come right back after college, I'd work, build a life, and when I was ready, there'd always be a place for me. I was always going to return. Not just because that's what Dad wanted, but because it's what I wanted too. It was my legacy, what I saw for myself from the day I was old enough to help him on the ranch. My mom was always close with Sadie, but she knew the topic of what Sadie Jones was doing with her life was off limits around me. I still wanted the best for her, though, so I made it clear to Mom that it didn't bother me if they remained close. I just didn't want to hear about it. The pain ran too deep. Even after I found love beyond Sadie Jones, I couldn't bear to breathe her name. When I got the call from the police 9 months ago that my wife Catherine had been in an accident and that I needed to get to the hospital, I had a bad feeling in my gut that never went away. And when I arrived, I knew why. They'd done as much as they could. But in the end, nothing would change the fact that my wife was dead. The mother of my daughter was gone. And then the anger set in, because I discovered that she was too busy checking her social media to pay attention to the road in front of her. A reckless, single-car accident on a bright, sunny day that ended her life. The stages of grief I went through were swift, though I've settled pretty firmly in the anger stage, bouncing back to all the others only to land myself right back here again. Catherine and I were happy. Sure, we had our arguments, and life wasn't always easy for us, but our marriage was a good one, and I loved her. Still do. Although I'm so pissed that she was careless with her life and didn't think what it would do to Emmy or me if she was no longer with us. All because she couldn't drive 5 miles without looking at her phone and seeing what people were up to. It took me a while to realize that I was letting the anger cloud the hurt. It was easier to focus on being mad at Catherine than feeling the hurt of missing her. And I do. Not just for my daughter either. "All right, Emmy, I'm up," I say cheerfully. I need to get out of my own head, readjust my thinking. I'm lashing out because I'm frustrated and scared. Being a single dad is fucking terrifying.
"Yay! I'm so ready, Daddy. Grandma and Papa are waiting."
They are definitely waiting, and anxiously, might I add. Mom has been busy getting the house ready for us until we find our own place. 30 years old, widowed, single dad, living with my parents. Awesome. But at this point, it's what needs to happen. Life hasn't been fun living in Butte without Catherine. We moved there after college for her to be closer to her mom, and if I was being honest, I never felt like myself here. Too many people, too many cars, not enough open space. She loved the city, which is the only thing we really disagreed on. Just like with my dad, though, we made a deal, a compromise. We'd live here for 10 years, then move to Lakeside. It wasn't her accepting a fate she couldn't live with. She wanted that as well. We had 2 more years here. In Butte, I owned a semi-successful sporting goods store with a good friend of mine and was a firefighter for the Butte Fire Department. After Catherine passed, I had to step away from the fire department because of the unpredictable schedule. Owning a sporting goods store had never been a dream of mine, but it got me closest to my love of the outdoors as I could while being surrounded by people and buildings. And I actually found that I enjoyed it, even if I hated wearing khaki pants and a forest green polo shirt every day. For the most part, the customers were fun to help, and Justin, the friend I owned RJ Sporting Goods, I know, real original name, with, was the best partner I could have asked for. We didn't make a ton of money, but that didn't matter to us. We were happy. When Justin and I went into business together, it was always with the knowledge that when I moved back to Lakeside, he would buy me out of my half of the company. He wasn't thrilled at the prospect, but understood and supported me. "I'm ready too, baby. Just let me get some coffee, then we'll start getting ready."
"I made it already,"
she shouts excitedly. "You did, huh?" A few weeks ago, she asked me how to work the Keurig. The first day after she learned, I was pretty sure I could stay awake for 24 hours after she'd fed me so much coffee.
"I did, just how you like it, too. I didn't carry it in here, though. It was too full."
Oh, boy. I can only imagine how many cups she tried to fill into one mug. I grin. "Come here." I grab her around her waist and pull her close, giving her a raspberry on her stomach, making her roll with laughter. Right now, Emmy is my happy. I nestle my face in her neck, breathing in the sweet smell of her body wash from her bath before bed. Love you, Emmy.
"I love you too, Daddy. I'd love you more if we got ready to go to our new home and see Papa, though."
I chuckle. I'm an only child. My dad was an only child, which means Emmy is the only granddaughter and great-granddaughter. That also means all attention is focused solely on Emmy, and she likes it just a little bit. Or a lot. Living with her grandparents could be a disaster if they spoil her like I fear they'll try to. Let's get going then.
"Yay!"
She wiggles out of my arms, bounces off the bed, and runs out of the bedroom. I look at the ceiling, taking a deep breath. The movers are coming to load the rest of our belongings into the truck in a few hours. Normally I would take care of it myself, which my dad reminded me of plenty of times. However, having someone else clear out the belongings from the home that I shared with my wife was necessary. I take a deep breath and throw back the covers and place my feet on the floor, look back at it, and feel the emotion clogging my throat. Fuck, I miss her. As pissed as I am about how she died, I miss her so much it hurts. And my daughter growing up without a mother only makes everything I'm feeling multiply. I sleep in pajama pants since Emmy has a tendency to wake me up, so all I need to do is throw on a t-shirt before making my way to the kitchen to get my coffee Emmy already made for me. She's sitting at the counter with a bright smile and a box of donuts that we picked up last night. We're out of food in the house because of the move, so we've been living off of takeout and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for a week. Not that I have stellar cooking skills anyway. Catherine did most of the cooking in our house, but I've learned my way around. But still, I feel like a shitty father for the way Emmy's been eating the past 7 days. Too much takeout and food delivery, and not enough home-cooked meals.
Here's your coffee, Daddy.
One day I'm sure I'll tire of her excited little voice, but I haven't yet. She rarely speaks in what most would consider a normal level. She's such a happy kid, and it comes through in her voice. Thanks, Pumpkin. She beams a wide smile when I take my first sip and dramatically say, "Ah, that hits the spot."
I knew you'd love it. Can I have a chocolate donut now?
It's almost as if she was buttering me up with coffee so she could have a chocolate donut. I shake my head chuckling, lift my cup to my lips while I lean against the counter and cross my feet at my ankles. Sure, go ahead and have a donut. Throw in a banana too, though.
Okay.
She jumps off her stool to get a banana from the counter and starts eating it first before digging into a donut. I take a moment to look around. Boxes are stacked in what seems like every corner of the house. Most of our furniture is being moved to a storage shed in Lakeside, with the exception of Emmy's room. It's been driving my mom a little crazy that she wasn't allowed to set up her room completely too, but I know my daughter will transition to their house easier if she has her own bed and bookshelf. She, of course, painted and put a dresser in the room because she couldn't help herself, but promised Emmy could help decorate once we arrived. The movers already have their instructions. Anything not boxed up, box it up labeled Catherine, throw it in the truck, and put it in the back of the storage shed. There's only so much I can handle, and going through my late wife's things would only tip me over the edge that I'm teetering on already.
Aren't you going to eat?
I turn to look at my daughter. Chocolate frosting covers her lips, and there's a smear on her cheek as well. Sure am. She smiles a chocolate smile, and I grab a plastic glass off the counter, fill it with the last of the milk we had in the fridge, and slide the glass over to her. After rinsing out the jug and placing it in the recycle bin, which I'm not even sure will get picked up since we technically no longer own this house, I take a seat next to her and eat 3 donuts and a banana.
I'm full.
She finished everything in front of her, so I ask her to clean up her plate and head to the bathroom to brush her hair and teeth. She's a good eater, just like me. Her mom, however, was not. In fact, it was an issue that we fought over time and time again. After having Emmy, she struggled with postpartum depression. Her changing body and inability to lose the baby weight she'd put on as quickly as she'd have liked didn't help the way she saw herself. While I thought she was beautiful, all she saw were stretch marks and a little extra skin on her stomach. She didn't eat enough and exercised more than she should. Her body was starving, which was one of the reasons we never had another baby. For one thing, her body couldn't handle the stress. For another, both of us knew her mind couldn't handle it either. I peek my head into the bathroom and see that Emmy's almost ready, aside from getting dressed. Head on into your room and get dressed, and make sure you have everything in your backpack for the ride, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to shower. You good?
Mm-hmm.
I watch her for a second longer, then walk down the hall to take my last shower in this house. Just as I'm finished getting dressed, the doorbell rings. Little feet pound against the floor as Emmy runs to the door to open it. Wait for me, Emmy!
Okay, Daddy.
I come up behind her and open the door. Instead of movers, Catherine's mother, Bev, stands before me.
Grammy!
Hi, baby girl. Bev picks up Emmy, holding her close and giving her a tight hug before setting her back down. I lean over and wrap her in a hug that she accepts. Hi, Bev. How are you? She gifts me a watery smile after stepping away. Shrugging her shoulders, she looks behind me at the boxes.
I had to come say goodbye.
I'm glad you did. We would have swung by your place on our way out, though.
I know. You said as much. I just...
She presses her lips together, and I know what she's about to ask. It's something I've been anticipating since I told her we were moving to Lakeside. She wants Catherine's things. That's why there is a very small box that I did manage to put together of items I want Emmy to have. Everything else I'd planned on donating once I was ready to pull it out of storage if Bev didn't want it. How do you go about asking your mother-in-law if she wants her deceased daughter's clothing, shoes, and other belongings, though? It took me a long time to remove her clothes from our closet, let alone find the right words to ask her. So instead, like so many other things, I ignored it as long as I could and hoped I would have an answer later on. Do you want to come in?
Yes, thank you.
Catherine had one sibling, but her father passed away a few years ago. Her sister lives in Florida and doesn't have any children. In a sense, I'm taking away the only family Bev has. She knows it's best for Emmy and me, but that doesn't make it any easier for her to accept, or for me to be leaving her. I pull her into the living room, and we have a seat on the couch while Emmy tells us both she'll be right back. Have you thought any more about moving to Florida to be near Leah? Once she made it clear she wouldn't be coming with me, I changed tactics and began encouraging her to move near her other daughter. The thought of her being here alone grates on my nerves.
That's one of the things I came to tell you. Leah found out last week that she's pregnant.
That's great. Tell her congratulations for me.
I will. With you two moving to the lake, I think it's time for me to move on as well. We'll be able to visit each other, right?
Of course, and FaceTime. You know how much Emmy loves to talk on the phone with you. Her eyes are teary when she nods, sniffling.
Do you mind? I hate to ask, but
do you want to go through her things, Bev? She blows out a breath, her body visibly relaxing. Reaching over, she grips my hand in hers and squeezes. I always got along well with Bev. In a way, it's hard to be around her now. Catherine was so much like her mother, and as far as mothers-in-law go, I was lucky. She wasn't pushy or demanding.
I'd love that, if you don't mind.
I feel like a jackass that I couldn't suck up my grief long enough to offer before she asked herself. I should have asked already. There are a few things I want to keep for Emmy, but otherwise I'd love for you to take what you want. I figured I'd donate whatever was left.
She'd like that.
She's right. Catherine would like that. And she'd hate it if she thought any of us were sitting around pining over. She'd want us to live, move on while remembering her. Emmy comes running into the living room, carrying a pillow and blanket and enough stuffed animals to fill my back seat. As soon as she sees Bev's tearful expression, she drops everything in her hands and runs to us, climbing up on Bev's lap.
What's wrong?
Oh, nothing. Bev wipes under her eyes and waves a hand in front of her.
I'm just going to miss you two. You should come live with us too. Grandma and Papa's house is real big, and there's horses and cows, and they've got kittens and dogs, and there's the lake, and Daddy said there's a place that has the best pizza in the world in a town really close. And guess what?
What's that? She asks, lightly laughing at Emmy's enthusiasm.
Daddy's getting me a dog, a big one too.
No way.
Yes way. I never could before because dogs made Mommy sneeze, but now I get one. It will be so much fun.
Oh, shit. I don't know how Bev will take the news of us getting a dog because Catherine's passed away, but she just smiles, kisses Emmy on the cheek, and gives her another squeeze.
That sounds wonderful. I can't wait to visit you. I'm going to go see Auntie Leah, too. Yay!
I smile and rub Emmy's back. She leans over and squeezes Bev in a tight hug, then slips away, back to her room, I assume. Bev watches her go, a sad smile on her face.
She seems ready.
I nod once, careful of how to steer this conversation. I know us leaving will be hard on her, too. She is. I don't think she'd be able to explain it, but living here without Catherine is hard on both of us. Bev looks around the house, bites her lower lip that's trembling.
I miss her so much, Reed.
Me too, I tell her, sighing.
I hate this.
Me too.
Why'd she have to be so stupid?
I chuckle. Leave it to Bev to be blunt. I wish I had an answer to that.
If she were here, I'd give her a thwop to the back of the head.
Smirking, I wrap an arm around her shoulders and pull her in close. I'll miss you, Bev. That's not a lie either. I'll miss her pop-ins and beef enchilada casserole and the way she welcomed me into her family so easily. The way she laughs with her whole body and makes Emmy so happy, is willing to get on the floor with her and play horses, even making different noises and voices. She's a sweet woman, a wonderful mother-in-law, and, next to my mom, the best grandma Emmy could ask for. She's also the most straight-shooting woman I've ever met in my life. I will never forget when she asked me point-blank what caused my past hurt.
I see it, Reed. Something's holding you back from loving my baby girl with your whole heart. Someone hurt you,
Bev says quietly. I stare at her, slack-jawed and heart-racing. What do you mean? My voice comes out husky and broken. She doesn't reply, simply gives me a look that tells me you can't bullshit her. Before I know what's happening, I'm spilling my guts. I met her when I was 14 or 15. I tell her, as if I don't know the exact date, time, and place that I first spoke to Sadie. We never dated. She wasn't my high school sweetheart or anything.
But you wanted her to be.
So bad it still hurts to think about. Yeah, I settle on saying.
And she didn't want that?
Nope. The P pops, and the single word comes out as bitter as I still feel over the entire situation. I lost my virginity that night in the back of my pickup to the girl who stole my heart when I didn't even realize it was available to be stolen. I told her I loved her, and then I never heard a word out of her. She didn't come see me to say goodbye before I left for college. She didn't return my calls, and when I went to a trailer, her mom said she wasn't home. I don't know if it was a lie or not, but her mom was a little scary, and I didn't want to test my theory out only to have a gun pulled on me and a warning about staying off her property.
Do you still love her?
I sigh, sitting back in my seat at her kitchen table. Catherine is upstairs showering, supposed to be getting ready for dinner out after we'd spent the afternoon hiking. A part of me, I'm afraid, always will, probably because we never had closure, though I don't think she feels like we were ever at a place that we would need any sort of closure.
Maybe you need to get it, Reed, so that my daughter's heart isn't shattered.
I'm committed to Catherine, Bev, I promise you. Sadie isn't an issue for me, hasn't been for a long while. She just injured me a little bit and made me nervous to go all in.
Well, if you hadn't missed it, my daughter is all in.
I grin and feel my heart squeeze. I love her.
She loves you too, but sometimes love isn't enough.
She stares at me for several beats before I lean over, grasping her hand in mine. Bev, I promise you, when I say that Sadie is no longer an issue, it's the truth. And the fact that I love Catherine is proof of that. I see a future with her, if you're okay with that.
Are you asking me for my daughter's hand in marriage?
Not today, but soon. And not because I'm still hung up on some girl I once knew.
That's enough for me. I'll miss you both. Just because Leah's having a baby, don't think that's going to mean I'll forget about you or Emmy. You're still a priority, but you understand the need for change.
I do, as well as anyone. I lead her into our bedroom and hold her close as she cries into some of Catherine's clothing. I notice Emmy peeking her head into the closet to see what's going on. Her eyes widen, but she moves away, probably not knowing what else to do. When the doorbell rings again, Bev straightens and wipes her tears.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize, Bev. Take your time. There are some boxes here, so take whatever you'd like.
Do you want me to box up the rest and take it to the women's shelter?
You don't have to do that.
I want to. It's where she'd want them to go.
That decided, I go to the door and let the movers in. An hour later, we're loaded up. Emmy and I are waving goodbye to Bev as she drives away, and I'm locking the door to the home I shared with my wife. Chapter 2. Reed. Lakeside looks exactly the same, and yet so different from when I called this place home the first 18 years of my life. In the backseat, Emmy stares out the window, pointing to the different shops and the hints of lake that we can see between the homes. I promised her we'd stop at the lake house first before driving out to the ranch. At first, I'd hoped she and I would be living in it, but I soon realized the inconvenience it would cause when I was driving out to the ranch every day. I need to be there, and so does Emmy. My mom will help watch her when I'm working. I'm sure they'll keep plenty busy. Mom doesn't have an idle bone in her body. Whether she's baking, gardening, knitting baby blankets, or one of the other million things she does during the day, she'll be on the lake, paddleboarding or kayaking, and making everyone else look like amateurs. This obviously isn't the first time Emmy's been to Lakeside or seen the shops or lake, but by her reaction, you'd think it was, which makes me feel good. If she had shown me a single sign of this not being what she wanted, I would have been having second thoughts myself. But the mountains and lake have always called to her just like they do me. I roll down both our windows and she squeals in delight.
It's so pretty, Daddy.
That it is, baby. Surprisingly, as we drive past the small diner that has the best huckleberry pie in the state, and then the road that leads to the school, I don't feel sadness like I expected, and I regret not spending more time in town when I visited. I have so many memories of me with Sadie, but most of them are good. Contentment washes over me that I'm back where I was always meant to be. Home. It's the first time I felt at home since I left Lakeside the last time. I'm surprised at how right it feels, and that, more than anything, tells me that Emmy and I are exactly where we're supposed to be. Even if it wasn't home to me, I'd still find Lakeside beautiful. Hanging baskets of bright, colorful flowers are a warm welcome in storefronts. The pine trees stand tall and proud along the shoreline of Flathead Lake, but also all around. Despite how dry the landscape is, the grass is fairly green. It's quaint and special. Even the restaurants give off a vibe of home. Most places welcome dogs if you sit outside with them, which I know Emmy will want to take advantage of as soon as we get the puppy I promised her. I pass the library and Emmy points it out, asking when we can go. As soon as we get settled, okay? I know for a fact that my mom already has a lot of library trips planned with her.
Okay,
she squeals again. When I told her we were moving to Lakeside, she practically started packing up her room. I'm smiling wide when I come to a stoplight. Look to my left while I wait for it to turn red and see a sign for Lakeside Dance Studio at the exact same time that Emmy spots it. She picks up on it thanks to the picture of a dancer in the sign and starts chattering 1,000,000 miles a minute, asking if we can go and how it's always been her dream to be a dancer. It's something I've been dreading since the first day she mentioned dance. It's not that I don't want that for her, but I've held strong to ignoring almost everything that reminds me of Sadie for 12 years now, and it's worked really well. Almost, anyway.
Please, Daddy. Oh, please, oh, please.
We can't stop in today, Pumpkin.
Why? It says open.
She's turning her head to look, keeping her eyes focused on the small building just as the light turns green. I take off quicker than I should, and she yelps. How about we call? I ask her when I look in my rearview mirror, only to see her staring out the window sadly. Her shoulders are slumped and head is hanging low. I know she wants to dance. She's talked about it since she was 3 years old.
Will you really?
I will. And I'm not lying. I'll call, see what their schedule is like, and if they're taking beginner students, and go from there. If it turns out that they can take Emmy, I'll suck it up and bring her there. I can't avoid everything that reminds me of Sadie forever. It took me until the last time Catherine and I visited that I was willing to go eat in town with her, even though I doubted Sadie was still living in Lakeside anyway. Billy's family moved away shortly after we graduated, and I know he had plans that centered around a life Lakeside couldn't offer him. But then again, so did Sadie. It wouldn't surprise me if I heard they were living in Chicago or New York City. When I decided to move us back here, I knew that I'd be driving right into an onslaught of memories. Fortunately, right now, I'm only remembering the good and not the heartache that drove me away from here and her over a decade ago. Besides, had that not happened, I wouldn't have met Catherine, and then I wouldn't have Emmy. And a life without Emmy? I can't imagine it. We make a pit stop at the storage unit I rented and meet the moving truck. I unlock the door, and they make quick work of unloading the truck and stacking everything into the unit. I stare at our belongings for several moments. The life I shared with Catherine is now confined to a 10-by-20 concrete room. It's amazing to me that 8 years of marriage led to this. I swallow hard, slam the door shut, and lock it up. I don't turn around when I make my way to my pickup. No use in looking back, only forward. It's the middle of August, so when Emmy starts kindergarten in a few weeks, she'll be starting fresh along with the rest of her classmates. We pull in front of the lake house that sits nestled into the trees with the back overlooking Flathead Lake. Emmy's practically bouncing out of her booster seat as the deep red cabin comes into view. With both of our windows down, we can hear the tires crunch on the gravel and smell the fresh air that I've missed so much. I park in front of the unattached garage that matches the house, and she unlatches her seatbelt and opens the back door as soon as the pickup is in park, leaving all her belongings behind. "Wait for me, Pumpkin," I shout at her back, but she's already running to the door, twisting the knob. She turns around, scowling when it doesn't open. Normally when we come here, we're visiting my parents, so the door is always open.
Daddy, it won't open. The door is broken.
I chuckle at her reaction as I pull out the key from the hiding spot my parents told me to look in. Don't worry, I have the magic key. With wide eyes, she stares at me like I've just cracked a code while I dangle the key from the ring looped around my middle finger.
Wow.
It's really amazing how something that seems so simple can impress her. It's also amazing how I'd do just about anything to impress her. I'll never get tired of the way it feels when she looks up at me with her dark brown eyes filled with awe. Mom must have been here recently because the flowers are blooming brightly in the pots next to the door, and when I open the door, the smell of freshly baked cookies assaults me. "Mom?" I call out, but don't hear anyone.
Grandma!
Emmy yells, racing through the lower level looking around for her beloved grandmother.
Where is she?
Emmy asks when her game of Seek doesn't turn out the way she'd hoped with no one hiding. I notice a note on the counter and lift it up.
Figured you'd be hungry when you got here. Cookies are in the container on the counter, and there are some hamburger patties and hot dogs in the fridge for tonight. So glad to have you home. Smiley face.
Grandma's not here. She left us some cookies, though.
Yum! Can I have one?
Sure. I'm going to unload our overnight bags, then we can go to the water, okay?
Yay!
I smile at her enthusiasm. I'm pretty sure yay is her favorite word. I quickly get what we need for the night and come back inside. Emmy's face is covered in chocolate from the cookies she inhaled and is grinning ear to ear. Her happiness, seeing how content and comfortable she is here, makes my chest swell with pride. She has every reason to be sad and upset with the life she's been handed. It's not right she lost her mother at only 4 years old. Her last birthday, when she turned 5, was spent without her mother singing happy birthday to her in the morning. I tried to make up for it by spending the day at the zoo, just her and I, and eating all her favorite foods. We drank milkshakes and ate cheeseburgers for lunch, and ended the day with a movie night in a makeshift fort in our living room. We stopped at the movie theater for popcorn and nachos with plastic cheese, as Catherine always called it, and carrot sticks because the father and me started feeling guilty that she hadn't eaten anything healthy all day. She woke up the next morning and said it was the best birthday she'd ever had. I don't know if she was saying it because she was trying to make me feel better or if she was being truthful because she has the memory of a 5-year-old. Either way, I hugged her tight and went to the living room where she'd set up a photo shoot for her stuffed animals and toy horses with her new Polaroid camera I gave her for her birthday. While I made breakfast, she positioned all her toys and went through almost an entire roll of film. "How many did you eat?"
A lot.
She starts giggling. I see that. I grab a washcloth out of the drawer and get it wet under the faucet to wipe off her face. Handing her small bag to her, I say, "Let's get you into a swimsuit. Maybe we can get one of the kayaks out of the garage and go out on the water for a bit."
Okay, Daddy.
"Let me know if you need help," I holler after her. She takes off for the bedroom my mother switched around to be Emmy's room after she was born, and I head to the room I claimed when I was little. The last time I was in here, Catherine was with me. I take a deep breath through my nose and blow out the breath through my lips. It's taken me a while to realize that it's okay to live with the memories and to think of her, to feel sadness, but also joy and happiness. I throw my bag on the bed and look out the window. Unfortunately, only the back side of the cabin has a view of the lake, so I only see trees and a hint of the neighbor's house. A flash of blonde hair streaks through the trees, and my heart stops. Just as quickly as I saw it, it's gone. Obviously, I know there is more than one person with blonde hair in the state of Montana, but being back here in the cabin where I spent so much time with Sadie brings back memories not only of Catherine. Fuck, I'm a mess, I mutter to myself. I spin around, grab a pair of trunks out of my bag, and quickly get them on, then check on Emmy, who's struggling to pull the straps over her shoulders of her one-piece swimsuit. She's wiggling and huffing in frustration, so I go to help her, only to realize that the reason she's struggling is because it's last year's swimsuit, and shock of all shocks, she's grown. We'll have to make this one work for now. We can go shopping for new swimsuits soon, okay?
It hurts my shoulders,
she whimpers. I feel like a jerk and hate seeing her in pain. We don't have to go to the lake today.
No,
she cries, lower lip trembling. Shit. She only cries if she's hurt, worse than swimsuit straps being too tight, or if she's feeling overwhelmed with missing her mom. She's only been here once without her mom, and that was when she came for a few hours with her grandma and grandpa. You okay, Emmy? She stays quiet, sucking on her bottom lip. Emmy? I place a hand on her cheek after crouching in front of her, sitting up on my knees.
I miss Mommy,
she says so quietly I barely hear her, but it's unmistakable. I knew it would be coming sooner or later, and I suspect the sting of missing her mother will never be gone. Hearing her say it, though, breaks my heart in two. My nose stings, and I fight back my own tears when I see hers start to fall. I don't cry easily, but seeing my daughter in pain, either physically or emotionally, brings me to my knees every single time. I do too, I admit. I decided long ago that I'd never lie to her. If I was feeling the hurt of missing her mom, or anger, which happens to stay present most of the time, I would be honest with her about it. How can she move forward and heal if I'm not truthful about feeling the same way? It's normal for her to experience that emotion, and I'll be damned if I make her feel bad for that. Rather than tell her it'll be okay, I let her cry for several minutes, holding her on my lap after shifting to sit in front of her. I let her tears soak into my chest and rub her back, reminding her how much I love her and holding her tightly. If I could take away all her pain, I would, even if it meant I'd be miserable forever. I hate seeing her sad, but I know it's part of it too. Emmy's pain is why I have to fight against the anger I feel for Catherine. It's okay to miss her and think about her. Should we talk about her more?
We talk about her a lot.
We do. I have made sure of it. I don't want her forgetting Catherine. She would have had a new swimsuit for you, huh? She nods and sniffles. Dad fail, I joke, and she gives me a sad smile. You want to go pick out a new one now, or should we wait and bring Grandma with us?
Wait for Grandma.
I don't allow her wanting to do that shopping adventure with Grandma rather than alone with me sting. I'm glad she tells me what she wants, and that she wants her grandma included in that. Okay, well, what should we do? Just then, my phone buzzes in my hand. I turn it over and see a text from my mom. Mom.
I forgot to tell you I put a couple new swimsuits in Emmy's dresser. Figured she could keep them at the cabin for the summer.
She's such a liar. She knew I wouldn't think about her needing a new swimsuit and planned ahead for me. Just like she's sent me links to clothes at Target and Old Navy when they're having sales, telling me it would be a good time to stock up for the next season, even going as far as to ask me what size she's in now so she can grab a few things herself so that I remember to take a look at her clothes. She's not as sneaky as she thinks she is, but I'm grateful nonetheless. It's not that I'm incapable of taking care of those things, or that she thinks I am. But Catherine was the one who always bought Emmy's clothes, just like she was the one to make her doctor and dentist appointments. When Catherine passed, it became clear to me how much of a divide of responsibilities there was in our relationship. Go check your dresser, baby. Grandma has you hooked up. She beams a smile and stands up, opening the drawers, immediately oohing and awing over what she's finding. Me. She just found them. Nice save, Grandma. She replies with a winky face emoji, and I chuckle, standing up to help Emmy pick out which one she wants to wear. She chooses the bright blue one that has little flowers printed all over. It's 2 sizes bigger than the one she was trying to stuff herself into, which makes me feel guilty and sad all at once. She's growing up, getting so big, and it's happening way too fast. Looks great, Pumpkin. Want to send a picture to Grandma?
Yes, let's do a selfie.
I turn around the camera on my phone so it's facing us, and she wraps an arm around my shoulder, pressing her face next to me. We smile wide, and I snap a picture right after she presses her lips to my cheek and gives me a kiss. I'm certain I look ridiculous with how happy I am, but I don't care. My daughter is over her sadness because a swimsuit was too small, my mom is here to support me, and I'm back home. Mom: "There's some happy smiles. Can't wait to see you both tomorrow. Have fun in the lake." Ready to go see the water? Yay! We grab a couple beach towels from the bathroom and go down the stairs into the garage that's below the cabin. We keep kayaks and paddle boards as well as the life jackets and anything we would need for playing in the water in the lower garage. When Dad and Grandpa built it, they decided to put a door that opens to the lakeside and one to the front of the cabin so we could access it from either place. I push the button and the back door slides open. "Kayak?" I ask Emmy, knowing that's what she loves. She answers by bouncing on her toes, rushing over to the rack along the wall, grabs a paddle and her life jacket. Even though she won't contribute much with her paddling, I still let her use it. She's not gone out too often, but in her 5 years of life, she's become addicted to the water and loves going out on it whenever possible. I pull down the kayak and carry it out to the dock. It doesn't take us long to get it into the water and for us to climb in. I start paddling us around the turquoise waters while Emmy looks over the edge and points out the rocks at the bottom just as a white fish darts through the water below us. I listen to her chatter and point out everything I've seen a million times before, but it still feels like the first time. It's beautiful here. There's no other way to describe it. The mountains surrounding the lake sit majestically as if they're protecting the large body of water below. Islands are scattered throughout the lake, some little, some huge, all rocky and covered in pine trees and more beauty. The only downside of the lake is the cool water temperature. I paddle around our area for over an hour before Emmy announces her need to pee and swim. It doesn't take me long to get us back to the cabin, where she jumps onto the dock and makes a beeline for the house so she can use the bathroom while I put the kayak away. She's quickly back outside, and with the excitedness that only exists in children, jumps into the lake. It's cold as fuck, so I have no idea how she does it without losing her breath, or at the very least screaming, but she does. I sit down in the chair on the dock to watch her, but get in and out of the water every so often to play with her and stick close, never letting her out of my sight. She's happy. The earlier sadness of not having the correct swimsuit and missing her mom, a memory. This is where we're supposed to be. I watch her with a smile on my face, because I know deep down that we'll, both of us, be okay. She floats around in her life jacket until her teeth are chattering and I force her out of the water with the promise of more of Grandma's cookies. After we shower and change into sweats, I grill us some hamburgers. She opted for that rather than a hot dog, and we settle in for the night in front of a movie. Spending time alone with my girl is all I need in life. That is, until I look out the window to see a flash of blonde again. My stomach sinks, and dread fills my veins. Either I'm losing my mind, or Sadie Jones keeps appearing next door. Clearly I'm losing my mind, because just seeing a blonde makes me jump to the conclusion that it must be Sadie. The last time I thought I saw Sadie was on a day that I definitely shouldn't have been thinking of her.
Chapter 3. Sadie. 8 years ago. Go in, see that he's happy, and leave. That's all you're here for, nothing more. I stare at my reflection in the rearview mirror as I sit in the packed parking lot of the church. I can't believe I'm here. I can, but I can't. It's stupid of me, but there's no way I'll be able to finally move on if I don't see him moving on. A couple passes me while I'm still sitting in my driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles are turning white. Why am I here? What purpose is this going to serve me? Watching Reed Sanders marry someone who isn't me will only break my heart more than it already is. Though it's hard to imagine that's possible. When I told him I didn't love him, my heart cracked in two, and it's never been the same since. I hoped that time and distance would help, but it's only made my feelings for him grow stronger, which is strange. How can you fall deeper in love with someone you haven't seen in years? It makes no sense. There hasn't been a single day that I haven't thought of him or wanted to call him and tell him something. I miss our friendship more than anything, but I couldn't expect that from him. When he so willingly shared his heart with me and I couldn't do the same, I knew it wasn't fair to ask him to stay friends. I start my car up, determined not to make an ass out of myself and go inside that church. If I hear the pastor ask if anyone objects, I'll have a hard time not stating my piece. I shift into reverse to back out of the spot I've been sitting in for the past hour and drive out of the parking lot, feeling pretty proud of myself for doing so. Then my stomach sinks, and I put the car back in park and turn off the ignition. It's my chance to see him, and I've missed his face so much it hurts. Seeing it in pictures I have or from his mom just isn't the same. I miss him. Every time his mom tells me he's coming home to Lakeside, I make myself scarce. It's too hard. I want him to have more than I can offer him. He deserves that. For the 1,000th time today, I've wished our lives had been different, that we'd been a match in every way. The day he left for Bozeman to go to college, I drove around for hours in the other direction. I didn't want to risk the chance of running into him and having to tell him goodbye. I was right, all along. He needed to leave Lakeside. From the stories I heard, he thrived at State, even graduated with honors and met his fiancée, who in less than 20 minutes will be walking down the aisle to him. I wipe away a tear that's fallen onto my cheek and turn around, parking in the same spot my car had been. Not only do I remember it, the oil stain on the cement is proof that I've been there. My old rust bucket of a car is worth next to nothing, but it's mine. I look around. All the other cars in the parking lot are newer models that I'm sure don't make a horrible squeak when they reverse like mine does. They probably don't smell like feet inside, and they are all painted one color, rather than the rainbow mine is from the different parts my younger brother Samuel has used to piece it together with. Thank God for him. I truly don't know where I'd be if it weren't for Samuel. Having him to care for, even if he is an adult now, allowed me to keep my life on track. I couldn't screw up, or I'd be screwing up both of our lives. No matter how much my mom wanted to change, to be a good mother and be there for us the way I'd come to rely on Lindsay Sanders, Reed's mom, she just can't. It's not her fault, really. Growing up, I always knew there was something wrong, but it wasn't until the month before we graduated high school that I found out the root of it all. It wasn't just the fact that Mom liked her vodka, or the occasional joint, or sleeping with men as often as she could. Mom was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I had found a sheet of paper from her doctor that had been dated 4 years prior, and since I knew Mom never took any medication, it was clear to me that she was firmly in camp denial, not treating her condition. I might have been a teenager, but even I knew that you needed to take medicine for bipolar disorder. I remember calling my dad, who had never done more than sending us a birthday card a month late to do with us, to ask him what to do. His only response was that if we told anyone, even the doctors, to get her on the right medication, that the Department of Child and Family Services would step in and take Samuel away from us, because he sure as shit didn't want either of us. His kind words, not mine. And since I was 18, I'd be left alone to clean up the mess I caused. Hence my reasoning for telling Reed I wasn't in love with him. I was ashamed and wanted to tell him, but I just couldn't. I couldn't saddle him with it. He would try to fix it, step in, and take care of my family for me, but it wasn't his job. It was mine. He had a bright future ahead of him. All I had was a minimum of 4 years raising my brother until he turned 18, and I could make sure he stayed on top of his studies enough so he could get a scholarship and go to school. And I did manage it. just not the way I had expected. Samuel graduated from high school and went to one of the local community colleges where he studied how to become a mechanic. He's only been out of school a month, and he has 5 job offers. He's happy, and that's all I can ask for. In the last 2 years, Mom's been on her medication and stayed on, with my help, of course. I can't believe what a difference we've seen in her. It's as if the demons that had a hold on her were finally released. She's happier, no longer drinking alcohol or smoking pot, and hasn't been with a man in 18 months. Well, according to her, she hasn't been, and based on the fact that I keep a really close eye on her. We learned that her spending habits, even when we didn't have enough to put food on the table, and her sleeping with so many different men were 2 of her coping skills. So removing that from her life has been another thing that helped her heal, or at the very least, live with her disease in a healthy way. Life is finally looking up, aside from the fact that the man I still love is about to marry another woman. 1 year ago, I was engaged to my short-term high school boyfriend, Billy. I soon realized what a mistake I'd made in saying yes. I hoped it would help me forget. It only reminded me of who I really loved. When Billy proposed, answering yes came so easily to me. We'd been dating again for about a year, and I truly thought I loved him. Turns out there's a mountain of a difference between being in love with someone and simply loving them. A knock sounds on my window, and I startle, not realizing that I've completely zoned out, staring as all the wedding guests walk into the church in their dresses and slacks. Everyone looks beautiful, and I know without a doubt that when I walk through the doors, I'll feel just like I did in high school all over again, like the ugly duckling. I stood out as an outsider in a sea of classmates who grew up together and somehow managed to all be bred from stock that made everyone look like supermodels. Well, most of them, anyway. I cranked down my window. Oh yeah, not only is my car multicolored, it also has crank windows, not even electric. Yes? Wedding starts in 10. You coming? The man blows out the last of the smoke from the cigarette he just took a long drag from and drops it to the ground, stomping it out with his shiny black shoe. He's in a tuxedo, no doubt a member of the wedding party. Not someone I recognize, so obviously a man Reed met post-Lakeside. Post-me. Yeah, I'll be right there. He moves back, and I roll up my window, step out, and take a deep breath of fresh Montana air. You with the bride or groom? He asks. I roll my lips together and don't answer. He doesn't call me out on it. I stare at the door that I'm walking toward, knowing what I'll find on the other side. A happy couple about to be wed. And I can only hope Reed doesn't get a look at me. You okay? He asks. I will be, I tell him, offering him a small smile. He's a good-looking guy, and when he smiles down at me, I suddenly feel more at ease than I've felt in ages. Well, it's not now, but will be works. I'm Justin, best man. I've never seen you before, so I figure you must be on the bride's side. How do you figure? Well, I would certainly hope that if Reed knew someone as pretty as you, he'd have introduced her to his best friend. I bite the inside of my cheek and wonder how true that would be if I were still in Reed's life, even as just a friend. Justin opens the door for me and I enter, sucking in another much-needed breath. The inside of the church is tastefully decorated, wildflowers in front of the sanctuary and candles lit about everywhere. Piano music is playing softly, and I bite back a grin when I hear that music change effortlessly to a tune I know deep in my soul Reed had to have picked out. Reed listened to it constantly. I always pretended to hate it, but inside I loved every single word of that old country song. Amazed. The song he always loved by Lone Star continues, and while I'm so happy for him, I'm sad at the same time. I always considered that our song, and now he's using it to marry someone else. Maybe you'll save me a dance? Justin asks, holding my elbow. I give him a smile and nod, knowing that won't happen, but not wanting to come off as a complete crazy person. I just need to get a look at Reed. Sit in the back, as inconspicuously as possible, make sure I hear the I do from both him and his fiancée, then sneak out if I can. Once he's married, I'll move on.
Reed. Holy shit, dude. You have some fine-looking wedding guests here. You've been holding back, you asshole. Justin collapses onto the chair, hand clutching his chest like he's just caught the falling-in-love bug. What do you mean? I just escorted one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in my life to her seat, and I'm telling you, man, I could fall into her all night. I can't wait for the reception. He jumps up excitedly and claps his hands, rubbing them together. I smirk, rolling my eyes. Good luck with that. Why, thank you. He grins that signature grin of his that makes his dimples appear. Now, you have 5 minutes. Need me to do anything? Crack a window in the bathroom for your escape, get you a shot of tequila, give you a hug and tell you I'm proud of you and you picked the right gal. You name it, I'm here. Chuckling, I place a hand on his shoulder and squeeze lightly. Thanks, man. I'm good. Just ready to get the show on the road. To get it over with or be married? To be married, you jackass. Just checking. Figured as much, but what kind of best man would I be if I didn't double-check that you were okay with giving your dick to the same woman for the rest of your life when you're only 22 years old? Someone knocks on the door, and my dad peeks his head inside. It's time, Reed. I nod, readjust my tuxedo jacket, and lick my lips. Let's do it. Catherine and I met in college, but didn't fall in love fast. It was slow and over time. Friends first. She's nothing like I expected to end up with. Well, that would be impossible because she's not the person who I expected to be with, but today's not the day to think of Sadie Jones. I've moved on. She married Billy, and I can only assume and hope that she's happy. I walk to the front with the pastor and turn, waiting for our 2 groomsmen and bridesmaids to make their way down to me before the flower girl and ring bearer do their job of making people giggle and laugh. Then it will be Catherine's turn on her dad's arm. We had considered waiting to get married because we were still young, but her dad's fight with cancer is a losing one. Catherine wanted him to walk her down the aisle, so we moved the date up. I take a second to look around at our guests, wondering who Justin was going on about so dramatically a few minutes ago. There are a few pretty ladies here, some I recognize and others I don't, but no one that I would call beautiful, at least not in the way Justin was going on about. And then I see her. Head bent so she's looking at her lap, I know without a doubt who's sitting in the second-to-last row, seated at the farthest end from the aisle so she can make a quick escape, I'm sure. My heart rate picks up speed and my stomach clenches. I'd know that hair anywhere. I'd know those hunched shoulders and small frame as if it were one I'd seen every single day. Sadie. The name is barely whispered from my lips as I swallow hard. The piano music continues to play, but I barely hear it. I just see her. I swallow again and fight against the urge to run down the aisle and take her into my arms. Probably not the best timing for that. She turns her head to the side when the person next to her says something, and my heart sinks. It's not her. I shake my head at myself, frustrated that I'd conjure up the image of her right before I'm set to marry someone else. Pulling on my shirt collar, Justin nudges me and leans over to say something. I didn't even realize he'd stepped up next to me or walked down the aisle. You okay? I'm fine. You look like you just saw a ghost. I thought I did. I need a distraction, so I ask out of the corner of my mouth, You find your girl in the crowd? I see his nod and he shifts his weight, probably anxious. Sure did. Way in the back on the right side. I glance over to see if I can spot who he's looking at just as the music changes and the doors open. My attention switches to Catherine and her dad at the end of the aisle, and my breath is stolen. I've already seen her when we took pictures before the ceremony, But seeing her here at the end of the aisle waiting to walk down so she can become my wife, it's even better than my first look. "There he is," Justin says from beside me. "You just needed to see her, huh?" I don't hear anything else. I only see Catherine walking toward me with a smile on her face that I'm sure matches the one on mine. It's not until I say I do and Catherine does the same that out of the corner of my eye I see someone with long, dark hair quietly leave the back of the church that I look at anyone other than her. And after the ceremony, when we're on our way to the reception, Justin grumbles about the beautiful woman leaving before the end, before he could get his chance to dance with her. I don't give myself more than a second to think too deeply into it. I just got married to Catherine, and I'm happy. Moving forward with my life, just like Sadie always told me to do.
Sadie. I throw my dark wig in the passenger seat and drive away from the church, wiping away the tears that continue to fall from my eyes. Away from Reed Sanders and the memories of the way his lips felt pressed to mine, how his hand always found mine when we were walking somewhere, even though we were never together. He made me feel safe and loved during a time that everything felt like it was upside down. Reed Sanders is married now. I heard it with my own ears, saw it with my own eyes. Now I can move on and stop pining over the man I fell in love with when I was just 14 years old.
Chapter 4. Reed. Present day. 2 weeks later. I walk down the stairs of my childhood home, the scent of bacon, cinnamon rolls, and coffee calling to me. "You're trying to get me to stay here forever, aren't you?" "That'd be nice." My mom gives me her cheek so I can give her a kiss while she's standing at the stove flipping bacon. I thought parents looked forward to their empty nest years. My dad grunts from his place at the table, sipping coffee, leaning back in his chair with his phone in his hand, reading something. At 55, Dad has embraced technology as much as he can. He reads through the cattle markets and a little bit of news on his phone, but that's about the extent of it. He's old school down to his bones. I look a lot like him, with the exception of how many tattoos cover the top half of my body. He's ink-free, dark hair that's had some salt thrown in it over the years, and a full beard. I don't remember the last time I saw his face bare. He's not in perfect shape, a little bit of a belly on him now, but he's still strong as an ox and can keep up with his young ranch hands, even making them look like they're out of shape. "What's wrong, Dad? You don't want us here?" I tease. I know better than that. He wants us here as much as he wants his next cup of black coffee that's as strong as his next bull is. "Leave the girl. You can go away." "You've got jokes," I say, smiling and shaking my head as I sip at my own coffee. I learned how to drink it from him. If he ever saw me put cream or sugar in my cup, he'd never let me live it down. The object of his affection comes running in from outside, her new black lab puppy Bandit hot on her heels, clumsily running after her. I hadn't planned to get one so soon, but a friend of Dad's had a litter of puppies and offered one to us. We had planned to go to the shelter, but I saw the picture he'd sent to Dad and knew one of them would be perfect. Plenty of energy for my little spitfire of a daughter, but would grow into its paws one day and protect her while being our friend. She's only had him 3 days, and it was an instant love connection between Emmy and Bandit. He won't leave her side, not that she'd let him. "You ready for your first day of kindergarten, baby?"
"I'm going to miss Bandit,"
she says quietly. Dad bends over and picks up the puppy, settling him on his lap, playing with his ears. "Bandit and I will miss you too, but think of all the stories you'll be able to come home and tell us." That helps her perk up. 2 nights ago, we met her teacher at a Meet the Teacher night the school puts on. While we were there, she met a few of her classmates. A little girl with dark hair and dark eyes named Erica. The two connected immediately because they claimed they looked alike and both have names that start with E. To them, that meant they had to be friends and could even tell people they were sisters. Not sure where that logic came from. The other, a boy named Carter, who looked at Emmy like she hung the moon. Maybe I was reading into it, but either way I don't trust the kid. Not that I'd trust any boy around my daughter. Luckily, her teacher, Mrs. Jansen, was welcoming and sweet, gave Emmy a couple hugs, and held her hand as she walked her around the classroom. Mrs. Jansen listened intently as Emmy gave her the 3-minute version of her life story, ending with her amazingly cute new puppy, who Emmy made sure to ask if he could just come sit with her during school and swore that he wouldn't be any trouble. She gave her a smile and a hug then, letting her know that maybe once the puppy was a little older, she could bring him in for show and tell if it was okay with me. That pacified her enough for the time being, but I'm sure she'll think he's old enough in about a week and start asking if she can bring him to school with her.
Mrs. Jansen is probably so excited to see you today.
Mom places the pan of cinnamon rolls on the table along with a plate of bacon.
I bet she is,
Emmy agrees, and my parents and I smile. After my dad says grace, we all dig in before getting Emmy ready for her first day of school. This is the day I've been dreading since we moved back to Lakeside. Catherine should be here, braiding her hair and helping her get into her first day outfit, walking into the classroom with me and hugging our daughter goodbye, wishing her good luck on her first day. We'd leave together, Catherine with tears streaking down her cheeks, and we'd bond over the way our daughter is growing up without our permission. It hurts knowing all the things she's missing, all the moments Emmy will experience without her mother. It sucks, plain and simple. Once we're finished eating, Emmy and I disappear to her bedroom, and I help her into the little jean overall shorts and striped shirt she picked out for her first day. She puts on her new bright purple sneakers and stares at them while I help secure the Velcro tightly. How do you want your hair?
2 braids, Daddy.
I figured as much. I've become pretty good with doing French braids on her. It took watching 4 hours of YouTube videos to learn, but I finally got it down. She grabs her comb and 2 ties from her dresser, and we get to work, her standing in front of me while I sit on the edge of her bed. She sits patiently when I mess up one braid and have to start over. Mom offered to help, but it's not her job. And besides, I like doing it for my daughter. My parents might be here now, but it's not their job to parent. It's their job to spoil her and play with her and feed her enough sugar that I have to deal with her being hyper at night. Once I get her hair braided, she springs up from the floor, wraps her arms around me.
Thank you, Daddy. They're perfect.
She hasn't even seen them yet, and they're far from perfect, but they'll keep her long, thick hair out of her face while she plays today. Brush your teeth, Pumpkin. Then Grandma wants to take 1,000,000 pictures before I take you to school.
Yay!
She heads to the bathroom we share, and I peek around the corner to make sure she uses toothpaste, her signature move when it comes to getting her teeth brushed quickly. Once I see that she's squirted some on her toothbrush, I make my way to my room to grab my phone, wallet, and keys. I'm back in the kitchen and pour myself another cup of coffee in a travel mug and lean against the counter, taking a drink.
She ready?
Mom asks. Just brushing her teeth now. She comes into the kitchen with a bright smile on her face. Bandit jumps from his place on the floor and runs to greet her.
Be good for Daddy today, Bandit, and I'll give you a treat when I get home.
Mom's eyes meet mine and we grin.
Picture time,
Mom says, grabbing both her phone and her expensive camera off the counter. Get your backpack first. I gesture to where it sits by the door. We get her positioned in front of the large wooden entry door in front of the house and take pictures of her by herself, with Bandit, with me, and a few with her grandparents. Then Emmy and I file into my pickup and I drop her off at school. While I'm trying to get her to stay with me, she's not having it. She's ready to kick me to the curb, and I know that's good, but damn, it hurts. She's supposed to want to stay by my side forever, right? After I pull out of the parking lot, fighting back the emotion of the morning, I go run a couple errands for Dad, picking up a few items he needed for the horses, and then some cases of soda that he likes to keep in the fridge in the shop. Just as I'm about to head back out of town, I see the Lakeside Dance Studio building and make a last-minute decision to pull in. I pull on the door and step inside, looking around. I hear sultry music from the back and hear someone call out, "I'll be out in a second." I look around, pictures of dancers grace the walls. It didn't look like much from the outside, but inside tells a different story. There are 4 rooms plus what looks like an office. Each of the dance rooms have a large glass wall, and a quick look inside shows a mirror on the opposite wall. There's a sign that says, "No shoes allowed past this point," and I furrow my brow, wondering what that means. There's a built-in shelf that looks like it's to store shoes and maybe even hang backpacks and coats. It's impressive, really. The same studio was here when I was growing up, but it looks updated, modern, and when I look to the side at another sign that reads, "All dancers welcome here," I know that it's exactly where I want Emmy to be.
"Keep going, ladies. You're looking great."
That voice. I know that voice. It arrests me, my feet glued to the floor. And then I see her. She's standing probably 10 feet away from me, and she gasps. I open my mouth to say something, but I don't even know what to say. Sadie. Our eyes connect, and she takes a step forward, then another. I do the same, but then neither of us come any closer.
"Holy shit,"
Sadie breathes, stopping in her tracks. My sentiments exactly. I had no idea she still lived in Lakeside, though I made it very clear to my parents that I didn't want to know details on Sadie's life. We stare at each other, eyes blinking slowly. What? The rest of my question sticks in my throat. I'm not even sure what I was going to ask her. What is she doing here? What's she been up to the last dozen years? Why couldn't she love me back all those years ago?
"Reed."
My name sounds like heaven coming from her lips. I close my eyes, letting it wash over me. It's been so long since I've heard her voice or seen her in the flesh, not just in my dreams. Sadie. My voice is thick and scratchy. She bites her lip and looks over her shoulder when the music in the back changes, someone calling her name and asking if Sadie wants her to continue.
"Can you take over for a bit, Candace?" "You got it."
When her eyes return to mine, we continue our stare down, neither of us making a move. My daughter, she's looking for dance classes. It's the first thing that comes to mind to say. But what am I supposed to do here? Shoot the shit with her? Make small talk? She made it clear 12 years ago that she no longer cared about me, so it's best to keep things cordial now. If she came out to help a visitor, that must mean she works here, right? It's been a long time since I felt this way. Like my mind is stuck. Her eyes widen at my mention of Emmy, but they don't seem surprised. Of course they aren't. I'm sure she's heard all about Emmy from my mom. Possibly even the fact that Catherine died, too. I assumed that when Mom was keeping in touch with Sadie, it meant that they were doing so over social media or the occasional phone call. Now I wonder if they're hanging out together, spending time with one another.
"I heard about your wife. I'm sorry."
So she did know. I nod, shoving my hands in my pockets. I never understood why people said they were sorry. It wasn't her who forced Catherine to stare at her phone screen rather than focus on the road ahead of her. I suppose it's one of those sayings that started years ago, and it just never changed over time. Thanks. She looks away and then back again, her eyes still so pretty.
"Has Emerson danced before?"
My entire body flinches at her use of my daughter's name. She knows about me. Possibly knew I was moving home, and I didn't even know she was still here. I take a minute to really look at her, and that's when I realize what she's wearing. Fishnet stockings, heels that look like they could be used as a weapon, they're so tall, a pair of shiny, bright green underwear, and a black bra thing that looks incredibly complicated with all the straps. "What the hell are you wearing?" I ask, probably rudely, but she just smiles, giggling a little, and it's like a vice is gripping my heart. I haven't heard her voice, her laugh, in so long. I missed it. I missed her. The way her eyes sparkle in amusement and her lips lift in a smile. Damn, she's even more beautiful than I remember. When I last saw her, she was still growing into herself. Now, though, I see everything thanks to her attire. Firm stomach, full breasts, strong arms and legs. The only thing that's the same about Sadie Jones is her hair, still pin straight and blonde. She throws a thumb over her shoulder.
"I teach pole dancing in the back."
My daughter isn't pole dancing. I'm sure I look horrified, but I figured this was a regular dance studio for little kids.
"That's good because she's not old enough for that. Maybe we could start her out with some beginner ballet."
A teasing smile stretches across her face, and I can't stop my eyes from drifting down, focusing on her full lips. I'm standing here in front of Sadie for the first time in 12 years as she takes a break from teaching a pole dancing class. We're discussing starting my daughter out with some beginner ballet classes while she's at her first day of kindergarten. How is this my life? I'm barely holding it together, feeling like I'm about to come out of my own skin. It's too much for me to deal with. She's too pretty and sexy, and my daughter just started school and... Shit, I need a drink, and I rarely drink. Okay, I find myself saying. She moves with ease on heels that should roll her ankle and brushes past me, her scent lingering in the air between us. A mixture of something sweet that reminds me of when my mom would bake pumpkin bars in the fall, and something else that brings back memories better left buried. She hands me a piece of paper and a pen. Fill this out, and here's a list of our classes and the times so you can take a look at what works for your schedule. How old is she? 5? Yes, I tell her, wondering how she's so calm. Meanwhile, I'm about to come unglued and out of my skin. She's at her first day of kindergarten now, I add in unnecessarily. You can take a seat in my office to fill it out. I don't take a seat. Instead, I stand and bend over the desk, making quick work of filling out my and Emmy's information. I pause at the section where I'm supposed to fill out my cell number. That means Sadie will have my number, even though it hasn't changed since I left. Sadie doesn't comment on the fact that I don't sit down. Was she excited? Yes. I place the pen down on the desk and stand up straight. Looking through the paper for the time she has available for Emmy, I decide on Mondays at 4. Is there room in that class for her? Absolutely. All right then. See you then. I spin on my heel and push my way through the door, sucking in a breath of fresh air when I get outside. I don't hesitate, just climb into my pickup, start it up, and drive. I know I'd made it clear to my mom that I didn't want to know much, if anything at all, about Sadie, but I would think she would have at least let me know she was still in Lakeside. I pick up my phone, ready to chew someone out who doesn't deserve it, and unfortunately for her, my mom calls at the wrong time. Mom? Uh-oh, she murmurs nervously at the sound of my voice. She's still in town? Mom is quiet on the other end of the line and eventually blows out a breath. Every time I tried to bring up Sadie, you shut me out, she reminds me gently. You should have found a way to let me know she still lived in Lakeside. Where'd you see her? The dance studio. Emmy wants to go to classes, so I stopped in. Oh, my. Yeah, imagine my surprise to find her when I stepped inside. Oh, my, she repeats. I grunt, flipping my blinker to turn right and head down a side road I haven't been on in years. 12 years, in fact. I didn't even realize I was heading in this direction until I got here. I curse under my breath, and luckily Mom doesn't hear, or if she does, she ignores it. I may be 30 years old, but she wouldn't hesitate on calling me out for cursing in front of her. I'm sorry, Reed. I wanted to tell you, but you told me you didn't want to know anything about her. I know I said that, Mom, but you... I want to blame her, but really it's not her fault. I need to grow up and be okay with knowing about what the girl who broke my heart is up to now. It was over a decade ago, and it's time I got over it. Never mind, it's not your fault. It was just... shocking, that's all. How did she seem? Not as shocked as I did, that's for sure. She just acted like I was the same as any other dad coming in off the streets to sign up their daughter for ballet class. She's silent, and then she says, she knew you were back. The gravel road is bumpy as I slowly make my way to the spot Sadie and I once shared. My tight grip on the steering wheel has nothing to do with the way the road is. How? More silence that's only grating on my nerves. Mom, how did she know? You knew she and I still spoke, Reed. I know that, but she knew Emerson's name, her age. She definitely wasn't surprised to see me in town. I guess I just assumed you and her spoke, but not frequently. She came out for a coffee a few days before you were set to come back. She helped me set... She stops abruptly, clearly not meaning to out herself. Helped you set... I prompt her, wanting her to just finish the rest of what she was going to say and get it over with. Emmy's room. I slam on the brakes and throw my pickup in park, get out and slam the door. My phone is clenched in my fist, still pressed to my ear. Sadie helped set up my daughter's room? Knowing that does something to me, knocks the wind out of me. I shake out the hand not holding my phone. Fire burns inside. I don't know if it's anger or pain, possibly both. Only the paint and her dresser. She refinished it for me. It's kind of a passion of hers. So is painting. You know how she's always been so creative. I stop pacing in front of my pickup and scowl at the ground beneath my feet. I remember, I mumble. There's really not much I don't remember about Sadie Jones, but apparently I still have a lot to learn. You didn't want to know, she reminds me. I know, I whisper. She sighs and responds gently, Reed, maybe there's a reason she's still here, and you're back. Last I heard she was getting married to Billy, and I guess I assumed she'd left town, I growl. Lakeside might still be the same, but a lot has changed. Obviously. I lean against the front of my pickup and look around. It was a little over 12 years ago that I last saw Sadie. I dropped her off at her trailer after we spent a night together, wrapped in each other's arms under the stars. I suck in a breath and lean over, hands to my knees. You still there? Mom asks. Yeah, I croak out. Are you okay? I know how much you loved her. It's on the tip of my tongue to correct her. Love. How much I love her. But that's not true anymore. I found love after Sadie Jones broke my heart and told me she didn't love me back, when she ignored my calls and when I'd knock on her door begging for her to talk to me, when she let me leave Lakeside without even so much as a goodbye. I stand straight and clear my throat. I'm fine, just surprised is all. Today's been a lot to take in, bringing Emmy to her first day of school without Catherine, then seeing Sadie. I didn't expect it, is all. Reed, I said I was fine, I bark. She doesn't deserve that, though. Mom has been nothing but supportive of me my entire life. I soften my voice and continue. Now I know and won't be blindsided the next time I see her. I signed Emmy up for dance class with her, which means I'll see her often, but at least I'll be prepared. I'll endure the pain of seeing Sadie, knowing she belongs to another man every day if it means Emmy is happy. I should have told you. Told me that she's still here? No, that she and I have become close. How close? I hear her suck in a breath, and I squeeze my eyes closed. This is what I said was okay. I didn't want Sadie to be left without family just because she didn't love me the way I wanted her to. We see each other. Your dad sees her. I feel like you're just giving me pieces of a huge puzzle, and I can't even find the edges to start it out. I'll explain our relationship with Sadie to you tonight. Fine, just nothing changes, okay? More damn silence greets me, which is grating on my nerves. Okay, Reed. Nothing changes, she says ominously, then tells me she needs to get off the phone, and I'm greeted by more fucking silence.
Chapter 5. Sadie. I sit in my office chair and wipe away the stray tears that don't seem to want to stop falling since Reed came into my studio. I knew he was back home, and I'd eventually end up seeing him. I just didn't expect it to be today, or that I'd be dressed this way the first time I saw Reed in 12 years. I'm not ashamed of teaching classes on pole dancing, but it's not as if I would wear these clothes out in public. When my eyes landed on Reed, standing in the middle of my studio, my heart felt like it was in my throat, his name rolling off my tongue in a breathless whoosh. It was as if my world had just been righted. I knew when I said his daughter's name that I shocked him. He has no idea how much I know about him. A few months after he left for college, his mom tracked me down and wouldn't relent until I told her what happened. I didn't tell her we'd slept together, but I did let her know that I told him I didn't love him. Without her son telling her, she knew his feelings for me. I just didn't realize that she knew I returned those feelings. But she also knew that I was scared. That day, I cried on her shoulder for what felt like hours. Once I was finished, Lindsay looked me in the eye and said she wasn't going anywhere, no matter what the future held between her son and me. It was a promise her son had made to me time and time again. A promise he didn't keep, but I don't blame him. Why would he keep a promise after I broke his heart? However, for the past 12 years, she's held true to her promise. Even after he married another woman. At first, I felt weird, meeting for coffee or spending a day baking with Lindsay, knowing that Catherine was in the picture. But it wasn't about Reed with us. Lindsay is the mother I never had. She's kind and loving, funny, and makes the best pies I've ever tasted. And Reed would kill me, but she's one of the best pole dancers I've ever taught. After Reed left and my world felt like it was crumbling, I turned to a dark place. I made bad decision after bad decision. Danger lurked all around me. I spent time with people I had no business even talking to, much less associating with. I was spiraling out of control, experimenting with drugs and binge drinking to try to numb the pain of knowing that my life would forever be the same. Living in a trailer, taking care of my brother and my mother who didn't want to be taken care of at the time. Depression had settled deep in my veins, and I would do anything to dull the crippling sensation that was stopping me from moving forward and making a life for myself. I accepted the life that I thought I deserved, especially after breaking Reed's heart and lying directly to his face. The only place I could find any sort of comfort was when I was dancing. Unfortunately, that led me to making a living by stripping. It wasn't ideal, but it pulled me away from a life of medicating with drugs. And I honestly loved it. I was able to block out the lewd comments and dollar bills being stuffed between my skin and panties, and I just danced. I lost myself in the music and the way my hand sliding around the cool metal of the smooth pole felt. My eyes would fall closed and my back would arch as I slowly circled the pole, and I would just dance. It got to the point where I was a featured dancer. The owner of Eve's was a respectable businessman, not anything like what many people assume a strip bar owner would be like. He recognized my love for dancing and saw the way the guests reacted. By the time I quit, I was the most requested dancer and was making money I only dreamed of. It was a hard decision to leave Eve's, but it was time. I saved every cent I could, working at the diner during the day and driving 40 minutes to Eve's Gentlemen's Club 5 nights a week. For 7 years, I worked myself to the bone, but it was worth it. I was eventually able to quit working at Eve's and worked only at the diner until 2 years ago, when I took over ownership of the studio. I took a risk adding a pole dancing class. Until I bought the studio, nothing other than ballet was taught. But Lindsay supported me, and everyone in town trusts her. Even though many people were wary, they came with an open mind. For years, I lived in a bubble, thinking that everyone in the town of Lakeside thought a certain way about me. Turns out, I was wrong. They didn't think of me as trailer trash or a stripper. They saw that I was Sadie Jones. And just like Reed told me more times than I can count, that was enough. I didn't hide what I did for a living, but that never mattered. Everyone in town knew why I was doing what I did, and rather than judging me for it, they applauded me. Well, most of them, anyway. Of course, there were the select few, catty women who probably felt more jealous or possibly even threatened by me. Even a few men who thought that what I did for a living meant they had every right to touch me whenever they'd like. But the number of people in Lakeside who supported me far outnumbered the jerks who thought I was beneath them. It solidified my love for this small town and opened my eyes to how much I tended to judge others, too. I'm proud of what I've accomplished and discovered that I'm worth more than I once thought. Sure, I still have my moments, but I finally realized that I'm just as deserving of my heart's desires as the others are. I shake off the question that filters through my mind if that includes Reed. The ladies who signed up for my class embraced it and have been having so much fun, begging me to add more time slots. I still teach most of the classes, but have 3 employees. Chelsea does 3 hip-hop classes a week and 1 yoga. Candace helps with the ballet classes so we can hold more than 1 level of lessons at a time, and Violet, who teaches tumbling. LDS is so busy that Reed's dad, Alan, has been encouraging me to expand and move to a bigger building. With as much room as we need for the pole classes, it does make sense. Scheduling all the classes has become quite a headache with the limited amount of space we have. I have students who drive an hour to get here because we offer what a lot of dance studios don't. Alan's taken the lead on finding locations, including empty lots where we could build a brand new building. It's a heady feeling to go from not being able to put food on the table for my family to owning my own profitable business and earning enough money that I can build a studio from the ground up. Now that Reed's back home, I fear that I'll lose Lindsay and Alan, even though they've both assured me that wouldn't be the case. How can it not, though? He's their son. They're flesh and blood. I'm the girl who broke his heart and then hung around like a lost little puppy dog without a home. I can only hope that Reed and I can become friends again and possibly come to an understanding where I still get Alan and Lindsay as a part of my life. Maybe that's wishful thinking, or possibly selfish, but for the last 12 years, I've come to rely on them more than I'd like to admit. "Everything okay, boss?" Candace asks, peeking her head into my office. She finished the class for me, and now it's only the 2 of us in the studio. I offer her a smile that she sees right through. Uh-oh. What happened? Who was that? Alan and Lindsay's son. Her eyes widen, and she looks behind her, as if she would get a glimpse of him still standing there. Reed Sanders is a bit of a legend in Lakeside, even if he doesn't know it. But she has no idea who Reed is to me, that I gave him my virginity and have never gotten over him. 12 years hasn't done anything to diminish my love for Reed, which I'm sure to some, or most, seems pathetic and quite strange that I can still feel love for a man I haven't seen in person in a dozen years. But I can't stop my heart from calling out to him. It probably wasn't a good idea to become so close with his parents, but not having a part of Reed wasn't an option either. Holy shit. For real? Her reaction is exactly as I'd expect it would be. Reed was the boy next door. Yeah, he's signing his daughter up for ballet. No way. She studies me when I offer up a weak smile. Then why do you look like you're about to puke? Just not feeling great. I think I got too hot earlier. Maybe I'm getting my period. She nods, accepting that excuse. Candace was the first person to sign up for my pole class. Her 2 daughters have been dancing with LDS since before I took over. She's one of my best friends. Anne was my first employee. She knows everything about me, except the part where Reed is involved. Go home and take some Advil. You know, after this week, you won't get much time to do that, and I can take the next class. I'm tempted to turn her down, but she's right. Once regular classes start up next week, my life will be much busier. During the summer months, we have some classes, but they're mostly adult classes with one mommy and me yoga class and a tumbling class a lot of the girls enjoy. But also, after Reed was here, I need time to think and decompress. I pretended to be calm, but the entire time he was standing in front of me, I was having an inner freak out. I wanted to run into his arms, and at the same time, out the back door. My hands were shaking, and I seriously considered throwing up. When I last saw him up close, he was a boy. 18 years old. He had yet to grow into his body. But now he has. When I saw him at his wedding, I didn't get a close enough look, and I was too worried about being caught, so I didn't allow myself to pay attention to the details that would have changed about him. I had a hard time tearing my eyes away from the way his black t-shirt clung tight to his biceps. He was a strong guy before, but now he's ripped, with muscles on top of muscles. Reed always kept his face clean of facial hair, but now he's sporting a scruffy beard. And tattoos. Lots and lots of tattoos. Goodness, his tattoos. The only thing that stayed the same was his jet black hair cut short. Man, that's what Reed is now. A strong, sexy, gorgeous, tattooed, sexy as sin man. And a daddy. Reed's a daddy, and I have no idea why, but that makes him even sexier. You sure? Don't you want to go home while you have the house to yourself? Nah, I'll just miss the girls if I do. Erica was too excited to go to school this morning for my liking. I don't think she'll miss me one bit. She kept talking about her new friend and how she couldn't wait to see her again. I start changing my clothes, not embarrassed to do so in front of Candace. Oh yeah? That's good though, right? Wouldn't you rather she be ready? It'd be nice if she missed me a little, she grumbled, and I grin. I sit down to remove my shoes and place them aside, flexing my toes and massaging my feet. Once I'm dressed, I slide my feet into a pair of flip-flops and sling my crossbody bag over my shoulder. After hugging Candace goodbye, I make a quick escape. Once in my car, I drive. No real destination in mind. I pick up my phone and call Lindsay, figuring she'd need a warning before her son called her on his own. She picks up on the first ring, and by the sound of her voice, I'd say she already knows. I should have told him, she tells me once we've greeted each other. I wince, hoping that she's not upset with me, though I have nothing to apologize for. He told you not to. It's not your fault, I remind her. She's silent for a few beats, probably not entirely believing my words. Are you okay? I will be. It was a surprise, even though it wasn't entirely. At least I knew he was back. It was pretty clear he had no idea I still lived here in Lakeside. I'm sure it was quite the surprise. She laughs, and I wonder what Reed told her. This is ridiculous. We knew each other once upon a time. We are surely old enough to move past this, right? I don't know if I'm trying to convince her or myself. Move past what, hun? I flip my blinker on and turn right, turning down a road that I haven't ventured down since the last time I was here with Reed. You know what? Don't play dumb. Are you calling me dumb? She jokes. I sigh. Honestly, Lindsay, I'll be fine. I was surprised to see him, but we've gotten it out of the way, and now we can both move forward. Move on, right? I mean, it was 1,000,000 years ago. He fell in love. He has a daughter. We're not the same people we were then. I wonder if she hears the doubt in my voice. In 12 years, I didn't move on. Why would I think I would now that he's home? Right, she says, unconvinced. I go down the road that leads to the last place I felt truly at peace and happy, only to see I'm not alone. Lindsay, I think I'll need to call you later. That's fine. I need to take care of some gardening anyway. Let's do lunch next week. Sounds good. I toss my phone on the passenger seat and stare at the surly man staring back at me, arms crossed over his muscled chest and a scowl marring his gorgeous face. Shit, I mutter to myself and take a deep breath, open my car door and step out. It doesn't take me but a second to realize where I'm standing, where he's standing, and what happened here 12 years ago.
Chapter 6. Read. For the second time today, I'm standing face to face with Sadie. Only this time she's covered up, which makes me both irrationally happy and upset at the same time. Happy because I'd be fucking pissed, again irrationally so, if she were walking around allowing other men to see her dressed that way. Upset because, well, She looks amazing, and I wouldn't mind seeing her in the outfit she was wearing to teach pole dancing classes. I shake my head, angry that I'm so focused on what she's wearing rather than the fact that she's here in my presence. "What are you doing here?" I ask, voice gruff. I don't leave the safety of where I'm standing next to my pickup. I know if I take a step toward her, I'll want to take her in my arms. How is it that after all these years, her body still calls to me? My fingers itch to reach out, so I shove them in my pockets, hoping that it isn't obvious that I am aching to touch her once again. She studies me for a few seconds.
Probably the same thing you're doing here.
For some reason, her words irritate me. Why does she think she has the right to know what I'm thinking or doing? I widen my stance and huff. I have no idea why I'm here, so maybe you can enlighten me. Sadie looks around, her cheeks going slightly pink.
I don't have an answer for that, she eventually admits. I was a little off-kilter after you left and just got in my car and drove.
After you changed, I acknowledge with a nod in her direction, and she blushes deeper.
Those shoes aren't necessarily easy to drive in.
I'd imagine not, I murmur, looking away. I don't know what else to say to her. Once upon a time, she and I could sit and talk for hours without prompting. It wasn't this uncomfortableness that has settled between us. We're strangers now. Except I don't think we are, at least not from her perspective.
I'm sorry that I surprised you.
Her voice carries over to me in the soft wind, so soft that I can barely hear. Not your fault. I take a step toward her, then back again, cataloging everything about Sadie. I didn't allow myself to really pay attention earlier. My greedy eyes were taking in every inch of her, and luckily I was able to see a lot of those inches thanks to her barely there outfit. Now, though, she's covered up and wearing something that reminds me of Sadie Jones, 18-year-old heartbreaker, casual in her leggings, fitted white t-shirt, and flip-flops. Simple. Beautiful.
I don't know how to do this, she says, taking a step toward me, fidgeting with her hands in front of her.
Me either, I admit, shrugging a shoulder and looking away from her. We used to be best friends. She knew everything about me, and I knew everything about her. At least I thought I did. Though I'd imagine this will be easier for you.
How so?
Her eyebrows furrow and eyes narrow, as if she's a little angry by my assumption. I can't help the twinge of bitterness that's in my voice when I say to her, "You didn't seem as surprised to see me in Lakeside as I did to realize you were still here, or that you spend time with my mother.
You didn't want to know."
I blink twice, lick my lips, and take a step backward. Her proximity is doing strange things to me, and I need this space. I have no idea how this woman has such a grip on me. I don't know anything about her anymore, but something inside tells me that's a lie, that I still know her. I always have. Truth is, I never knew her the way I thought I did. No, I didn't. For a reason.
I'm sorry, Reed.
I want to demand she'd tell me what she's sorry for. At the same time, I don't want for her to be sorry, because I wish there was nothing for her to be sorry for. That's the bitch of it, though. There really isn't. Unrequited love isn't something the person on the receiving end of that love has any fault in. My feelings for her weren't her fault any more than my own. She didn't love me. I was in love with her. It was as simple as that. I swallow hard. When I was younger, I would have gotten pissed. Now I know life is too short. It's time to let the past go. You have nothing to be sorry for. I was 18. I reacted poorly to being turned down, to not getting my way. We both moved on, but really I didn't. Not completely, or as I should have. For that, I'm sorry. I'm man enough to admit that once upon a time you broke my heart, and instead of sucking it up and accepting the fact that you didn't return those feelings, I acted like a spoiled punk. I'm sorry. She sucks in a sharp breath, and I watch as her chest rises and falls. I pull my hands out of my pockets and brush one through my short hair.
It wasn't...
She trails off, and I wait for her to continue, to explain whatever wasn't, but she looks away, focusing on the mountains in the distance. When her eyes return to me, they're filled with a flood of emotions that I can't name, and that drives me insane. It used to be that I knew what she was thinking with a single look. That was before, though. She doesn't continue, but I can't let it go. I reach out a hand to her and drop it. Wasn't what?
Nothing. You're right. We both moved on.
She did, didn't she? Moved on from me. It was me who didn't move on. At least not entirely. There was a part of me that always kept Sadie in my heart. Maybe it was because we never had closure. Whatever the reason, I feel like a major shithead. Catherine deserved better than what I gave her, even if she didn't know it. Since her death, I've thought a lot about how I loved Catherine. Did I hold back and not give her what she deserved? Is that why she struggled with her appearance and weight? Because I didn't love her enough? Was it enough? I'm really not sure, but a huge part of me thinks it wasn't. How could it be when a part of my heart was always reserved for someone else? The guilt is sometimes suffocating. Anger brews inside me. Whether it's justified or not, I don't know. If I'd have had closure from Sadie, would I have given more of myself to Catherine? Would she have had the struggles that she did? Or did a part of her know that there was someone else who lived in a section of my heart and I never sent out the eviction notice? I scrub a hand down my face and growl, "Fuck." Frustration grows and I yell, "Fuck!" Out of the corner of my eye, I see Sadie jump and wrap her arms around her waist. There's not a single ounce inside of me that's okay with her being afraid of me, and if my reaction caused her fear, sorry, I'm just, what the fuck?
What are you what the fucking over?
I chuckle and relax slightly, noticing that she does the same. I really don't know. It's just, today has been overwhelming. She stays quiet, letting me come to terms with what's been so overwhelming about the day and what I want to admit to her. Whether we've spent much time together recently, it seems as though she still knows me. Back in the day, I would have to sit and stew over things that really bothered me, and that hasn't changed. I brought my daughter to kindergarten this morning. She doesn't even skip a beat or question my abrupt change in not only topics, but also my tone of voice. Instead, she asks,
"Was she excited to be there?"
I laugh, reach into my pocket and grab a ball cap and slap it on my head. There's no reason for it other than it gives me something to do, because the way she's standing in front of me, looking as gorgeous as she is, has me itching to do something else with my hands. I'm a living, breathing contradiction, pissed at her 1 second, angry at myself the next, guilty and sad over my actions the last 12 years, and finally, lusting over her. It's a yo-yo of emotions, and it's exhausting. Yeah, she was. Hard, though, because her mom should have been here, but it is what it is, I shrug. There's not a fucking thing that's going to change the fact that she's never going to be here. Sadie presses her lips together, but holds my gaze.
"I'm sure that this morning was hard."
It was, I admit, eventually. She nods in agreement. I move around to the back of my pickup. The tailgate groans when I release the hatch and lay it down. The pickup dips when I sit on the tailgate and motion for her to join me. It's not lost on me that the last time I sat with her on a tailgate, I lost my virginity and expressed my love to her. But if I keep living in the past and not looking forward, I'll turn into a bitter fucker. She slowly makes her way over, sitting down next to me but not touching. The tension between us hangs heavy in the air like clouds holding back a summer storm. She places her palms down, fingers curling around the edge as she leans forward just a smidge.
"I haven't been here since that night."
I kind of love that she doesn't trail off or avoid eye contact when she's talking about that night. She just lays it out there. Yeah, me either. She turns to look forward, legs kicking slowly back and forth.
"It's still as beautiful as I remember."
It is, I agree. It's what I've been missing the last decade of my life. The peace that Lakeside brings me. Even when she's here, making all my senses zip and zap against each other, I still feel peace and calm.
"Why were you apologizing? I mean, I know what you said, but I don't get it."
I turn my head so I'm facing her. "I always told you that I'd be there for you. When I didn't get my way, I left. Suddenly I was that all-or-nothing guy, and That wasn't fair. Not to you, not to us.
I understood.
You shouldn't have. She's quiet for a few beats. Then she lifts her legs, planting her feet on the tailgate and resting her forearms on her knees, head turned in my direction and cheek resting on her arms.
Yeah, Reed, I should have. I didn't necessarily behave as I should have either. I mean, I let you leave without saying goodbye.
There's a sadness in her voice that breaks my heart.
We were so young.
We were.
Man, sometimes it feels like a million years ago, doesn't it?
I bark out a laugh. It does. And other times,
like yesterday.
I nod my head, and this time I'm the first to look away. A small smile curves my lips. Do you remember that night of our senior year that you thought you'd try to drink an entire bottle of UV Blue and mix it with Red Bull?
No, I do not,
she says, a teasing lilt to her voice that has me chuckling. No, I'm sure you don't. You accomplished it.
I did, though I'm not sure I deserve any praise for that.
Fuck, that was nasty shit.
It was. I threw up for 2 days straight after that night. Mom thought I was pregnant.
We laugh together, and I don't allow myself to focus on the fact that it feels natural. You were a mess. I thought I was going to murder someone that night.
You almost did, if memory serves, which, as we established, isn't very clear of the night.
Fucking Tim, that ass. She chuckles, but doesn't disagree.
You probably saved me from a lot that night.
Punching Tim and breaking his nose was my pleasure, trust me. I've never been so pissed or terrified as I was that night. I kept trying to get her to stop drinking, but Tim kept feeding her more and more. I know what his plan was. He said it loudly and to anyone that would listen that he had every intention of screwing that before the night was over. He was known to be a jerk, but he ramped it up that night to epic levels. Obviously, that wasn't happening on my watch. When I finally got Sadie pulled away from the fray, all I could think about was getting her home and away from all the dangers. To say she was drunk would be putting it mildly. She couldn't stand on her own, couldn't hold up her head. I'm sure she had alcohol poisoning, but I was too afraid to say anything. I was young and cocky enough that I was pretty positive anything she threw at me I could handle. I still don't know why she was so hell-bent on forgetting that night.
I saw him a few years ago,
she says absent-mindedly. The corner of my mouth turns up a little, remembering the end of that night. It felt so good to lay into that asshole. Oh, yeah? She nods, grinning and giving me a knowing look.
His nose is still all janky.
I can't help the smug grin that stretches through my lips. Good, I grunt.
Figured you'd like that. He's also still just as big of a tool as he was then.
Not surprised, I murmur. Guys like Tim don't change, though I'd hoped that busting him up a little would have gotten him to at least take a good hard look at how he treated people. Was he still a dick to you? She hesitates, looking away and putting her feet back down, dangling them over the edge of the tailgate.
I can handle guys like Tim.
I don't know what that means, but it doesn't give me a good feeling in my stomach. So he was a dick.
No more than he was back then. It's fine, Reed. Trust me, I've encountered far worse than Tim Stratford. He's simply an egotistical ass who thinks he's God's gift to women.
And let me guess, he's far from it. She looks at me out of the corner of her eye and gives me a little side grin.
Far.
I chuckle again and feel the tightness in my chest from the fear of Tim still mistreating Sadie loosen a bit. Sadie was always stronger than she thought, and I have no doubt that she'd bust his ass if he deserved it. That night, I swallow hard and shake my head.
Yeah?
What was going on? You weren't yourself. You never told me why you were so determined to get drunk that night. Her lips twist and she jumps down from the tailgate, walks around a little bit. I let her have her time just like she did me. In fact, if she decides she still doesn't want to tell me, I'll let it go. Still, I lean forward, wanting to hear every word she is willing to tell me.
I found out something that day, and I just needed to, forget life, feel like a teenager, anything to help me forget what my life was like, and would always be like.
I hate that she always had walls up between us. I thought we told each other everything. She was my best friend. If we were at school, we were together between classes and lunch. If we were out of school, we were hanging out. On the weekends, we were together. Our lives were so entwined, it's no wonder I fell in love with her. What do you mean?
My mom was sick. More than I thought she was, I guess. Sick in a different way, I mean. And, well, I didn't take it well.
Chapter 7. Sadie. That little bit of information is putting it mildly. That was the morning I found out my mom was bipolar. I had just heard from my bio dad that afternoon and needed to not think for a while. I needed a night where I didn't have the heavy weight of being responsible for my brother sitting on my shoulders. One night, that's all I wanted. I remember hoping that I'd have the courage to tell Reed all about it. But then we were at the party and I saw him talking and laughing with his friends, and I knew I couldn't saddle him with that. I'd burdened him with enough of my troubles, and I knew him well enough to know that if he found out that my life for the foreseeable future consisted of caring for my family, he'd do everything in his power to fix it, even if that meant putting his own life on hold. Why didn't you tell me? I walked closer to the lake. It's not as breathtaking as Flathead, but it's certainly beautiful. Clear and bright blue water that reflects the mountains protecting it. Picking up a colorful rock, I toss it between my hands before turning back to face Reed, who's joined me on the shore. He picks up a rock as well, examines it, and then turns his arm and tosses it. I watch it skip 5 times, not his best, which is 11 skips, at least at one point in time, but still good. I'd say you already know why. Why don't you explain now? Reed, I sigh. He sits down on a large boulder, elbows resting on his knees as he looks out at the water. You had such a skewed idea of how I saw you. He bites out, frustrated. He doesn't lift his head to look at me when he says it, and I know I'd say that's a record. Less than 2 hours back in each other's lives, and he's already frustrated with me. I keep messing with the rock in my palm, letting the smooth surface calm me. I want to skip it, but the memories of the last time I skipped a rock are too overwhelming to revisit. Reed is the one who taught me how to do it. He'd show me, then stand behind me and help me. His hands were rough against my skin, and I wanted to spin around and let him wrap me up in his arms, but I never found the courage to do it. Why didn't you ever believe me? The words are an angry whisper through the soft wind and hit me with such force I have to suck in a breath. I don't know. I couldn't. I tried to and wanted that more than anything. Now? How do you see yourself now? I can hear the hope in his voice. He wants me to tell him that I see it now. I smile and look up at him. I see it. Now. It took me a long time. Too long, I admit. When we were kids, all I saw was this separation, and now I know that was never there. I'm glad you see that. Can't lie. Wish you'd seen it earlier, but I'm glad you do now. I nod, looking away. But there were things you didn't know. He scoffs. If that's true, it's because you didn't trust me enough to tell me. I can't finish what I'm about to say because he's right. I'm right, and there's nothing you can say to deny that. But why? You were meant for more than this. What's this? The life that I wanted? Come on, Sadie. You knew damn good and well that my future was... He trails off again. He's been doing that a lot, which makes me think that maybe he's holding back. I know a little about that. My mom needed my help. More than typical, I guess. I have. And Samuel. He was young and she wasn't capable of being what he needed either. I let my words settle, but it doesn't take him long to put 2 and 2 together. Which means you decided that you were going to become his caretaker, as well as your mom's, and thought you needed to take it all on yourself. I didn't have another choice. She is sick. Sick might not be the best word to describe her, but it's all I can give him right now. And he seems to understand that. Reed doesn't push for more information. He glances at me out of the corner of his eye, and I know he wants to argue. That we always have a choice and that I could have told him, that goes without saying. He wouldn't have judged me, but he would have stayed home from college and took it upon himself to try to fix everything. Does my mother know? His voice is gruff, and it makes me glance at him. I don't know what he wants to hear. Yes, his mother knows, but it's not because I went to her or told her on purpose. She found out on her own. The pain of being at the tiny, small-town pharmacy with a pharmacist who didn't know how to use his indoor voice. There's so much more to my story than my mother's illness. I can practically hear him scoff at my non-answer, but he doesn't. Instead, he just turns to face me, crossing his arms over his broad chest. I can't help but stare at the tattoos that cover his arms and up his neck. The last time I saw him, he had virgin skin. I want to see every one of them. Funny how 12 years changes so much, but nothing at the same time. Maybe someday you'll tell me. He talks like me telling him what I've done while he was gone won't bother him. Sure, for me it was about the dancing and earning enough money to get us on our feet and give my brother and mom a better life. But in my experience, people, men included, may understand why I made a living on the pole. However, those men who were so understanding, not so much when it comes to thinking about it being his girlfriend up there. For that reason, I haven't been on a date in 4 years. 4 long years. No wonder I'm getting all hot and bothered just being in Reed's presence. My body craves the attention, but it also craves giving the attention. It's not as if I was with many others between the last time Reed and I saw each other and now, but a woman has needs too. And now I'm thinking about sex. Great. Maybe. I give him a small smile, and his dark eyes bore into me. He's intimidating to look at now. He's all hard edges and dark tattoos and tan skin and muscles. I can't get over his muscles. What was he doing while he was away? Training to be a freaking gladiator? And I can't stop myself from really wanting to play with his scruff that looks like it's a permanent fixture on his strong jaw. Dang, I'm a mess. And maybe a little bit horny, which is new to me. Deciding that we need a change of subject, I ask, "Can you tell me about Emmy?" He grins and scrubs a hand down that scruff I was just practically drooling over. Still deflecting, I see. Always. I laugh, not able to deny it. She's the light in my life. The only light for a long time. I suddenly wish I knew nothing about the past 12 years. A big part of me feels cheated because I don't get to learn about him directly from him. Maybe someday you'll tell me more, I say, repeating his words back to him. His lips twitch, and he looks at me out of the corner of his eye and murmurs, "Maybe." I know I owe you an explanation. He thinks on this for a bit before saying, "You don't, though. Not really. Sure, we were close, and I..." He trails off, catching whatever he was about to say. "Like I said earlier, you and I felt differently. I reacted like a spoiled shit for not getting my way. If anything, I owe you an apology for not doing what I always said I would do." What? I think I know what he's talking about, but I still ask anyway. Like I'm right back in high school and seeking some sort of validation or attention. "I promised nothing would get in our way. I would always be there for you. I told you I loved you, and you didn't return my feelings, and instead of acting like a man, I threw a fit. That's not how I'm teaching my daughter to behave. Like an entitled little shit." That isn't... He cuts me off with a show of his hand and a shake of his head. "It is. It took me a long time to realize it, but it's true. I always said there wasn't anything that could happen that would make me leave you. Our friendship, But at the first bump, I went against my word, and for that I am sorry. Tears spring to my eyes at how sad he looks. It's obvious that he truly feels like he let me down, when in reality, I was the one who let him down. I lied to him when I said I wasn't in love with him, even though he doesn't know that. Let's just agree that we were both at fault. The expression on his face tells me that he doesn't agree, but that he's letting it go for now. Tell me about pole dancing. I wince. Oh boy. Not a freaking chance am I admitting how it all got started. Though he no longer seems like the overprotective best friend he once was. He was married, had a baby with her, buried the love of his life. I don't know that he'd care anymore, but I'm still not ready to admit what I had to do to survive. Your mom is one of my best students. I watch his expression morph from serious to, you're fucking with me, right? And it makes laughter bubble out of me. I press my lips together when I realize immediately that he doesn't find it nearly as funny as I do. You're fucking with me, right? Holy shit. He said the words out loud that I imagined him saying. Holy shit. Instead of focusing on that, I shake my head and bite my lower lip. Nope, I'm not. She started about 1.5 years ago and loves it. What the fuck, Sadie? I try to keep innocence in my voice, but giggle at his outburst. What? She's having fun and getting exercise. And I guarantee you that your dad is reaping the rewards there. She told me their sex life has never been better, that she feels more sexual than she ever has. He's staring at me with such a horrified expression it only makes me laugh harder. Seriously, Reed. She's got her spins down, and you should see the way she can sway her hips before... What the fuck, Sadie? Stop talking. He actually covers his ears with his big hands. I try. I really do. But the way he's looking like he's close to throwing up just because his mother is taking a pole dancing class has me bending over in a fit of giggles. I can't stop. And soon he's joining me, only it sounds different than I remember. A deep, rich timbre that hits me right in my core, only made worse when I dare glance in his direction. His head is thrown back, strong tattooed neck on display. You are still such a brat, he teases. Years ago, he called me a brat often, whenever I teased him just to watch him squirm. My smile is so big my cheeks hurt. It's been a long time since I've felt this level of happiness. If I'm being truthful, the last time was the night he told me he was in love with me. Life spiraled out of control for me for a little bit. I spent time with the wrong people, thinking that I could fill a void that was left by the lack of his presence in my life. It was with those wrong people, though, that I found my job working at Eve's. One Saturday night, they dared me to go with them. Instead of being turned off or feeling that I'd just walked into some seedy bar, I had an odd sensation of feeling at home. Watching the women dance and spin and turn, flip upside down while gripping the pole with such ease made me jealous. I left that night with a spark of hope and showed up the next morning at Eve's demanding a chance. I had never touched a pole in my life, and it took a lot of practice, but it became something that spoke to my soul, and eventually I came to love it. Some things never change, I tell him with a grin and shrug. He stares intently at me, and my grin slowly fades as I look back and forth between his dark eyes. Yeah, some things. The silence between us stretches. I wait for it to be uncomfortable, but it never happens. Instead, we move to the back of his pickup and sit down on the tailgate. It's still so beautiful here. It is, I agree. It's quiet between us again, only the sounds of the breeze blowing through the tall grass and the water lapping against the shore. It's serene, and my favorite thing in the world. I missed it. Didn't know how much until I got here. It's not as if you never visited, I remind him. He looks at me and nods, swallowing hard. It was different. How? Well, I avoided going quite a few places, he says, giving me a crooked grin. Afraid to run into me, huh? I give him a nudge with my shoulder, figuring that it would be good to just get the truth out. The big old elephant in the room, so to speak. He doesn't hesitate when he answers. Pretty much, yes. A laugh bubbles up from my chest and I cover my mouth when a snort escapes. When the laughter subsides, I sigh and look at him, turning on my butt to face him. Damn, Reed, 12 years. I know. That night, he holds up a hand and stops me from continuing. I want to tell him that I was head over heels in love with him too, but I was too much of a coward to say the words, that I was petrified of admitting my feelings. Let's not. At least, not right now, okay? A big part of me feels a huge sense of relief that he stopped me. He just came to town and I was ready to have verbal diarrhea all over him. Talk about freaking a person out. Okay. Seriously, though. Pole dancing? Pressing my lips together, I decide to wait to explain how it really came about until we've gotten to know each other once again. That thought alone gives me pause because I've only been in his presence again for a tiny bit of time, and I'm already assuming that he and I are going to be spending time together. Deciding to give him the generic answer, I say, "It's more than just what strippers do." I know. A lady who used to work for me went to some classes and talked about it a lot. She swore it helped with her anxiety, and I think it really gave her a boost of self-confidence. I'm nodding while he talks, understanding exactly what he means. It does help with those things. It's hard to explain, but getting lost in the dance, it saved me. Really. I'm still completely shocked that our little small town embraced it, but your mom had a hand in that. Reed cocks his head to the side and furrows his brow. How so? You know her. She was going to support me and made sure everyone else did too. She decided I was going to make a go of it and got to work. I'm absolutely positive she practically forced people to show up. I laugh, remembering the opening day at the studio when she stood at the door and greeted everyone she'd invited. He laughs and scrubs a hand down his face. Ah, she worked her magic and gently encouraged everyone in town to show up and promised them a jar of her famous huckleberry jam if they did. Pretty much. Exactly. I think she included cookies, too. Ooh, she really pulled out all the stops, huh? She did. Well, even if I hate the thought of my mother dancing on a pole, I'm glad she could be there to help. She's really wonderful, Reed. Always has been. Yeah, she is. Not that she likes the reason we're back, but she's in her glory having Emmy and I live with her. She's missed you. I bite my lip, knowing I just let him know how much time his mom and I spent together while he was away. But when I chance a look at him out of the corner of my eye, he only nods as if he already knew. He clears his throat and hesitates to say whatever he is about to say. It makes my heart rate pick up speed. I hear that you, helped her with Emmy's room. I was wrong. Now my heart rate picks up. I also suddenly feel a little nauseous and know my cheeks are burning red. I knew what I was doing when I went to Lindsay's house and painted a little girl's room. She never said who the room was for, but it's not as if there was any other reason. Lindsay couldn't wait for Reed and Emerson to move back to Lakeside, and the fact that they were moving in with her and Alan first made her downright giddy. Yes? I know my voice rises to make it sound more of a question than a statement. I don't know how he'll take this, though. I helped decorate his daughter's bedroom, and I'm afraid that was a huge overstep on my part. Are you asking me? He raises his eyebrows, and I watch his dark eyes follow my hands. Back and forth, back and forth. I rub and rub my sweaty palms against the soft, smooth cotton of my pants. I'm not sure. He barks out a laugh and nudges my knee with his. It's okay. It was weird when Mom told me, but it's a beautiful room, and she loves it. I'm glad to hear that. When did you start painting and working on furniture? A few years ago. It started because I bought a home and, surprisingly, needed furniture. He scoffs. For real? Furniture in a home? I know, I was surprised too. So anyway, I didn't really have a lot of extra money for little things like end tables and nightstands and dressers, so I decided to find what I could in thrift stores. It's fun. I don't do a lot, but I saved a ton of money refinishing it myself. And painting, too. I shrug and hop down from the tailgate, wiping my butt from any dust stuck to the material. Reed gets down and turns to face me. I think that's great. Thanks. I think... He runs a hand through his short hair and scratches his nose. Shit. He laughs, but it's not full of humor. What? I laugh too, but it's more at him than knowing what he's struggling with. He looks frustrated, but not with me, which I'm taking as a positive sign. I take his distraction as a chance to really look at him. He really is handsome. More handsome than I ever could have imagined he'd become. And when he smiles, holy moly, my stomach clenches, especially right now with that smile aimed at me. I'm sure it's dumb, but I think I'm jealous. Jealous of what? My mom. You want me to teach you pole dancing too? I tease. His white teeth tug on his bottom lip, and holy moly, I haven't felt that excited feeling for so long, but a short amount of time in his presence has my senses firing, specifically one. Well, I used to slide down the pole quite a bit when I was a fireman, but no, not that. Though I'd be interested in seeing it happen. I have no response. I do, but it's not appropriate. Not for two people who used to be best friends and are now strangers. I wouldn't mind asking if he happens to have any pictures of him dressed as a fireman, too. What are you jealous of your mom about? He shrugs and looks a little uncomfortable when he admits. She knows everything about you. She didn't miss anything. I know nothing. And you, I think you're at an advantage here because you know so much about my past 12 years. I'm sorry. He shakes his head. Thought we established there's no need for apologies. But maybe once things calm down a little bit and I'm settled, we can get together and you can give me that update on your life. My breath stalls and my nose stings. It's clear he's asking as a friend, but I lost my heart to Reed years ago and never got it back. I can't stop myself from hoping that maybe one day there could be more. Are you... Really? Yeah, of course. It won't be weird? Weird? Probably. He smirks. But I'm living here again. For good. You're a business owner. He says like it's part question, but one that he knows the answer to. I nod and he continues. So I assume you're not going anywhere either, right? Right. After a few beats, he adds. Gotta say, I really didn't expect to see you still living in Lakeside. Where did you think I'd gone? I almost laugh. It's not as if my list of options was long, or even short. I had one option. Whether or not my mother was sick is beside the point. I had no money for college. Not that I had the grades to support extending my education or a desire to do so. But no money also meant no way to move. I discovered that my life was in Lakeside whether I wanted it to be or not. And in the end, I wanted it to be. I like it here. It's my home. I don't know. Married to Billy? His voice is quiet, barely above a whisper, but not angry or irritated, which is good. If he was upset about it, he's not showing it. Not that he would have a right. I also don't really like the way my heart hurts at the thought that he doesn't care that I almost married someone else. I didn't necessarily jump for joy after he married Catherine. Crap. Even my internal thoughts are all over the place. I can hardly focus on the discussion we're having. Nope. That's all the answer he's getting, for now anyway. Well then, I will ask again. I would like to get to know Sadie Jones, the adult business owner and teacher of dancing, including teaching my mother to dance on a pole. I push down the excited butterflies that flutter in my stomach. Okay. He smiles that smile, and I realize I'm in a hell of a lot of trouble.
Chapter 8. Read.
Daddy!
Emmy jumps into my waiting arms, wrapping her tiny little legs around me. I missed you today, Emmy.
I didn't miss you. I had fun.
I press a hand to my chest while keeping hold of her with my other arm. Wound me. That's harsh, baby girl. Harsh. She giggles and hugs me again before wiggling to be let down. I reach down and hold her hand and walk across the parking lot crosswalk to my pickup. A quick glance tells me that several moms are staring at the two of us, but I do my best to ignore them rather than tell them to mind their own business. I knew Emmy and I would be talked about, with her not having a mother and me moving back to town, considering that 80% of Lakeside's population is generational. I also have changed quite a bit over the years. When I lived here, I was smaller and free of tattoos. I get her situated in her car seat, and once we're on the road, I look at her in the back seat. She has a wistful smile on her face, but she looks like she's been through the ringer. Her braids are no longer neat, rather little hairs are sticking out everywhere, and her outfit from this morning is askew. There's smudges of dirt on her cheeks and what looks like ketchup on the corner of her mouth. Rough day?
Recess is serious business, Daddy.
It looks like it. Want to get that wood chip out of your hair, or is that part of your battle scars that you're going to show Grandma and Grandpa?
I'll show them. They'll be proud of me.
Proud of her for looking like she needs a good long bath? Actually, that's probably not far off. My dad is a firm believer in making sure that kids spend plenty of time outdoors, and the dirtier they can get, the better. She just secured her place in his will for sure. Emmy starts talking about her day unprompted and makes sure to tell me that she and her new bestie need a playdate really, really soon, and that it's not fair if we have to wait for it to happen. I have no idea why she thinks that's unfair, especially since I didn't argue with her about it, and this is the first I've heard of it, but I'm not about to start an argument with her. I'm sure we can arrange that.
Oh, yay! Thank you, Daddy.
You're welcome, baby. Glad you found a new friend.
She's my best friend, she corrects me haughtily. And guess what?
What? I drive past Sadie's dance studio and can't help staring. So many unasked questions linger in my head after seeing her. How did she start teaching people pole dancing? Is she still single? I almost groan out loud, and that's just a few of the questions I have. I was so focused on seeing her again that I didn't take the time to get to know who she is now.
She dances too,
Emmy shouts. Huh? Who?
Erica,
she says excitedly, but also like she's annoyed with her dad for not listening. Oh, right, Erica, of course. I knew that.
Daddy.
It's her new go-to way to say my name, almost as if she's admonishing me. It cracks me up. Emmy? I say it the same way. I glance in the mirror just in time to see her roll her eyes. I'm not even going to deny how scared I am of the teenage years. So she's a dancer, huh?
Yes, isn't that so great?
Just what I need. To be surrounded by more dancers. Not to mention, apparently, my mother's new hobby. A shudder rolls down my spine at the thought. It is. You know why? Her dark eyes get huge.
Why?
I talked to the studio today and got you signed up for classes. She squeals and kicks her feet. Don't kick the back of the seat.
Sorry, thank you.
You're welcome. I think you start next week. That okay with you? Another round of squealing commences, and I promise that we'll go shopping for leotards this weekend. It's another thing that Catherine would no doubt have taken care of, but I can handle it. A big part of me is grateful that I get to do these things. I missed out on a lot of her young life by letting Catherine just take care of so many things. Now, though, I'm involved in every decision, and I can't say that I mind one bit. Another reason for me to feel guilty over how I treated Catherine. I took advantage of our roles. Not that she ever complained, and I don't think she ever really minded, but I know she wouldn't have turned away my help had I offered it.
Oh, turn it up, Daddy. This is my jam.
I sputter. Your jam? What the hell? She's 5. She shouldn't have a jam, or even know what that means. Never mind the fact that I can't decide if the song that's playing through the speakers is awesome or ridiculous.
Yes, listen to it. It's telling us to dance. Can you teach me the two-step?
Now that I can do. I grin, roll down our windows, and turn up the radio so she can jam out to the Get Up, her little arms moving around as she wiggles in her seat and singing along with a smile on her face that turns me to mush. It's also very obvious that we need to do some work on her right and left because, yikes, she's not even consistent with mixing them up. Before long, we're pulling into my parents' ranch after listening to the song on repeat so many times that I no longer like it or find the beat in any way appealing. My parents are standing on the front porch waiting for Emmy's arrival with Bandit by my dad's feet. As soon as the pickup is in park, Emmy unbuckles and Mom is opening her door, excited to see how her first day at school went. Chatter between the two of them is loud and happy, Bandit's whimpering and barking cutting through.
Oh, Bandit!
Emmy cries out and falls to the ground so she can wrap her arms around him.
I missed you.
You didn't miss me, but you missed Bandit? I scoff. She looks up at me and gives me the stink eye.
Of course, Daddy. He's my baby.
Oh, well, in that case. Dad chuckles and puts his hand on my shoulder, jostling me around a little bit. Heard you had an eventful day. Heard Mom took up a new hobby. He smirks, then winks. See, this new hobby benefits me, so I can't say anything bad about it. I close my eyes and fight against the gag that's threatening to make its presence known. Dad only chuckles at my misery. Well, that's enough of that. Hey, you're the one who brought it up, not me. I give him my best glare. Truth hurts and all that. Let's go see what Grandma made you for an after-school snack.
Yay!
Emmy jumps up and runs to the house, Bandit trailing after her happily. I grab her things out of the pickup, knowing that we'll have to come up with a rule that she makes sure to do it on her own in the future, and follow them into the house. Mom must have been on a baking binge today. Oatmeal chocolate chip cookies are lined up on a cooling rack, a pan of frosted brownies, blueberry strudel, and peanut butter blossoms litter the counter and table. Of course, she added in some sliced apples and cheese for something healthy.
Wow!
Emmy's eyes are wide as she takes everything in. Don't expect this every day, Mom tells her, gripping her shoulders and leaning down to kiss the top of her head. But today's special. Wash your hands first, I remind Emmy as she's about to grab a cookie. She groans, but obeys. Emmy tries one of everything after promising to eat a big dinner, then jets off to play with Bandit outside. So much for her being tired, I laugh, leaning back in my seat. Sugar cures that. Well, she got plenty. That's what grandmas are for. Not pole dancing. Mom doesn't even blush. She just smiles widely and stands from her seat, doing a little shimmy that is now permanently imprinted on my brain. Seriously? Hey, you're the one who keeps bringing it up, not us, Dad reminds me. There's definitely something wrong with me then. They laugh at my misery, and I shove a cookie in my mouth so that I stop bringing up my mom and stripper poles in the same sentence. You know your mom is a sexual... Shut up now.
Oh, Alan, stop. Pole dancing isn't only sexual.
Only, I scoff, then shudder and eat another cookie. Let's just stop talking about it, please, for the love of your only child. Mom reaches over and gives me a hug. When she pulls away, the lighthearted joking of this session seems to be over and replaced with what I know is a conversation I don't want to have. Rather than let them get started, I do it on my own. I'm fine, like I said earlier. I was surprised to see Sadie, then surprised again when we ended up at the same place. She seems happy. I'm mostly happy. She'll be teaching Emmy dance, something that Emmy's wanted to do for a long time, and life moves on. I'm moving on. I fight against rolling my eyes at myself. If I say or think moving on one more time, I might just punch myself. That's it? Dad asks. That's it. Mom looks at me warily, and Dad studies me closely. I don't let them see the nerves that are building inside, though. I know it will be tough, but it will only be uncomfortable if we let it be, which I'm not intending to do. She didn't marry Billy. Gathered that, I grunt, annoyed that I care and she brought it up. How am I supposed to... Nope, not even going to think it. But how am I supposed to do it if Mom is pro-Sadie, which I know she is? Even when we were younger, she made it clear that she was more than okay with a Reed and Sadie relationship. After I met Catherine, and it became clear to Mom and Dad that we were getting serious, Mom backed off. She embraced Catherine and loved her like a daughter. Now, though, I fear that she'll be pushing Sadie and me together once again, and I don't know how I feel about that. Sure, she's still beautiful, but that's all I know. I've changed, and I'm sure she has too. I'm going to go check on the south lot, I tell them. We were out there this morning, Dad reminds me, and I'm going out there now. Then I might move to the creek and see if the cattle there are alive. Dad chuckles at my obvious need for getting outside and working to avoid talking about anything involving Sadie. Okay, son, you do that. I will. Good. Good.
Oh, for goodness sakes, you two stop, Mom interrupts.
Dad and I give her a hug from both sides, sandwiching her between us. Love you, Mom, and I know that you love Sadie too, but promise me that while you're spinning around a pole that you won't be pushing for anything between us. Catherine hasn't even been gone a year. Sadie and I, we were a long time ago, and we've both grown up a lot since then. Changed. Right now I'm going to focus on reacquainting myself with the ranch, raising my daughter, and get started finding a place for her and me to live.
As much as it will kill me not to meddle, I give you my word, as long as you promise me one thing in return.
What's that?
When you're ready for me to interfere, you tell me. I just want my boy happy, that's all.
I chuckle and mumble, promise, before I bend to kiss the top of her head. Dad squeezes my shoulder as I head to my room to change clothes. Once I'm in my Levi's and perfectly worn-in cowboy boots, I check in on Emmy to let her know where I'm off to and remind her that Grandma is in charge. Grabbing my old black Stetson off the rack beside the back door, I slide it on and make my way to the barn. I walk down the hallway and give attention to all the horses in their stalls. When I was growing up, I'd spend hours in here. Most people would have hated it, but I loved the chore of mucking stalls. The smell of horse manure never bothered me. It was home to me. After I'd get fresh hay laid down, I'd take a deep breath and then climb into an empty stall and pull out one of my dad's old Louis L'Amour books and curl up and read while listening to the horses whinny and stomp. I've already caught Emmy trying to sneak out here on her own, so I have no doubt that she'll one day be doing the exact same. It scares me, but I also know that she has complete respect for how powerful these animals are. Since the day we moved back here a few weeks ago, my parents and I have told her that she's not allowed to come down to the barn unless there's an adult with her until she's older. Before we moved back, though, Dad put a new lock on the doors that she can't reach simply for added safety reasons. After checking on all the horses, I saddle up Brownie, my dark brown quarter horse with a jet black mane and tail. Brownie came to us almost 5 years ago after being abused at a ranch in Wyoming. Dad found her and called me up, asking me to come help get her mended, as well as used to humans who don't intend to harm her. It was shortly after Emmy was born, and Catherine and I didn't particularly want to be traveling or away from home, but Catherine was suffering from postpartum depression, and we decided that maybe it'd be good to have a change of scenery for a while. Brownie kicked and bucked at anyone unless Emmy was in our arms. As soon as Emmy was within 20 feet of her, she'd calm down and settle. She would almost sigh as if Emmy brought her peace. I get it, though, because she brought the same to me. It didn't take long for Catherine and me to realize that Emmy, too, felt calmer when she was around the horses, which in turn helped Catherine as well. There's ranches with therapy horses, and I see why. Equine therapy encourages confidence and trust, along with many other things. For Catherine, being around the horses built her confidence and showed her that she was already an amazing mother. Before we came home to the ranch, she was withdrawn and restless, couldn't sleep and had no appetite, and she felt this fear that she couldn't be a good mother, which turned into guilt and anxiety. I couldn't leave her alone with Emmy, not necessarily because I was afraid Catherine would do something to Emmy, but because she had constant thoughts of harming herself. The ranch saved us. Brownie saved us. She was the best therapy we could have asked for, and I think we did the same for Brownie. By the time we headed back home, she was a completely different horse. She still had some of the timidness that comes with a horse that's been abused. However, she felt much more comfortable around people. It was obvious that she recognized that we weren't going to hurt her like she'd been in the past. I lead Brownie out of the barn and place my left foot in the leather stirrup, jump up with my right, and swing it around and settle into the seat, gripping the horn with one hand as I hold the reins with the other. It doesn't matter how long I've been away, riding will always be where I feel most at home. I take Brownie down the well-worn path through the pasture, encouraging her to trot rather than walk, moving into a gallop. I relax my hold on her reins and press my feet into the stirrups, lifting my body up off the seat and leaning forward a little bit. Brownie knows me well enough that I barely need to guide her. She speeds up and slows down without me, guides where I intend for us to go. She simply gallops, then slows down once again to a walk that resembles more of a stroll. Happy to take control and show me all the beauty I've been missing. The scent of pine mixed with fresh air tickles my nose, and I take in a deep breath, wanting to bottle it up. The only sound surrounding me besides Brownie's breathing and hooves hitting the dirt is, well, nothing. When people ask for peace and quiet, this is what they are looking for. Bright yellows and purples, vibrant green and brilliant white litters the ground as far as the eye can see. A bald eagle soars overhead, and in the distance I see deer staring at me, a mom and baby. As we approach the base of a mountain, she slows down and follows the path. She and I walk the uneven path, her hooves clinking against the rock and dirt. Brownie stretches her neck, munching on some flowers, before I pull gently on her reins and she continues on, turning her head a bit to give me a dirty look as if to say, "Well, excuse me for eating while I give you a ride." "It's okay, girl. I'm just reminding you to keep moving this ride along." She whinnies in response, and I chuckle, leaning down to avoid hitting my head on a low-hanging branch. I take note of a few huckleberry bushes and plan to bring Emmy here for a ride soon so we can pick the berries and beg Mom to make a pie and maybe some jam if we're able to harvest enough. Just thinking about the huckleberry pie makes my mouth water and stomach growl. By the time we make it to the south lot, the sun is already starting to dip closer to the horizon. Pinks and oranges are painting the sky and casting a glow on the grazing cattle. The ride back will be quicker because Brownie and I took the long way here, going up and over the small mountain for a little detour rather than simply going straight to the lot. Just as Dad predicted, everything looks good, and there's really no reason for me to have ridden out here aside from the fact that I needed it for my soul. Seeing Sadie today fucked me up a bit, and as much as I'd have liked to deny it, my heart and body woke up just from being in her presence for an hour. I shouldn't be surprised. I always reacted this way to her. I had hoped that over time I'd outgrow my feelings for her. Apparently, I was wrong. Even with time and distance between us, I can't outgrow Sadie Jones. What scares me most? I don't think I want to.
Chapter 9. Sadie. Ready for tonight? Candace asks after we get done with our morning pole class. We're both sweaty, so I toss her a towel, and we both start dabbing our skin. I bend over, remove my boot sleeves and boots, and rub my ankles, placing them next to the office door. A smile splits my lips. Absolutely. This age group is so much fun. Tonight is the start of our kids' classes for the year. Some of the more advanced level classes have met through the summer, but this is the time of year we get to see the little 3-year-olds cling to their mama and daddy's legs, afraid to go inside. Or they're the opposite, and they practically skip into the building. They're adorable, wearing their tiny leotards and ballet shoes. Erica is so excited, too. She said her new friend from school is going to be here, and she can't wait. We both work on changing into our street clothes while we talk. Are they in the same class? No, her friend hasn't danced before, so she's in the newcomer class, but I think she's just excited to have a new friend here. I lace up my Nikes and stand up straight, zipping my faded red hoodie. So sweet. I know, they've become such fast friends. We pick up our bags, ready to leave the studio for a few hours. My daily schedule isn't typical. I open the studio for a yoga class that I attend, taught by my friend Chelsea, and then I teach pole dancing right after school drop-off. Sounds weird, I'm sure, but that's when my students can come in. I have midday off and use the time to run errands or be a bum, or if I'm unlucky, work on the bills for the studio. My nights are spent at the studio, and I usually don't walk in the door until after 9 p.m., after I've taught my evening pole dancing class. We get to our cars, and I toss my bag in the back seat as she does the same. What's her name? Whose? Erica's friend. Oh, I need more coffee. We laugh together, and I nod. Want to go grab a coffee before you head home? I can't. My laundry is out of control, and the list of crap I need to get done is seriously anxiety-inducing. But I'll be back tonight for class. She starts to get in her car, and I call her name. Candace. What? She asks over the top of her car door. The name. Of who? Oh, good grief. Never mind. Maybe instead of laundry, you can take a nap? Are you okay? She slaps her forehead. Duh. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep much last night. Seriously, are you okay? Her face softens, and she turns her head to the side. Candace is a single mother and works 4 jobs. Aside from working for me when she can, she's the cheerleading coach at the high school, works part-time at a local boutique on the weekends, and does medical coding out of her house. Not to mention keeping 2 humans alive. I don't know how she does it. I'm fine. First week of school wore all of us out. Hey, if you need a break, you know I've got this. Bite your tongue. This place is my stress reliever. Okay, then. Is there anything I can do to help you? I'll be okay, promise. If that changes you, let me know. Got it. I wink and blow her a kiss. Love you. Go home. She gets in her car and starts it up, then rolls down the window. Oh, it's Emmy. She's new in town. I haven't met her parents yet, but I'm hoping I can tonight. I stand frozen as she drives away. Of course, Erica's new bestie is Emmy, Reed's daughter. It's not like I'd forgotten she'd be starting class tonight, but I've done my best not to think about it, which hasn't worked well. I fall asleep at night with the image of Reed's dark eyes staring back at me. His tattooed arms hold me in my dreams and lift me up. One especially disturbing night, he had me pinned against a wall, whispering dirty words in my ear while grinding his hardness against my center. I woke up in a pile of sweat, and it wasn't because I was scared or nervous. I was overheated. Because even Dream World Reed is hotter than I remember. Sexier, stronger, a daddy. Holy shit. Reed's a daddy. I haven't even seen him with his daughter yet, but my imagination is pretty great, and I have a feeling that seeing him in daddy form will only make these dreams I've been having turn into a nightly affair. Lindsay and I have done a very good job of avoiding all talk of Reed when she comes in for her class, and considering that I have very little life outside of the studio, it hasn't been hard to not bump into him anywhere in town. Though being at home doesn't make not thinking of Reed any easier. When I get home, I pull into my driveway, avoiding looking to the left as best as I can while staying safe, and park in my garage. I knew buying this home would be hard, but until Reed moved back, it hadn't bothered me. In fact, I liked it because it brought me closer to Lindsay and Alan. Being next door to the lakeside home that Reed practically grew up in isn't awful, especially since he's rarely here. I throw my clothes into the laundry room and put on a pair of cutoffs and a tank that I keep in the laundry room to wear outside when I'm playing in the dirt. Then I slip my feet into my dark green hunter boots, toss my hair into a messy bun, and grab my gardening gloves, then head outside for some dirt therapy. Shoving my wireless earbuds into my ears, I lose myself in the way it feels to have my knees sink into the grass. The ground is both soft and rocky, bringing a sense of nostalgia washing over me. I smile as I tug on a weed, satisfied when the root pulls out of the ground. It's something Mom handed down to me, her green thumb. She'd spend hours outside digging and planting, mud and dirt flying all over. Now I look back and it was usually because she was gearing up for a manic episode. But they're still some of my favorite memories. She dragged me along with her, and I'd grumble as if I didn't want to be right there with her, but she knew it was all for show. One of Mom's boyfriends over the years built her garden boxes so she could grow vegetables too. I think it was gardening that kept her as stable as it did without taking her medication for so many years. When I bought this house, her housewarming gift was everything to do with gardening, and then she came over and helped me with the landscaping. It doesn't take me but a few minutes to get lost in my world. Pulling weeds and standing around my planter boxes, picking the last of the tomatoes and peppers, humming along to Drunk Over You by Nico Moon. My hips swing side to side and I sing along to the lyrics. Right or wrong, after I lied to Reed and told him I didn't love him, I spent a week drunk. I was only 18, but it wasn't hard for me to find alcohol. My life was officially sucky. My mom was a mess and my best friend was gone. Turns out being drunk didn't help much at all. The only thing that helped was dancing and living in the good memories. Memories of moments where it was Reed and me against the world. Or at least that's how it felt. He'd pick me up and we'd simply drive. Living in Montana makes disappearing on back roads easy. Finding a clear lake to stand in and fly fish and forget life, or grab our kayaks before kayaking was cool and paddle around the shoreline of the very lake I now live on. It's a bit surreal to be here. When I decided to buy a house, I thought there was no way I'd ever be able to afford a place on the lake. It was a pipe dream, one that'd been in the back of my mind since I moved to Lakeside. Alan was the one who managed to help me get the deal on my home. The owners weren't worried about the money. They wanted someone local who would treasure it, like their family had. And treasure it I do. I don't understand why their kids didn't want the home, but when I was signing on the line, all questions disappeared. They sold me the place for quite literally millions under the market value. Alan said they were gifted the land to build a home on, and they were never planning to sell it to make money. They just wanted what they put into it. The house is nothing big or fancy. The millions of dollars that it's worth comes from the location. The music in my ears changes to a popular country song that's sweeping the nation, encouraging listeners to two-step and dip and turn. I don't think there are many people who don't sing along to the Get Up with a smile on their face. I do what the song says, spinning around and bringing it down. One of the things I love about living here by the lake is that during the week, I have the area to myself for the most part. A lot of people either spend only the summers or the weekends here, so I can dance and get as crazy as I want, and not many people are going to see me. I replay the song as an idea hits for our first classes tonight. The new kids are always so nervous. Excited, but nervous. It might be a ballet class, but that doesn't mean we can't get our two-stepping on and play around to loosen up. I smile to myself and check the time on my phone. I need to eat some lunch and shower and put away my bounty and still check on my mom today before making my way back to the studio. She changed meds not long ago, and it always makes me nervous that they aren't going to work properly. I bend over and pick up my basket of vegetables, and the hair on the back of my neck prickles. I don't get this feeling often, but when I do, it's always accompanied by nerves battling in my stomach. It's like someone is watching me, but when I look around, I don't see anyone. Reaching into my pocket, I turn off the music streaming through my phone and pull out my earbuds. I stand still, trying to take in my surroundings and catalog everything I see and hear. Birds chirping, leaves rustling, nothing out of the ordinary. No one lurking in the woods that are settled behind my house. No one watching me from the water. The uncomfortable feeling doesn't go away, so I hustle inside, locking my door behind me. But my imagination runs wild, and I wonder if there could be someone in the house, and that's why I didn't see anyone. Groaning, I mutter, "Think, Sadie, think." I'm sure I'm overreacting here, because I think I would have noticed someone slipping into my house, but I can't stop my heart from racing or the eerie feeling in my gut that someone is staring at me. I look around for something to use to keep me safe and notice the broom hanging on the wall. This would be a really good time to remember those self-defense classes that the owner of Eve's made us all attend, but my brain is stuck. The only thing I can think of is whopping whoever is in my home with a broom handle, and I'm not sure how effective that's going to be. Either way, I grab the broom and hold it up like a baseball bat, ready to whack someone who's hiding in my home. I start walking through the kitchen, irritated that I'm leaving dirt on my clean floor and that my boots keep squeaking as I walk. Taking a deep breath, I take another step as I hear a throat clear. Odd. If someone was waiting to murder me, I would think they'd be stealthier than that. Another step. A door shuts with a gentle click, so quiet that if I hadn't been holding my breath, I probably wouldn't have heard it. Is my assailant in my bedroom? That's the area from the house it sounded, but I can't be sure. I'm in the middle of a monumental freakout session, so it's quite possible it never even happened. My heart is beating so fast, I'm surprised it doesn't jump out of my chest and land on the floor. I gulp, tighten my grip on the broom handle, and take a deep breath before continuing to walk through my house. A house that someone is currently squatting in like a jerk. The door creaks as if it's being opened, and I almost start crying. I look at my weapon of choice and give it a pep talk in my mind. It's me and you, Broomy. We've got this. Oh my gosh. I've turned into a nutcase. I mutter and roll my eyes at myself, stand up straight, and make the decision to be a badass. I start down the hallway with my broom raised. I know you're in here. Show yourself. For some reason, the person who is waiting to murder me chuckles. I have a weapon and I'm not afraid to use it. That gets the chuckling to turn into full-on laughing. A laugh I know very, very well. Samuel? I call out my brother's name. What is he doing here? And why? Of course it's me. Who are you expecting? He comes around the corner, looking nothing like the little brother he used to be. Standing at just over 6 foot, his hair is dark blonde and shaggy, his skin clear of any tattoos and facial hair. The opposite of Reed in looks, which is a stupid thought to have in this particular moment. He's broad-shouldered, and he has a stocky build. He's wearing his signature old threadbare concert t-shirt, this one Aerosmith, that he no doubt found in a thrift shop somewhere, and well-worn jeans. When he sees the weapon I was just bragging about, he bursts into another fit of laughter. What the hell is your problem? Did you not hear me pull up? I point to the broom and huff. Does it look like I heard you? I had my earbuds in. He gives me a protective brother look. Maybe you should stop wearing them while you're outside by yourself. I shrug, indifferent. He probably has a point, but I'm not about to tell him that. What are you doing here? I can't come see my favorite sister. He flashes me his grin that usually gets him anything he's about to ask for. I roll my eyes and lean the broom against the wall and walk back to the laundry room to take off my boots. When I come back, he's sweeping up the dirt trail I made when I was anxiously awaiting someone to jump out and hack me up with a chainsaw. Aw, you're the sweetest. He turns his head and looks at me, that grin still in place. I place a hand on my hip and narrow my eyes on him. What do you want? He clutches his heart and sets the broom aside. I'm hurt. Rolling my eyes, I turn toward the kitchen and open the fridge door. Who are you trying to sell that to? I practically raised you, boy. Oh, please. Still throwing that around? I raised an eyebrow and pull out the leftover lasagna from the fridge and place it on the counter. You're denying that? Well, no. We share a laugh, and he pulls out 2 plates from the cupboard. He doesn't have to ask if he can have some, and I don't have to ask if he wants any. I load up 2 portions on the 1 plate and pop it in the microwave while he fills 2 glasses with chocolate milk. Growing up, milk, whether chocolate or white, was a luxury item that we only got at school. Even though we're older, Both of us still feel like we're practically sipping gold when we drink milk. It's little things that are hard habits to break, no matter how far away you are from the situation. He guzzles down the entire glass and pours himself another, then places the gallon jug back into the fridge. After the microwave beeps, we add a smaller portion to my plate and sit down at the table to dive in. Samuel shovels 2 huge forkfuls into his mouth and moans in appreciation. No matter how old he gets, how successful, he's so thankful for all his meals. I get it, though. It's hard to forget the hunger pains that accompanied us night after night when we'd go to sleep. There were many days that our only meals came from the free school lunch program offered through the state. Growing up well below the poverty line and surviving on food stamps is something that settles deep in your soul. Samuel and I account for every penny we spend, which is very little if we can help it. For a long time, I was embarrassed by our financial situation. It took me realizing that what someone had in their bank account didn't translate to who they were as human beings. "So what you doing here, Sammy?" I grin, knowing how much he hates it when I call him Sammy. Samuel, Sam, those are okay. "If this lasagna wasn't so unbelievable, I'd give you a nookie." I gasp. "You do no such thing." He raises an eyebrow at me, but continues to eat, mumbling a, "Try me." We finish our meal, and he leans back in his seat, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "Thanks for lunch." I look at the clock on the microwave. It's close to 2 o'clock, which is later than he normally breaks for lunch. "Late lunch today, huh?" "Yeah, I had a job I wanted to finish up with and didn't want to quit." Such a loyal little worker bee. "I know. They're lucky to have me, huh?" "They are," I tell him, completely serious. The time registers with me, and while normally going over to Mom's at 2 is usually a good time to be there, when I have classes in the evenings, I try to go earlier. Groaning, I stand up and start clearing our plates. I'd really hoped to take a shower and maybe even lie down for a short nap. I still need to head over to Mom's before tonight's classes. "I'll go. I need to check in with her anyway, and since I finished that truck, I have a slower afternoon." "You sure?" He shrugs and meets me at the sink, helping me load the plates in the dishwasher. "Why wouldn't I be?" "I don't know. I just feel guilty." "Because you're usually the one who does it?" "Well, yeah." "Share some responsibility, big sister. It's allowed." I lean over and give him a hug. He smells of grease and sweat with a hint of diesel fuel, and I breathe in his comforting scent. He's been the one single constant in my life over the last 12 years and is my best friend. He hovers close after we separate. I'm packing up some containers for supper, since I end up staying through the dinner hours at the studio and can feel him staring at me. "What?" I glance up at him from where I'm filling a small container with baby carrots. The expression on his face betrays him. I should have known. "Damn small town," I grumble, tying a twist tie around the bag and putting the remainder of them back into the fridge. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you what?" I ask, trying not to think about the fact that Reed is in town. I mean more than I already do, which is an unfortunate amount of time if you ask me. "Nice try." "I don't know, Sam. Probably because I didn't want you to ask me how I was doing or think about it." "Like you haven't been thinking about the fact that Reed's back in town every second you're awake?" "And asleep." I roll my eyes and fill a baggie with some crackers. Sam's hand lands on top of mine, halting my movements. His eyes, so much like my own, bore into me, and he licks his lips, blowing out a breath. "Look, I know you. Talk to me, okay? You seem to forget that I was the one who rubbed your back while you were crying after he left, and who was there after he got married, after his daughter was born, after his wife died, and you ached for his losses because you couldn't be there to comfort him. You make me sound a little obsessed and crazy. You weren't either of those things, but you know as well as I do that the feelings you had for Reed never even faded. You don't know shit, Sammy. And it's a shitty thing for you to keep throwing him in my face. That's so much bullshit, Sadie. I never throw him in your face. You just did. No, I spoke the truth and you didn't want to hear it. Why are you still single? I don't know. Why are you? Because I like being single. I don't want to answer to anyone and definitely don't want to share my special brand of DNA with anyone. Yeah, well, maybe that's the same reason I have. I'll repeat. That's bullshit and you know it. I jerk my hand away and spin on my heels, heading down the hall to my bathroom. I slam the door and lean over the sink, taking a hard look in the mirror. My face is splotchy from holding back the tears that are threatening to take over. None of what Sam told me is wrong. I'll never forget when I heard that Catherine died and the feeling of helplessness that overwhelmed me. I wanted to be there for Reed, comfort him. Not because of being in love with him, but because I knew he'd be hurting, and I needed to know that he would somehow be okay. I also knew that I was the last person on earth he'd want around him during that time, and that was the hardest truth to handle. A soft knock has me turning my head to the door. I open it to see Sam leaning against the frame, a knowing look on his face. It softens my heart, but pisses me off. I need you to pretend. His eyebrows kiss his hairline. Pretend what? That Reed is just a dad of one of my students and there's no history between us. That there's never been anything between us. Oh, and that he's not even better looking than I remember. That part is super important. Remind me that he's ugly. He barks out a laugh and gives an okay sign with his fingers and laughs while saying, okay, that plan should work out great. I'm serious, Sam. I need your help here. He's a widow and a dad and, well, let's just stop right there because I really don't need to hear how you want Reed to... He trails off, shuddering. Good. Let's just remember that you don't want to talk about him and neither do I. So this person we're not supposed to talk about, did you see him yet? I narrow my eyes because I can tell that he's lying. He knows something. What did you hear? He raises his hands. Nothing. Well, not nothing. I mean, I heard that he came in and signed up his daughter for classes, and then you two talked at your spot. Lindsay has a big mouth, I grumble. Not only did Alan and Lindsay take me under their wing, they did the same with Sam. I can't take all the credit for his success or for how awesome and well-adjusted he is as an adult. They treated Sam like their own son and gave him the parental guidance he needed, helped him to feel wanted and loved where our own parents were lacking. Not that our mom didn't do her best. She really did. She just couldn't. He grins. Mama L just likes to keep me updated. She said that Reed was pretty quiet about it all when he got home from talking with you in the field. I can tell by the expression on his face that he's reading way more into this than I'm comfortable with. Listen, Reed's back. The only thing that means is that he's living here again. Keep telling yourself that.
Chapter 10. Reed. Ready, Emmy? I peek into her bedroom and smile. Her hair is a disaster, but she could not be cuter in her light pink leotard with this short little skirt. She's holding a giant stuffed teddy bear and dancing around in circles, giggling and so happy. There's no music playing. She doesn't need it. And fuck if that doesn't make my night. I don't want to interrupt her dance party, but she has her first dance class in 20 minutes, and it takes 10 minutes to get to the studio. Emmy? I say her name again because she's lost in Emmy world. Her little head turns my way, and she grins.
Hi, Daddy. I'm practicing and getting warmed up for dance class.
I see that. You're pretty good. Sure you even need to go to these classes?
Daddy.
Emmy.
I need to learn ballet and jazz and tap.
She's been talking to her grandma too much. Then we better get going. She drops the teddy bear without a second thought and takes off down the hall, her little feet thumping on the hardwood as she thunders down the stairs as fast as her little feet can carry her. My parents ask her if she's ready, and the answer is an excited squeal. I'm sliding my black cap on my head, pulling it down low when I get to the kitchen. I grab Emmy around the waist and lift her up, flipping her over my shoulder.
Daddy!
She giggles, and it's the best sound in the entire world. You guys hear something? Sounds like a little mouse somewhere in the kitchen. I twist and turn like I have no idea where the sound is coming from while I hold on to the back of Emmy's legs. Her arms cling to my back, and her laughter fills the small space. My parents are watching us with smiles on their faces. I don't hear a thing, Dad jokes.
Papa!
Emmy shrieks. I whip my head in her direction like I'm surprised to find her on my shoulder. Emmy? Is that you? I flip her down from my shoulder and set her on her feet, and she brushes her mop of hair out of her face. Are you ready yet?
Daddy, of course I'm ready.
Oh, you are? I've been standing around waiting on you forever. She laughs again and hugs her grandparents goodbye before we head out to my pickup, and she climbs in, buckling herself up and letting me know that she's anxiously waiting for me to drive her to her dream. Her mouth never stops the entire drive to Lakeside Dance Studio, and for that I'm grateful. I know that I'll see Sadie for the first time since we talked in the field, and unfortunately for me, I'm kind of nervous. The way I responded to seeing her makes me feel guilty. Catherine hasn't even been gone a year, and I'm already looking at other women? What kind of asshole am I? I guess if I had to defend myself, I'd say it's not women, but one woman in particular, and she's a woman who I'm afraid always has and always will have a hold on part of my heart. I'm in a hell of a lot of trouble here. The parking lot is full when we arrive at the dance studio, but we're still able to find a spot to park. I look back at Emmy, who's suddenly gone very quiet. You okay? She nods, but doesn't say anything. Nervous, I guess. The worried look on her face breaks my heart, but doesn't come as a surprise. Emmy is full of confidence, but she's still a 5-year-old who has her moments of worry, and stepping into a new situation has her excited nervous.
A little,
she admits, holding her hands together tightly. I get out and open her door, leaning my elbows on the edge of her car seat. I don't know if what I'm about to tell Emmy is a mistake or not, but I'd do anything to take away the scared expression on her face. It's like when she wanted to sit on Santa's lap at the mall. She didn't want to be disappointed after weeks of build-up. Did you know that your new dance teacher and I used to be best friends? Her beautiful eyes widen.
Really?
Really. Then her face changes and her little nose scrunches like she just ate something gross.
But I thought my teacher is a girl.
I smile at her sweet question and reaction. She is. Well, woman, actually. Beautiful, strong, brave woman. Boys and girls can be friends, I think. It seems to me that usually it turns into something more, and that there are very few exceptions to this rule, which makes me want to retract my statement that boys and girls can be friends because she's never going to date.
I know that, Daddy, but my best friend is Erica, not a boy.
I chuckle and help her get unbuckled while grabbing her bag. Well, my best friend in high school was a girl, and now she's your dance teacher.
Is she nice?
I want to be sarcastic and tell her, no, she's a huge meanie and that's why I'm leaving you with her for an hour. But I can't. She's a little fragile at the moment. She's very nice. I think you'll love her. She looks at the studio, then back to me and nods once.
Okay, let's go.
We walk hand in hand to the front door, and when we're inside, my heart sinks. Girls are flitting about happily, their moms and dads huddled together talking, but what I notice first is that they're also put together. And one glance down at Emmy tells me she notices the exact same thing. Her hair looks like she got in a fight with a honey badger on the way here, and the rest of the students have their hair pulled up in perfect buns or braids. She looks up at me, hand gripping mine tightly, with tears in her eyes, and panic sets in. I'm not one of those prepared parents who has a magic bag ready to take on any challenge laid before me. She looks around, and I do the same before my eyes land on Sadie. She's standing in her office door, staring at the two of us, her eyes going from me to Emmy, to our hands, then back to Emmy, and eventually landing on me again. I take a step forward, then stop when I feel my hand being tugged on. I bend low when Emmy pulls me down.
Daddy, my hair.
Yup, Dad fail, big time. I should have known. In fact, I think there was something about having hair pulled out of the students' faces on the sign-up sheet that specified the clothing requirements for class. I know, sweet thing. I'll figure it out, okay?
But...
We're interrupted when Sadie comes to stand next to us.
Well, hello there.
She's not looking at me, her gaze trained solely on Emmy. A smile breaks out on her face, and she glances up at me, holding a hair tie between her fingers. I nod and stare down at her. Sadie returns her eyes to Emmy and holds out her other hand, crouching down so she's at her level.
I'm Miss Sadie. What's your name?
Emmy steps forward to Sadie and introduces herself quietly.
I'm Emerson Sanders, but my daddy calls me Emmy.
What would you like me to call you?
Emmy. I like Emmy.
Me too. It's a very pretty name. Are you excited for dance class? She looks so sad when she whispers,
Uh-huh, but my hair isn't right.
Would you like me to help with that? We like your hair out of your face so it doesn't get in the way of your amazing dance moves, and you don't miss anything. Emmy looks to me for permission, and I nod, releasing her hand only for Sadie to take it. I have to swallow down the emotion when I watch Sadie and Emmy walk to Sadie's office together, and Emmy sits on a chair in front of her. Seeing the two of them together does things to me that it absolutely shouldn't. They talk while Sadie brushes through Emmy's hair, then pulls it up into a bun faster than I'd ever be able to manage. I manage to take in Sadie's clothing while she's helping Emmy with her hair. She's wearing a grown-up version of what Emmy has on, and it leaves nothing to the imagination. It's also hot as fuck. I can't stop staring like a teenager. Her strong legs on display, a tiny pink skirt falling just over the swells of her perky ass. Her breasts are still full even under the tight spandex of the leotard, and her bright blonde hair is pulled up out of her face, which is makeup-free. She'd look adolescent if she wasn't so fucking gorgeous. And she also just caught me staring. Her cheeks flame red, and she gestures to her outfit.
I only wear it on the students' first day of classes. I learned that it helps the girls feel more comfortable if they see me wearing something similar.
I smirk at her explanation. Right. You sure that's not what you wear to the store to get groceries?
Ha ha ha. Daddy said you used to be his best friend,
Emmy says. Sadie turns her head toward me, and I shrug.
Oh, really? Yeah, but I don't believe him because you're a girl and he's a boy.
You don't think boys and girls can be best friends?
Nope.
Sadie chuckles.
Are you ready for class today?
She was a little nervous on the way here.
Daddy!
Emmy protests and shushes me. What? She asked. I point at Sadie, and Emmy stomps her foot, clenching her fist in a 5-year-old rage that she's perfected. She's not really angry if the grin on her face is anything to go by.
It's okay to be nervous, Emmy. I was nervous today, too. You were? Why?
Sadie's brief glance in my direction tells me that what she's about to say is a crock of shit, and the real reason is the same one for why I've been nervous today.
Well, I want to be the best teacher possible for you and the rest of the students. I love dance so much, and it makes me so happy when others fall in love with it too, but that means I feel pressure to make that happen. And want to know a secret?
Emmy nods.
Sometimes I get scared meeting new people too.
Emmy visibly relaxes, then suddenly gives Sadie a hug. She sits stunned for just a second before she returns the hug and embraces her.
Thanks, Miss Sadie.
You're welcome. You ready for class now? Emmy just smiles and runs over to me, giving me a big hug around my legs, then takes off out of the office when she hears her name being called by who I assume is Erica. I came to this assumption because Emmy squealed her name as she was running. I know, I'm a master of detection.
She's adorable, Reed.
Sadie's still looking out the door where Emmy just left. Thank you.
She's your Minnie, isn't she?
I let out a little laugh and scrub a hand down my face. She is, poor thing. Sadie grins and blushes again, and I wonder what she's thinking. I have to admit I'm not sure what I'd think of meeting her kid if she had one.
Well, I'd better wrangle in the kids and get started.
Have fun.
Oh, I will.
Good. Emmy really is excited. Nervous, but in that she wants it to live up to her expectations kind of nervousness.
Oh, thanks. No pressure there.
Right? You were basically on a pedestal before she even met you. She's been dreaming of the day she could learn to dance for a long time now.
That makes me ridiculously happy. This age is so much fun to teach.
I bet. Like herding cats. She giggles and nods in agreement. Pretty much exactly like that. Well, have fun. I hope Emmy listens. I'm sure she'll do great. It's so awkward. We could be saying, you say goodbye first. No, you. No, you. We're just staring at each other, not wanting to leave and making conversation. Okay, I'm going to get going. Or do I stay and watch? I don't know the protocol, clearly, since she showed up with hair that looked like it did. Sadie's smile is wide, and I almost press a hand to my chest at how it makes my heart swell. We don't want you in the room because it distracts the students. You can stay here and sit in the waiting area if you want. I'm sure they'd love it. She points behind me, and I turn to see the moms watching us. Or you can run errands. You'd probably be safer that way, she grumbles. Sadie Jones, do I detect a hint of jealousy in that tone of yours? I tease, wanting to pull her close to me. She rolls her eyes but doesn't respond. Jealousy it is. I'm man enough to admit, to myself of course, that I'd be jealous as hell if I see her with another guy. I'll probably run a quick errand, then be back. Whatever you'd like to do. I step in front of her and lean over. Whatever? I ask. Her breath comes out heavy and she hums. Mm-hmm. Good to know. I walk away before I make an ass out of myself and do something I have no right to do. Like kiss her. Damn, I really want to kiss her. I'm such a piece of shit for thinking of another woman already. Maybe if I continue to remind myself of that, I'll stop thinking these crazy thoughts. The craziest part, though, is that while I feel guilty, I'm not all that surprised. Sadie Jones isn't just some woman I met and fell for in the blink of an eye. We have history. She was my first love, the one who got away. I tell Emmy goodbye and ignore the women's eyes on me, only giving them a sparing glance and nod of acknowledgement before I head out the door and hop in my pickup. I don't have any errands to run, but I needed fresh air. The collective minutes that I've been in Sadie's presence are small, but every single time I'm around her makes me crave for more. I drive to the grocery store and pull in, figuring that there's surely something that we need. After texting my mom, she asks me to pick up a loaf of bread and some apples, so I walk inside the small store to grab the items. Just before I check out, I notice some bouquets of flowers and make a quick decision to purchase one. Isn't that what parents do for their kids after they've gone to dance? I'm sure I've seen that somewhere. I stop at the coffee shop for a cup of coffee before heading back to the studio and notice there's still 30 minutes left of class. Damn small towns, everything is too close and rarely busy, which normally would make me happy. But right now, not so much. Unfortunately, the only available seat is one smack dab in the middle of all the women who are currently staring at me holding a cellophane cone of flowers. I lean against the wall and pull my phone out, trying to look busy so I won't have to answer the questions that I know are on the tip of everyone's tongues. I hear whispering about tattoos, and then a couple giggles, and I do my best not to roll my eyes. I'm not an idiot. I know what I look like to women, and coming back to the town I grew up in, I figured a lot of people would be talking about me. But I feel like I'm sitting in a fishbowl, and it makes my skin crawl. Feeling everyone's eyes on me, I look up from my phone and glance around. A few of the bolder women don't look away, while others quickly avert their eyes. My phone chimes with a text, and I swipe over to my messages, smiling when I see who's texting me. I tuck the flowers under my arm so I can use both hands to text because I'm not that talented. Justin, I've decided to no longer support your decision to move to Lakeside. I breathe out a laugh and reply. Me. Oh, yeah? It's a logical reason, I promise. Oh, this ought to be good. It is. See, there's a new love triangle here, and I'm not equipped to deal with the drama. Apparently I'm being insensitive. Eye roll emoji. What the hell is a love triangle? Use your brain. It's when 3 people are involved. Isn't that like a threesome? This is when 2 people are fighting over 1, so not as much fun as a threesome, obviously. Grinning at my phone, I continue typing and ignore the fact that I can feel eyes on me. Obviously. I respectfully request you return to deal with this shit. I'm about to lose my mind. Who's involved in this threesome? Triangle, not threesome. Keep up. It's Jessa, Carson, and Logan. I scrunch my nose. That's a very odd group. I can't picture them getting along, much less dating in any capacity. Deciding to screw with him, I ask, those 3 are together? That's weird. They don't have anything in common. You're seriously annoying the shit out of me. Stop being an idiot. Carson and Logan are fighting over Jessa. I know, I just like screwing with you. So apparently I'm not allowed to schedule the three of them together, and it's insensitive of me to do so. Sounds fun. It isn't. It's a pain in the ass. What am I supposed to do? You know you're better with people in these situations than I am. I can't help but laugh out loud at that. He's a liar. I'm terrible with people when it comes to drama. I have no tolerance for it. Which, maybe that's why he thinks I'm better at it than he is. I shut the shit down before it has a chance to get started. I'm getting ready to send you a sympathy card for your troubles. By sympathy card, I hope you mean bottle of Jack. Sends picture. I press my lips together at the pathetic selfie he just sent me. It's of him fake crying while the triangle argues in the background. Yikes, I don't think I've ever seen Carson look angry before. Me either, but according to Jessa, he's suddenly alpha, which apparently doesn't have anything to do with dogs like I thought it did. I'm dying here. Save me. I think you'll survive. I won't. This is more than I'm equipped to handle. This is why I can't have kids. They turn into teenagers, then they turn into 20s, and you'd think that'd be better, but obviously it isn't. Now who's dramatic? It's catching. I've got the drama bug. I need a vacation. You could always come here to visit, get away from the drama for a bit. I thought you'd never ask. How many hints did I need to drop? 1. You said vacation and I offered. See you in 2 weeks. Emmy will be thrilled. I glance around and am happy to see the women have stopped staring at me, but that's probably because I hear commotion that tells me Emmy's class is almost finished. How is my little girl doing? I didn't think I'd miss the squirt, but fuck man, you stole my girl away. She's finishing up her first dance class right now. Have her FaceTime me after. I miss her. Not your ugly mug, but her. Will do. The door opens, and a flood of little girls, all dressed similarly to Emmy, rushes out, all to their parents' waiting arms. They're a mess of giggles and chatter and demonstrations of what they learned. When Emmy spots me, she runs to me and I lift her in my arms.
Daddy, I danced.
Did you? And? Was it everything you dreamed it would be?
Uh-huh, I had so much fun. And guess what?
What?
Miss Sadie said I did great.
Sadie walks out of the room with a beaming smile, and our eyes connect. She did, huh?
Uh-oh. Oh, Daddy, you got me flowers?
It's then I realize I'm the only one who brought flowers for my daughter. Emmy wiggles, so I set her down, and she grabs the package from me, inhaling the scent. Sadie makes her way over to us when Emmy calls her name to come see the flowers I got for her.
So usually that's only when the girls have recitals. Parents don't give their daughters flowers after every practice.
I look around to see the girls begging their parents for flowers like Emmy got, and the moms are now glaring at me. Oh, crap. Really? Sadie's trying really hard not to laugh, and then a woman joins us, her daughter in tow.
So you're the one that's going to make us all look bad, huh? Erica, did you see my flowers? They're so pretty. Mommy, I want flowers.
I wince and then bend low, plucking a flower out of Emmy's bouquet and handing it to Erica. Hi, I'm Reed, Emmy's dad. I've heard a lot about you, Erica.
Hi.
I stand up straight and extend my hand to who I assume is Erica's mom. Hi there, Reed, Emmy's dad. All I've heard about since school started is her best friend, Erica. It seems like we'll need to set up a time for the girls to get together or something. I feel like patting myself on the back for how adult I'm behaving. Normally, Catherine would have been the one to exchange numbers with another parent, and I'd just participate in whatever she was telling me we needed to do. This single-parent thing isn't for the faint of heart by any means, but I'm learning, slowly.
I'm Candace. Nice to meet you, Reed.
She grins, sliding her eyes over to Sadie briefly before returning to me.
I've heard a lot about you as well. Emmy, I mean, not you.
She corrects herself, but I can't help but wonder if what she said first held some level of truth. Sorry about the flowers thing. I thought that's what we were supposed to do. Candace shakes her head and holds a hand up.
Nah, it's okay. It's just for recitals, but it looks like they're a hit with Emmy, so I wouldn't worry too much.
Got it.
I was just telling Reed how great Emmy did in class tonight. She did. Erica is in the class up one level from hers because she did that class last year, but I still help teach the new students. She has a lot of natural talent.
I'm sure she gets that from me, I joke. I have 2 left feet. But then again, so did Catherine. We barely even slow danced at our wedding. I have no idea where Emmy gets her rhythm from, other than, like Candace said, it coming natural to her. Sadie's finger pokes me in the shoulder, and I want to reach out and tug her close. That damn leotard or ballerina outfit or whatever it's called is making my head fuzzy. Her curves, so fucking sexy and in all the right places. No other woman has ever called to me the way she does. Oh, right. I seem to remember you always stomping on my toes when we'd dance. Hey now, I always warned you. I grin down at her and take a step closer, pointing at our feet. Sadie's smile lights up the entire room. You did, but you'd think you'd have gotten better at some point. I shake my head and shrug. Never did. Candace clears her throat, and we take a step away from each other. Okay, Sadie, I'll see you in the morning. Erica and Emmy hug goodbye, and Candace and I exchange numbers so she can get in touch about a play date for the girls, which makes them squeal with excitement.
See you next week, Miss Sadie.
Emmy hugs Sadie and tugs on my hand to follow Erica and Candace out the door. I guess that's my cue. I'll, see you around? She nods, and I hate that it's going to be a week before I see her again. But moving back home isn't about me dating or spending time with women. It's about starting fresh. I can hardly start fresh with the woman who broke my heart 12 years ago. That doesn't mean my heart and head are in agreement with the new plan of not having Sadie in my life as more than just my daughter's dance teacher. Or my dick, which is currently stirring to life for the first time since Catherine passed. Emmy and I make our way to my pickup and climb inside. As soon as we're buckled, I started up and called Justin on FaceTime, handing the phone to Emmy. They talk like two old ladies, Justin filling Emmy in on the gossip, keeping it rated G, of course, about the triangle and anything else she missed since we've been gone. She asks questions most 5-year-olds wouldn't think to ask. What he had for breakfast, what show is he watching on Netflix, if he plans to dress up for Halloween that's still over a month away. He indulges every question and adds plenty of his own. When he tells her he's coming to see us in a few weeks, she kicks and cheers, making me smile, and I have no doubt he's doing the same. As much of a pain in the ass as he can be, I'm glad I have him. He got me through losing Catherine and stepped in without a second thought. He's like a brother to me, and I couldn't be more grateful. They end the call as we pull up to the house, and Emmy hands me back my phone. I've barely put it in park before she has the door open and is running to the house, excited to show her grandparents the flowers and tell them about her evening. The scent of marinara sauce wafts through the open windows, and my mouth waters. One of the best parts of being home is my mom's cooking. I'll never tire of it. As I'm walking in the house, my phone buzzes with a text. Unknown. Emmy did amazing tonight, Reed. You should be so proud. I scrunch my eyebrows and stare at my phone. Me. Sadie? Who else would it be? I just didn't realize you had my number. I don't mind, of course. I quickly store her number into my contacts. It was on the sign-up form. I hope it's okay I used it. I already said I don't mind. Okay, well, I just wanted to let you know how great she did. She's a sweet girl, Reed. My chest swells with pride. It's a universal feeling, I'm sure, for all parents. We can think our own kids are great and amazing and talented, but when someone else says they are, it's like we've just accepted the award for best parent of the world. Thank you. I'm pretty fond of her myself. As you should be. I run my teeth over my bottom lip and consider my next step for about a second before I type out, how about that coffee tomorrow? I hold my breath as I watch the 3 bubbles pop up and disappear, only to appear again. I'd like that. 9 at the diner. I haven't had one of their breakfast skillets in a while. Sadie and I would go to the diner for breakfast on Saturday mornings quite often when we were in high school. She'd order a skillet with scrambled eggs, breakfast potatoes, ham, and veggies, and I'd end up eating half of hers along with mine. That sounds really good. Plus, that'll be easier for the gossip mill if we just meet in public where they can listen in, wink face. I grin, but can't deny that she's right. The tongues will be wagging about us having coffee, but I don't give a fuck. Guilty or not, I want to spend time with Sadie again. She was once my everything, and while we've changed a lot over the years and I hardly expect us to go back to who we were as kids, I also don't have plans to ignore the fact that we're both here in Lakeside. I do my best to tamp down my excitement over having a cup of coffee with Sadie Jones, but I can't. When I was 14, I laid my eyes on Sadie and knew that she'd be in my life forever. I guess what they say is true. you actually can go home again.
Chapter 11. Sadie. It's just coffee. That's it. Coffee. Something you drink every single day. Just coffee. I stare at myself in the mirror, thankful that Candace was willing to teach my class this morning. Of course, she asked what was going on and why I needed her help, which led to a conversation that only made me slightly uncomfortable. Tell me, just how well do you know Reed Sanders? What do you mean? Don't play dumb with me. Last night when he was picking up Emmy from class, the tension was thick between the two of you. It was impossible to ignore. You are such a liar. It's not nice to call yourself names. She laughs at her own joke through the phone, and I'm glad she can't see the blush painting my cheeks red. I know there's a story here. What was all that when we used to dance talk? I take a deep breath and let it out slowly. Reed and I used to be friends. Just friends? Maybe a little more than friends. Just how much more? I look around my bedroom nervously, like it's holding the answers I'm looking for. Well, what? You're killing me. We lost our virginities to each other. I wince, knowing that I just shocked her. You what? I pull my phone away from my ear when she shouts. Can we just agree to let it go for now, but I promise to give you the full story soon? You owe me about 2 bottles of wine then. You got it. My hair is shiny and straight, falling down over my shoulders. I keep my makeup light, not wanting to appear that I'm trying too hard. My purple V-neck t-shirt is fitted and shows just a tiny hint of cleavage, and its material is soft against my skin. My ass looks amazing in my new wide-leg light-wash jeans. My toenails are painted a bright pink. On the outside, I'm confident. Now if only the riot of butterflies in my stomach would relax. Reed wants to get to know each other again, which is fine. Great, actually. However, that also means that I have to tell him what I've been doing for the past 12 years. Well, I don't have to, but Lakeside is a small town and he'll eventually hear about it on his own, if he hasn't already. And I'd really rather be the one to explain why I spent the years following his departure from town working in a strip bar. I'm nervous. He's either going to be disgusted with me or pissed, or I can't even think of how he'll react. I'm also not sure if we should actually be in public or if I should let him know privately. Shit, I am really nervous. Shaking out my hands, I flex my fingers and make my way to my car parked in the garage. I almost want to sit in my car and write out a list of everything I need to tell him. That way I can check off everything on the list as I go through them and have something to focus on. I've always loved lists. Even if I'm writing something down just so I can mark it complete, it gives me a huge sense of accomplishment. Decision made, I dig into my purse and find a pad of paper and a pen. How I became a stripper, why I continued stripping, why I'm now teaching pole dancing, Mom's illness, his mom and dad's help with everything in my life, Samuel update, why I live next door to his childhood lakeside haven, Billy. Ugh. What am I getting myself into? Seeing this list makes me even more nervous than I already was. For anyone, catching up after being out of each other's lives for 12 years would be a lot, but looking at everything I've gone through in list form is overwhelming. Once I've finished, I put my notepad back in my purse and head over to the diner to meet Reed. I almost puke twice on the way. I see his pickup in the parking lot when I arrive and park next to it, getting out of the car and walking inside before I lose my nerve. He's already seated at a table, but he stands when he sees me approach, despite the fact that he's having a conversation with old man Henry Anderson. I almost turn around and go back out the door. I've never liked Henry. He's been creepy for as long as I can remember, and when I worked at Eve's, he was the first person I saw get escorted out by the bouncers for being inappropriate with the dancers. It takes a lot to have a bouncer throw your ass out of a gentleman's club. Before I can turn around, Reed smiles and dismisses Henry, who turns and sees me, a grin breaking out across his face that makes my stomach churn. He's well into his 60s and has no family that I know of. When he walks toward me, I shrink away, doing my best to get out of his way. He tips his hat like he's some kind of damn gentleman when he approaches and murmurs a hello. I do my best not to shudder because Henry is nasty. Teeth yellow and always smells of hair tonic and cigarette smoke. I blow out of breath when he walks through the diner door. When my eyes meet Reed's again, he looks apologetic. Just like everyone else in Lakeside, he knows what Henry's like, and I'm sure he didn't want to have to talk to him. Henry gone, though, I can focus on Reed again. Wow, is he ever handsome? I don't think I'll ever get used to it. Reed is who romance novels are written about. Sexy, single dad, covered in tattoos and scruff and muscles. Oh, and let's not forget the fact that he used to be a fireman or that he's a cowboy. What is that, like a 7 threat? I'm sure I could come up with another threat to make it an even octo threat. How is this fair? I'm supposed to go sit across from him while he looks like sex on a stick, and I barely threw together an outfit that matches? I mean, I took time to look decent, but next to him, no comparison. I never was, though. When I get to the table, he leans over like he's going to hug or kiss me, but then pulls back like he thinks better of it. Instead, he just pulls out my chair and gestures for me to take a seat. Morning, he says once we're both seated, voice rumbly and delicious. That's another thing that's changed. While Reed always had a deep voice, it's gotten deeper and sexier, a bit gruff even, with age. Morning. I smile back and place my purse on the seat between us. This is the same diner I used to work in for several years, and the only thing that's really changed is a few new staff members. Our waitress comes and takes our drinks order and lets us know she'll be back soon with our coffee and to take our food order. I'm embarrassed to say how excited I am about the breakfast skillet, Reed says, rubbing his hands together and not even looking at the menu. I chuckle. I'm not one bit surprised. Are you planning on eating half of mine too? Yes, can't break tradition now, can we? Shaking my head, I fold my hands together on the table and lean over. What did Emmy think of dance class? A smile breaks out across his face at the first mention of his daughter, and it's the cutest thing ever. He obviously loves her very much, and I have the sudden urge to beg to spend more time with them to experience their interaction together firsthand. She loved it. Every second. She fell asleep talking about it, actually. I love that so much. She really did do great, Reed. Yeah, I kind of wondered if she actually sucked and you were just saying that. The waitress sets our coffees down and we place our order. Once she's gone, I assure him, I wouldn't do that. I mean, I wouldn't just come out and tell a parent that their child sucked, but I definitely wouldn't lie about how good he or she is. Good to know. We both doctor up our coffee, and I stare at him as he takes his first sip. It's surreal, sitting here drinking coffee with Reed. Back in high school, he drank Red Bull, and I drank Mountain Dew. But now we're adults, and even things like our choice of caffeine has changed. I laugh lightly, shaking my head and biting my bottom lip. What? I look closely at Reed. He hasn't changed, but at the same time he has. His hair is still dark like it always was, a little shorter than the way he wore it in high school. He never had facial hair and his skin was clear of tattoos, but he's still Reed. Nothing. It's just, this should be weird, but it isn't. I know what you mean. We're grown-ups, I say, wrinkling my nose. He throws his head back and laughs, and I'm blessed by seeing the strong column of his neck. Do you work out like 23 hours a day? I blurt out, which makes him laugh harder. Then he does something that has me laughing too. He bends his arm and flexes his bicep with a cheesy grin on his face. He turns, then points to the counter. Oh my gosh, you did not just do that. Hey, you were the one commenting on my muscles. I figured you were wanting a show. Shaking my head, I giggle. You're ridiculous. He grins, takes a sip of coffee, winks, and then my ovaries explode. Shit. I am so screwed. I blame Emmy. She brings out the kid in me. Nah, you were always like this. You made me laugh all the time, remember? I remember. How does it feel living in Lakeside again? Good. Like home, actually. I'd always planned to move home, but the timing changed after Catherine died. I'm so sorry. Do you want to talk about it? Not really, no. Maybe another time? Sure. Since I'm pretty sure you already know a lot about me, how about you tell me about what you've been up to? Crap. Suddenly the coffee I've been drinking sits like lead in my stomach. I squirm in my seat, not wanting to discuss everything on my list, but I know I need to. Well, I own my own dance studio now. His smirk tells me he knows I'm delaying. I've heard. And I teach pole dancing. Also something I already knew. He raises an eyebrow and sips his coffee. His tattooed hand stands out against the simple white cup he's holding. I'm single. He nods. And I live in Lakeside. What aren't you telling me? So blunt. He doesn't have time for bullshitting, obviously. I made a list to help. To that, he chuckles. Still love the list making, huh? Do you still add things to it just to cross it off? You think you know me so well. I do, but something tells me you're about to shock me. That's one way to put it. Okay, how about this? You look at the list and write a number by each item, and I'll go in order of what you want to know about first. Or maybe I'll go backward. I pull out my notepad and hand it over to him, along with a pen. You're serious? I'm serious. Not to freak you out, but I'm a little nervous. This helps me. Okay. I blow out a breath and finish the last of my coffee, motioning to the waitress for a refill. He has his head bent over the paper as she comes back and fills both our cups and lets us know our breakfast should be out in just a few minutes. Thank you. You're welcome. Can I get you anything else while you wait? Maybe a couple glasses of water? Sure thing. Be right back with that. It doesn't take her but 30 seconds to return with our water, just as Reed finishes numbering the list. There's something you need to explain first. What's that? He turns the notepad around so it's facing me, and I look at where he's pointing, a hard look on his face. How I became a stripper. Oh, shit. I forgot that was the first thing on the list. Explain. His voice is stern and expression hard, borderline angry. My first instinct is to get pissed at his bossiness. Who the hell does he think he is to demand an explanation? He wasn't here. He has no idea what I was going through. What about it? I ask innocently, trying to keep my face neutral. Cut the shit, Sadie. You're the one who put it on the list. If you didn't want to explain how it happened, you wouldn't have listed it. He's right. Damn it, but still, he doesn't have to be a rude dick about it. You're right. I do want to tell you about that time of my life, but next time, how about you ask a little nicer? Can you blame me? I'm a little shocked. I get that. I do, but Reed, you don't have a right to treat me that way. His dark eyes grow sad when he says quietly, I used to know everything about you. I hate that you have a list of shit that I don't know so I can hear about your past. I should have been involved in those years. It's funny. I thought that maybe he'd moved on from that. He was married, had a daughter. I assumed he no longer cared and that he stayed away because I wasn't a blip on his radar any longer. Maybe I assumed wrong. Our breakfasts are placed in front of us, but I'm no longer hungry. And by the way Reed doesn't dive right into his, neither is he. He stares down at the table, gripping his fork so tightly I'm afraid it will crumble in his hand. I'm sorry, I whisper. He shakes his head, still not looking up at me. I watch as his chest rises and falls and feel the table tremble as if his knee is bobbing beneath it. Eventually, he places the fork down and leans back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. He looks around the mostly empty diner, and when his eyes return to me, it seems as though the cloud that settled over him moments ago has already lifted. "The first thing I'd like you to tell me about is how you got into—" He can't finish the sentence. Swallows hard and looks like saying the word stripper would make him physically ill. "If that's okay with you. If you're comfortable with that, I mean." I nod and eat a chunk of potato. It goes down like a rock. In order to explain that, I need to tell you about my mom first. I know I told you to number everything, but I blow out a breath and shake my head. She has bipolar disorder. She was diagnosed years ago, but wouldn't go on her medication to stabilize her mood episodes. I found out the night I got drunk on Red Bull and UV blue. Realization dawns and his eyes shutter closed. "I knew something major happened. Why didn't you tell me?" "Because I knew you'd think you needed to fix it, and truth is, I couldn't accept your help. I was in my own head about it too. At the time, I saw what your future looked like, and if I'd have told you, that would have changed. It wasn't fair of me, I know, that I didn't let you make that decision, but you have to understand that I mentally couldn't handle wondering if I was ruining your future by laying my burdens at your feet on top of everything else." He takes a deep breath and looks out the window. His jaw flexes before he says, "I get it. I might not agree with it, but I do understand. A little bit, anyway." "My dad," Reed grunts at the mention of the man who was never really a dad to me. "He scared me." His head jerks to me and his eyes go hard. "What do you mean he scared you?" "Nothing like that. He just said some things that made it hard for an 18-year-old to make a thoughtful decision. I wanted to get help. He said that if I discussed Mom's diagnosis, that CPS would come and take Samuel away, and since I was 18, I would be stuck with Mom on my own. Or homeless." He added that in too. Fucker. "Yeah, he is. But I don't have anything to do with him anymore." "Good." "You'd better eat before it gets cold." I point to his plate, and he looks down like he forgot it was sitting there. He spears a piece of potato and some ham and takes a bite. "Anyway, I knew I needed to help Mom, not because I had some sort of loyalty to her, but for Samuel, you know. He was young and needed me, needed a home. Mom and I had a long talk, and she finally agreed to go on medication. But it's not that simple. It's not like I could give her a pill and all was right. The first 2 medications didn't work for her. I was constantly monitoring her while trying to work here to earn enough money to support us." "And you took all of it on yourself?" I chew and swallow the bite I just took while shrugging, and he continues to eat. "It wasn't that big of a deal, honestly. It brought Samuel and me that much closer. And for that, I'm grateful. And Mom is doing really well now. Unbelievably well, actually." "So you grew up overnight?" "I guess I did." "And your mom is doing good now? You have her medication figured out?" "Yeah, she's like a different person, actually." "I guess that explains a lot, huh? Is that why she would hide out in her room for days?" "Mm-hmm. That'd be why." "Wow. I really wish you'd have told me." I continue to eat, the simple comfort of the food before me bringing back more memories of our time together. I wonder if he thinks the same. By the way he keeps glancing up at me from his meal tells me that he does. He clears his throat. "So how did that lead to your career change?" I snort out a laugh at his subject change. "Money was part of it. I should be honest that after you left for school, I kind of lost it a little bit." He opens his mouth to say something, probably something to the effect of, he never wanted to leave me in the first place, but I hold up a hand to stop him. "I met a few new people through Billy, and one night they dared me to go to Eve's Gentlemen's Club with them." And you were never one to back down from a dare. The corner of my mouth ticks up. Right. But the joke was on them. When I started watching the dancers, something happened. I found a beauty in their movements. I understood there was a part of what they were doing that wouldn't be enjoyable, but I got lost in the art of it all. I missed dancing so much, and we were financially not making it. He pushes away his now empty plate and cups, his large hands around his coffee cup. So you did it to help the family, but also because you enjoyed it? He sounds doubtful, but I get it. Stripping isn't something most people would say they wanted to do for a living. For most, it's a means to an end. And it was for me, too. It just happened to turn into something more than I expected. Not the stripping part, but the dancing part? Yes. I actually loved it. I'd walk onto the stage, and it didn't matter what I was wearing or if men and women were making lewd comments. I didn't care if I had to pick up dollar bills off the floor when I was done with my routine. He looks down at my plate, and I grin, moving it so he can finish. He smiles, and it brings back such a sense of nostalgia that I have to swallow back the tears that are threatening to spill over. Gotta say, even knowing that you teach pole dancing, I did not expect that you once did it for a living. Yeah, it surprised me too. I'll admit, I really hate the idea of you stripping. Laughing, I tuck some hair behind my ear. I get it. While I wouldn't be where I am today without it, I am glad it's not something that's still in my life. Me too. He finishes off the rest of my meal, and our waitress drops off our bill. Reed reaches into his pocket and pulls out a handful of cash, dropping it on the table. Then he stands, holding out a hand to me. Come on, we have a lot of the list left to discuss. I place my hand in his, and he grips me tightly, pulling me up out of my seat. He was always strong, but his new muscles are really quite something. I can feel his strength as he tugs me to standing, but what really has me stumbling over my own feet is the fact that we walk out the door with my hand still clutched in his. Where are we going? No clue. Just know that I can't sit in the diner any longer while you tell me what happened while I was gone. Oh. He opens the passenger door to his pickup and helps me in, his hands going around my waist. Once I'm in, he slams the door and rounds the front, getting into the driver's seat. It doesn't click with me that I didn't need to get into his pickup until we're driving away from the diner. What just happened here? My car is back there. Where the hell are we going? He comes to a stop at the stop sign, looks both ways, then continues through the intersection. Sorry, I really wasn't thinking. Do you want me to take you back? Would you? He barks out a laugh. Probably not, unless you really wanted to. I pretend to think it through, but there's no way I'm asking him to take me back to my car. I sit back in the seat and roll down my window, breathing in the fresh air. I suppose it's okay. If you have a plan as to where we're going, that is. Don't I always have a plan? Remember, some things never change. He's right, because sitting in the passenger seat of his pickup feels so comfortable, so normal that it's almost as if no time has passed.
Chapter 12. Read. It's as if no time has passed. Having her sit next to me in my pickup is bringing back so many memories, especially when she pulls her leg up and rests it against the door, sticking her arm out the open window. My hold on the steering wheel might appear casual, with my own leg bent against the door and only 2 fingers guiding the pickup where I spontaneously decided I was going to take her. I need to relax, and there's only one place I can think of that will help me do that. The list of questions I have about her time working at Eve's is endless. I hate it. When I saw that at the top of the list, I could practically feel my blood pressure rising.
Are we going riding?
Figures she would know. Even the time that separated us hasn't diminished how well we can read each other. That okay?
Glad I wore jeans today.
I am too. When she stood up to leave, I got a look of her ass and almost groaned. My thumb taps out the rhythm to the song playing softly through the speakers. It's a song about leaving a town in his rearview mirror as he drives away, And if I allow it to, it could be uncomfortable to listen to. But it isn't. Truth is, the last 12 years happened, and there's nothing we can do about it. Time to move the fuck on. I bypass the house and drive straight to the barn. Sadie leans forward, looking out the windshield. Okay, I'm excited now. Do you realize how long it's been since I went riding? Dad hasn't been making you ride? No. Well, he tried, but really I've been so focused on making the studio my own that I kind of haven't had much of a life. Too bad. I'm here now, right? She is. With me. What the hell am I doing? We walk into the barn and work together to get the horses saddled, and before long we're heading out the back door. Rather than taking the same path I went the other day with Brownie, we head west. When we got to the barn, Sadie put on a pair of my mom's boots, and she grabbed one of her cowboy hats hanging on the wall. I look over at her at the same time she looks my way, and can't deny how perfect she looks. I have her riding Gabby. She's a beautiful horse, her deep brown coloring spotted with white, including one in the shape of a diamond. Walking side by side, I decide to continue our conversation from the diner. Billy? She winces, then wrinkles her nose, and I chuckle. Really? That turd? Turd? I laugh. Yeah, well, he and I are no longer a thing, thank goodness. We were engaged for a short time. We aren't married for a reason. I'm not surprised, really. He was a jackass when we were teenagers, and he didn't seem like the type of person who'd grow out of it. Let's just say he's not worth the line on the list. She looks forward and guides Gabby to start going down a path that leads us to a small pond we used to frequent as kids. So why is he? I knew you'd ask about him, so I figured I'd just get it out there. Truth is, he was a jerk, and I never should have said yes to his proposal. At the time, it seemed like he'd changed, but once his ring was on my finger, I realized he hadn't. She shrugs and bends over to rub a hand down Gabby's neck. So he's a non-factor now. Correct. I think he's living in Vegas. She raises her eyebrows and I chuckle. He kind of liked the scene at Eve's, but wanted, shall we say, more. I think he also wanted to live somewhere that no one knew him and he could be himself. What does that mean? He liked the dudes. Whoa, what? Since when? She giggles and Gabby whinnies, moving her head up and down a little bit. Since always, I assume. Don't get me wrong, he liked the girls too. Ah, so he wants both? Right. Huh, never would have guessed that. I'm full of shocking information today, huh? That you are. We ride in silence for a few more minutes as I let that bit of news settle in. Billy's bisexual. Shocking is an understatement. Samuel, how's he doing? What's he up to? A beautiful smile breaks out across her face when she looks at me over her shoulder, eyes shimmering under the bright Montana sun. He's amazing, fixing cars, doing his thing, being a pain in my ass. Yesterday he scared the shit out of me because I thought someone had broken into my house. Why would you think that? Just a weird feeling I had, I guess, like someone was watching me. But then I went inside and he was there, so it must have just been him, the jerk. I almost took him out, too. I don't like the idea that she felt like someone was watching her, but if Samuel was inside her house, then I guess it makes sense. How'd you almost take him out? With a broom. Really? A broom? It was the first thing I saw, she defends. Besides, it didn't really matter because it was just Samuel. Well, that brings me to the next thing I wanted to ask. She appears nervous as she looks forward, guiding Gabby toward the small pond. When she's next to a tree, she swings a leg over and hops down, holding on to the reins. I do the same with Brownie, and we tie them up around the tree before taking a seat side by side on the grassy shoreline. She bends her knees and wraps her arms around her legs. Before us, the water sparkles under the bright, shining sun. It dawns on me that bodies of water is our thing. It's where we have some of our most meaningful conversations and where we lost our virginity to each other. I live next door to the lake house. I scrub a hand over my scruff and stretch my legs out in front of me, leaning back on my hands. So it was her that I saw the first day I was back in Lakeside. I guess I'm not going crazy after all. I actually thought I saw you the first day I was back in Lakeside, but figured my eyes were playing tricks on me. No tricks. I feel like there's a joke about treats in there somewhere. Probably, she laughs. Not to be rude, but
Oh, trust me, I didn't pay anywhere close to what that house is worth. Your dad helped me with it.
he bought you a house? I ask, shocked. My parents are hardly buy an old friend a house rich. They're more of the, hey, we'll buy you a steak dinner and maybe even spring for a lobster tail and dessert type.
Ha! Oh my gosh, no. The previous owners let Alan know that they were going to sell and wondered if he knew of anyone who would love it like they did. For the price they were asking, there was no way I could have turned down the deal.
Wow, how does it feel, owning a house on the lake?
Amazing.
She sighs and rests her cheek on her knee, looking at me.
Truly, I never thought I'd be a homeowner, let alone one on the lake. If it wasn't for your dad letting me know about the house coming available, I never would have been able to either.
She's really come a long way from the girl who used to think so little of herself. I want to bring it up and ask if she still thinks she's unworthy or if she finally recognizes her worth. Did moving into her house change her way of thinking, or was it something else? Does Samuel live with you?
What?
You mentioned he was there.
Oh, no, he lives in his own place too. He comes over a lot, though, mainly so I can feed him,
she says with a grin, raising her head off her knees. You like to cook?
Love it. Your mom... I'm sorry, is this weird for you? All the things I'm telling you that your parents are involved in?
A little, I admit.
They are great, to both me and Samuel.
I'm not surprised.
No? Well, I was. Your mom saw me at the pharmacy one day picking up my mom's medication. She wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I started breaking down at the counter when the pharmacist was going over all the potential side effects. She held me while I cried, and I think she kind of knew that it was about more than just my mom's diagnosis. She stood next to me and listened in case I had any questions later about the meds, and then made me get in her car and drove me home to help me get my mom settled. For the past 12 years, she's been by my side, Reed. Taught me how to cook, clean, what to do in the winter with the snow, and how to pay the bills. All the things that Mom was never able to teach me. Then your dad stepped in and made sure we were taking care of our vehicles and that our heater was working properly. They've truly been like parents to Samuel and me.
By the time she finishes talking about how incredible my parents have been to her, tears are slowly sliding down her cheeks, and I can feel my own lump in my throat. I didn't know any of that. It makes me jealous of them and love them even more, though. Before I can stop myself, I reach out my hand and wipe away her tears with my thumb. Her breath catches, and she stares at me, her lips parted. She's so beautiful. I keep thinking it, but it's true. I could never get over her beauty. Inside and out, it was impossible to ignore. I'm glad you had them.
Me too, she whispers.
My thumb is still brushing her cheek lightly, and somehow we've scooted closer together so our thighs are touching. There's an electric charge between us that I can't deny, but know I need to. She's my daughter's dance teacher, the woman who told me she didn't love me in return, and I'm still grieving the loss of my wife. There are a million reasons why I shouldn't even consider kissing her, but yet I am. I'm desperate to feel her lips pressed against mine, to taste her and remember how it felt to have her in my arms again. She licks her lips, and my eyes follow this simple movement. The tip of her tongue sliding across her plump lips that remind me of peaches. I lean closer, my eyes darting between her lips and eyes, seeking permission, needing it, suddenly desperate for it. I won't take anything from her without it. Fuck. Our bodies inch closer, so close I can feel the tiny puff of breath she expels from her lips. It washes against my skin. I feel it. Leaves rustle in the trees from the breeze blowing. A frog croaks from somewhere near the pond. The faint smell of cow manure doesn't even diminish how romantic it is. The fact that I just thought the word romantic along with cow manure almost makes me laugh.
Reed,
she whispers, lifting a hand to my own cheek and leaning over. It's all I need to hear to squash the last of the space between us. When our lips meet once again, it feels like coming home. The last time I felt this way was 12 years ago. Maybe what people say about first loves always sticking with you is true. Everything with Sadie just feels so right. The kiss starts slow. It's a memory we're revisiting, our lips learning each other once again. It's a tentative kiss. one that's not meant for getting to the end, but to tell each other a story. For me, it's a story of lost chances. Maybe my hopeful mind and heart is reading into things, but I believe she loved me then and couldn't tell me. 12 years of time that we can't get back. Deep down, I feel some bitterness toward that, but I remind myself she was young and scared, thinking she was doing what was best for me, for both of us at the time. She's wrong, but that's not something I can change, nor do I want to. I can't imagine a life without Emmy in it. My mom always said there's a reason for everything, and I believe that. Our time spent apart made us who we are today, and I'm looking forward to what that means when it comes to Sadie Jones, which is why I won't rush our kiss. A soft moan escapes her lips, and I press harder when she angles her body toward me. I slide a hand over her hip, my fingers flexing into her luscious curves. As much as I want to continue kissing her, it's more important that we take whatever this is slow. I need to be honest with myself about what I want. For me, nothing with Sadie Jones will ever be casual, and I'll be damned if I change that now. She and I are more than just a romp in the grass, but I don't know if I'm ready for whatever more is yet. I slowly end the kiss, my body screaming at me to stop being a fucking moron, and ease back from her. Our foreheads rest against each other, her hands cradling my face and playing with my facial hair. I let out a breathy laugh. It's a little thicker than I could grow in high school, huh? She nods, eyes scanning my features.
So much has changed.
It has.
But you still feel the same to me.
She sits back so there's space between us once again, and her nose wrinkles.
Is that weird?
The weird thing is that it's not weird, that I understand what she means. Instead of saying that, I shake my head and lean over, brushing my lips against her soft lips, because I just can't help myself. It isn't, but...
Uh-oh, here's the but.
It's not that, it's that I don't know if
you should be kissing someone from your past when your wife hasn't even been gone a year.
She gets it. Of course she does. Right.
Kissing doesn't need to...
It's my turn to interrupt, because I don't want to hear her say that kissing doesn't mean something. Don't say that. You know it's not true. She almost deflates, her shoulders slouching.
You're right. That was an asshole thing of me to even come close to saying.
I want to get to know Sadie the adult.
I want to get to know Reed the adult.
Good, then it's settled. We'll get to know each other again. The expression on her face almost makes me laugh. Why are you pouting?
Because I also really liked kissing you.
Oh, yeah? I can't stop the smug grin that spreads across my face. She shoves me lightly, giggling.
Don't embarrass me.
How am I embarrassing you? I'm just glad to hear that you like kissing me. That means I got better at it over the years. The last time we kissed, you must not have liked it so much. Her facial expression changes in an instant. She's suddenly so serious it almost scares me. What?
There might have been something I didn't include on the list that I need to tell you.
Okay, I hedge, removing my hand that was still resting on her hip. Something tells me that I need space for this conversation.
That last night before you left for college. Remember it?
Remember it? Of course I remember it. I've relived it in my dreams more times than I care to admit. I lost my virginity that night. I stare at her, my heartbeat pounding so fast and hard I can feel it in my throat. In 3 seconds, I have a million thoughts roll through my head. It wasn't actually her first time. She ended up pregnant and gave the baby up for adoption, or miscarried, or... I can't even think of the third option there. Maybe she regretted it all these years, and I avoided her at all costs, and she couldn't tell me that it never should have happened. Yes.
I lied about something.
I swallow hard. About what? She looks down for a few beats before focusing on the water. It takes a few minutes, but she finally turns her gaze on me again.
When you dropped me off at home, and you'd said that you were in love with me, and I told you I didn't love you back.
I can't speak for fear of what she's about to tell me. I don't know if I want to hear that she loved me or not.
I lied about that.
She licks her lips and nods once. About not loving me, I confirm.
Right.
Why? She gives me a look that says I know the answer to that question, but I'm not about to let her off the hook. No, you don't get to not say the words. I want to hear you say it. Tears are shimmering in her eyes, and she sniffs, but she still opens her mouth to explain.
Because I would have held you back.
I stand abruptly and place my hands on the top of my head, scrubbing my hair roughly. I knew that's what she'd say, and I was right when I didn't think I wanted to hear it. Why couldn't you ever have listened or believed me? I can't look at her when I speak, but I can't stop. I told you I was in love with you, Sadie. You knew how I felt. Why couldn't you understand that meant something? That it was not about where you lived or how much money your family had. I loved you. When I spin around on my heels, she's standing right there, tears streaming down her cheeks.
I know, and I'm so sorry. I know I should have listened to you, I know that, but I can't regret that decision.
That's the bitch of it. Neither can I, because if she'd have been honest with me, I wouldn't have Emmy. I would have never met Catherine. I loved her deeply. We had a good life, one that made me happy. I wouldn't have met Justin or started a business or realized that Lakeside was where my heart ultimately lived. At the time, I escaped because my heart was broken. But if I'd have stayed, I don't know what would have happened. Would I have seen Lakeside for what it is, or felt like I was always missing out on something that could have been offered to me elsewhere? Fuck! I shout, tugging on the ends of my hair. A sob breaks through her when she cries,
I know, it's not right, but it's right. It makes no sense. At least it shouldn't.
Before I can think better of it, I attack her. My lips are pressed against hers so hard it's as if I'm punishing her. And maybe I am. For lost time, for not believing in me, for the unanswered questions that we'll live with for our entire lives, for me not knowing if I have the courage now to go after what I've always wanted. My tongue begs for entry, and her mouth opens immediately. She's so much shorter than me that I have to bend down, her rising up on her tiptoes to reach me. My arms band around her lower back, pulling her flush against me as I explore her mouth. Our tongues tangle and dance. Shivers roll up and down my spine, and I can feel myself harden. She must feel it too, because her hips swivel and she groans, turning her head and tightening her hold around my neck. I didn't plan for us to go at each other like a couple of horny teenagers, but here we are. I couldn't stop it if I wanted to. And that's the hardest part. I don't want to. Kissing her is what dreams are made of. Bending slightly at the knees, I lift her up, and God bless her, she wraps those strong, slim dancer legs around my waist. It's not lost on me how perfectly we fit together. It's so right it should scare me, but it doesn't. Seconds ago, I thought kissing her was what dreams are made of, but I was wrong. Having her tight, small body flush against mine is. She's so beautiful, inside and out. She gave up everything for her family, and I can hardly fault her for that. I spin us around, pressing her back against the tree trunk on the opposite side of where we have the horses tied. My right hand cradles her head to protect it from the rough bark of the pine tree. Her nails dig into my scalp when my fingertips grip her butt, and our tongues continue to collide. Sadie whimpers when I press against her, my hardness perfectly in line with the apex of her thighs that are clutched around my hips. Sadie, I whisper, moving my lips down her neck. She squeaks and I pull back, noticing that her eyes are practically rolling in the back of her head. Smirking, I dive back in, biting her neck, then using the flat of my tongue to soothe the spot. Right where her neck meets her shoulders. It's so sensitive. I remember that from our one and only other time together. And her ears. I know if I do this, I wrap my lips around her earlobe and suck lightly. Yep, she'll cry out, just as she did just now. Her hips are thrusting up against me, and I trail my hand lower, sliding around her thigh and squeezing.
Oh my gosh, Reed,
she moans. Fuck.
I agree.
I chuckle, and she giggles, giving us both a breather. Around us, the horses can be heard stomping and whinnying, and waves lapping against the shoreline. Slowly, I lower Sadie to her feet and bracket her head with my arms. She wraps a hand around my bicep, and I lean down, my forehead resting in the crook of her neck. Her chest heaves, and I can't stop myself from staring. Her breasts are slightly bigger than they were when we were in high school, and for a hot second I feel guilty about knowing that, for paying so close attention to her body that I recognize the slight differences 12 years later. Her hand on my cheek pulls my eyes to hers. They're searching. Curious, scared, turned on. Slowly, she leans over and kisses me. It's tentative, and her eyes search mine, not falling closed. I love it. It might be my favorite way to kiss her. She grins, leaning against the trunk of the tree. Both horses whinny louder, reminding us that they're way over being tied up, and we both chuckle. Looks like we have more to talk about now, huh? She bites her bottom lip and looks away.
Can I tell you something else?
I don't know. Is it going to blow me away again? When she looks back at me, she's smiling.
Not unless you were somewhere else just now.
I know I look confused, so she continues.
That was the best kiss I've ever had in my life.
It's not my fault that I grin smugly. Yeah? Billy wasn't better? She rolls her eyes.
Hardly.
Good to know.
That's it?
What? I move to begin untying the horses and let them get another drink before I hand her the reins to Gabby's while I hold on to Brownie's. She looks borderline angry, eyebrows all scrunched up and face turning red. She's probably about to ball her tiny fists and pound on my chest and demand I say the same. But it's fun to screw with her. Our entire life she's had the upper hand. Who could blame me for wanting it for a few minutes? Need help up? I ask her, motioning to mount Gabby.
No,
she grumbles. I almost laugh. Almost. I mount up on Brownie, and we guide them side by side back toward the barn. I don't let her wait too much longer before I admit it was definitely my best kiss I've ever had in my life. When I look over at her, she's smiling so wide. I lean over, Brownie following my lead and slow us to a stop. She does the same, leaning over. Still sitting atop Gabby and Brownie, we kiss gently, my right hand holding myself steady as I reach over and let my hand cup her cheek. When I pull away, she licks her lips and the corner of her mouth curves.
Thank you,
she whispers. Anytime.
Not for the kiss, though I do appreciate it.
For what then?
Listening.
My response is still the same. Anytime.
Chapter 13. Sadie. A few weeks later. It's 4 a.m. and I can't sleep anymore. I'm wide awake despite the early hour. I stare at the ceiling in my bedroom, not being able to wipe the grin away from my lips. Touching the tender flesh, I try not to let out an immature squeal of happiness. Someone else might try to say they never expected the kiss to happen, but I happen to be a straight shooter. From the first time I laid eyes on Reed Sanders, I knew he was the man for me. When I rejected him and lied about loving him, it was the hardest thing I've ever done. I lived with that regret and questioned whether or not I made the right choice, but even now, as hard as it is to know that we missed so many years together, I can't help but be grateful. We found our way back to each other when the timing was right. We've only been spending time together the last few weeks, but it feels like so much longer. 2 days after our ride, he showed up with sandwiches at the studio. We sat in my office for hours and laughed and reminisced. There were no awkward silences. It really was as if no time had passed. We talked openly about Catherine and his marriage. He told me about college and his time as a volunteer fireman. We discussed my mother and how she's doing, talked about the studio, and I told him some of the funny stories I had from my time at Eve's. He howled in laughter when I spoke about the first pole class I gave and how I was so nervous, and then ended up farting. It was mortifying then, but retelling it to Reed then wasn't embarrassing. Not when he was finding so much joy in it. After that, we've talked on the phone or texted daily. One day he stopped over while he was at his parents' lake house with Emmy. She squealed with happiness when she spotted me outside, then begged me to come over for burgers. Being around he and Emmy was incredible. fun, sweet. It's no secret that he loves his little girl, but watching him firsthand with her as he was teaching her how to fish from their dock made my heart melt. Earlier tonight, Reed picked me up for a movie date. It might have been a little thing, but to me it was everything. And when he dropped me off at my house, the goodnight kiss he gave me made my toes curl. Kissing him and having his kiss linger on my lips hours later is a reminder of how I gave him my heart so long ago, and I never got it back. A giggle bursts out of my mouth when I think of the classic line from Sweet Home Alabama, where Reese Witherspoon tells her fiancé that she'd given her heart away and never got it back. I feel that so deeply. I tried so hard to move on. When he got married, I told myself that was it. I couldn't hold that candle burning for him any longer. Things are different now. Crash. When I hear what sounds like one of my flower pots crash to the ground and break, I sit up in my bed, heart pounding. It wouldn't be uncommon for there to be wild animals around my house. Even mountain lions and bears are seen in the area. Being right on the water at the base of a mountain, I've seen a lot of animals that have the potential to do harm and are often curious. It's why we have to use trash cans that bears can't get into, and we can't leave food outside. My vegetable garden boxes are one of the exceptions. I listen for the sounds of scratching or anything that would tell me that there's a giant animal outside getting ready to break in my house and eat me alive, but I don't hear anything. My imagination starts running in circles around me, laughing and mocking me and my living alone in a dangerous woods status. I'm pretty sure I just heard a chainsaw. Is it Friday the 13th? Is Jason Voorhees out there and Jenny is trying to protect me? Did something just scratch my window? Pretty sure fingernails just scraped down the glass. If I get out of bed, I'll probably fall and see something in the mirror. My cell is probably dead or has no reception. Good thing I'm not a virgin. I'd be sure to be a dead woman in the next 60 seconds. Shit. I mumble because I can't talk too loud or the killer will know I'm here. It's a sure thing that I'm about to die. At the same time, I can't just lie here and wait for him or her to come in and attack me. On shaky legs, I stand and move to the doorway, flipping on my bedroom light. The light switch to the hallway is right around the corner, so I stick an arm out and hope it doesn't get chopped off to flip it on, too. Rolling my eyes at my own ridiculousness, I forge ahead. I am brave, I whisper shout to myself and shake the nerves out. I'm normally not this nervous, but lately there's been too many times where I felt someone watching me or lingering close. It's hard to shake it off like I'd like to. I clutch my phone in my hand that I thankfully remembered to snag off my nightstand and look at the screen, wondering what to do. Do I call 911 and risk that I'm overreacting? Call Samuel? Alan? Is Reed an option? 12 years ago, he would have been the only option, but now I don't know if I've earned that right yet. I have all the shades drawn closed, but don't hear any movement inside my house, so I continue to turn on lights as I make my way through the house, thumb poised over my phone screen to make a call should an emergency arise. At the back of the house that overlooks the lake, where it sounded like the noise came from, I tug aside one of the shades. I look down at the cement patio and see the motion light Alan had installed a while ago turned on. A huge pot of flowers next to some chairs knocked over and the ceramic broken. Soil and flowers scattered around on the ground. I let out a sigh of relief and shake my head at my own stupidity. Samuel always tells me that it's better to be safe than sorry and to stay alert. Trust my instincts because if something feels off, there's a good reason for that. I take a few seconds to look around the area a little closer, and that's when my heart drops. It's not large animal prints that I see in the spilled dirt. It's a footprint of a person. Oh my gosh. With shaky hands, I drop the shades and take a step back. I lift my phone to look at the screen and decide I need to call someone when a pounding on the door startles me, pulling a scream from my throat. I drop to the floor, hoping my shadow wasn't seen through the covered windows. Oh shit. Oh my gosh, oh shit. I hit the speed dial to Samuel, very aware of the fact that it's 4 a.m. and he'll be sound asleep, but if I don't call him, I know I'll get my butt chewed for not letting him know. I might be older, but he still hovers. More pounding at the door makes me yelp. "Sadie!" A deep voice shouts through the door, and I don't think murderers and thieves typically announce their arrival. "Sadie, it's me." I know that deep voice. "Reed?" I whisper, wondering why in the world he'd be here. Is that who broke the pot outside? Why was he lurking around my house in the middle of the night? "It's Reed, Sadie. Are you okay?" I get off the floor and open the door, a panicked expression on Reed's face greeting me. Before I can say a word, I'm engulfed in his arms, his face pressed into the crook of my neck. "Oh, thank God." The words are breathed hot against my skin, his hold on me tight. "What's going on?" He squeezes me once, then releases me, advancing into the house without invitation. I shut the door behind him and wish I had a sweater or robe to wrap around my barely covered body to ward off the chill he brought in with him. "Reed?" "Dad has an alarm that's triggered by motion detectors at the house," he explains, pointing next door. "It's gone off before because of animals, so they also installed cameras so they wouldn't panic if it was just a bear looking for food." I almost laugh at the "just a bear" comment, because most people wouldn't look at it that way. "Okay." "The alarm was triggered at home that there was something here." He clears his throat and looks me straight in the eye, but the fear in his own is unmistakable. "Someone." "Someone?" The word is barely whispered, tugged from my throat. I can hear the shake in my voice, feel the tremble that rolls down my spine from the fear that's suddenly surrounding me. Now I wish it was a bear or mountain lion that knocked down the pot. He nods once, shoves his hands in the pockets of his dark gray sweats. Despite my nerves over someone lingering around my house at night, I can't help the way my eyes fall to the way his pants fall low on his hips, and they hide nothing. "Yes." "I don't... What do you mean?" I know what he means, but something inside me needs the confirmation. I need to hear him tell me that a person has been on my property in the middle of the night. Maybe because I've been feeling it for months now and need the confirmation that my instincts aren't completely off. He turns and motions toward the couch, then takes a seat, pulling me closer to him when I sit too far away for his liking. "A few years ago, there were apparently some teenagers vandalizing some of the homes along the lake during the off-season, because for those of us who don't live here year-round, they weren't occupied as much." "Right. I'd heard about that, but they caught the kids. They'd broken into a few homes and taken some TVs and things like that." "They did. But because of that, Dad wanted to make sure the house was safe. He first installed the motion detectors, like I said. Then he added the cameras because he was getting all these alerts when it was actually only an animal on the property. Anyway, about 20 minutes ago, the motion detectors at my parents' place caught movement. Dad woke up to the alarm because it triggers some app on his phone that alerts him. He looked on the cameras fully expecting to see just an animal, but there was a person walking around the side of the house. Looks like a man by the build." "But if that was at your house and not mine, how did my pot get broken?" "A pot was broken?" "Yeah." He looks around the house and his jaw hardens. "Do you have cameras?" I shake my head. "No, just lights that turn on with motion." "And?" "I heard a crash a little bit ago, but stayed in my room for a little bit. When I finally did, though, I looked and the light was still on." "Still?" Nodding, I swallow hard. "Yeah." "How long do the lights stay on?" "They're set on a 5-minute timer, I think." "So when you looked, whatever triggered the lights had been there within 5 minutes." He stands then, my hand now in his, and pulls me with him. "Which one?" he asks when we get to the wall of windows. I point to the middle window and he pushes aside the blinds. The light isn't glowing down below, but that doesn't stop Reed from trying to see anything that would give him a clue. He drops the blinds and turns back to me, My hand still clutched in his, but he doesn't seem as tense as he was just moments ago. If anything, he almost looks relieved. "What are you thinking?" I finally ask. His face is hard when he looks around, seemingly irritated. "I don't know. My guess is that someone thought they'd be able to break into Mom and Dad's place, but the lights turning on when he got close scared him off, and he fled the scene through your backyard, knocking over the pot as he was running through your yard." "Fled the scene?" I ask, raising an eyebrow and giggling. "How else would you put it?" "I don't know, but fled the scene sounds like something your grandpa would have said." He chuckles and pulls me closer, his hand sliding around my waist, only covered by a thin tank top. "Nice pajamas, if that's what you call what you're wearing." I grin and decide to do nothing to hide my body's reaction to his wandering eye, even when he zeroes in on my hardening nipples and makes a sound of appreciation in the back of his throat, and I resist the urge to cross my legs to relieve some of the ache building there. "Sorry, I wasn't expecting company at this hour." "Oh? No late-night visitors?" His face is a teasing challenge but holds a hint of fear, one that he doesn't have the right to have, but yet he does have the right to have it. Like I said to him earlier, everything between us is very confusing. "Never mind, don't answer that." He rushes out when he notices the expression on my face. "To ease your worries, no other men in my life besides Samuel and your dad?" "I know I don't have the right to even wonder, but..." "It's okay, Reed. I get it." His shoulders relax and he pulls us back over to sit on the couch. He still hasn't let go of my hand, and I can't say that I mind one bit. Just like the last few weeks, my emotions have been all over the place the last 30 minutes. I was feeling a little over the top for being so worried when I was scared out of my mind, and now calm and relaxed. I'm a freaking mess. "Why are you a mess?" I said that out loud, huh? His eyebrows kiss his hairline. Yes." I look at our joined hands and decide a subject change is in order. "What are you doing here?" Relaxing into the couch, his legs spread wide, he rests his head on the back of the couch looking at the ceiling. "I panicked. I heard Dad moving around and went out to see what he was doing. He kept mumbling and his face was white as a ghost. I knew he was worried but couldn't get it out of him. Finally, I ripped his phone from his hands because he just kept staring at it while trying to get clothes on. I think he was about to call the police because he thought someone was trying to break into the house. My first concern was you, here, all alone. I know you're strong and can take care of yourself, but I saw the guy looking around and then he stared at your place and I lost it. I couldn't get out here fast enough." "So you came to check on me, not your parents' house?" He pulls his hand away, only to slide it around my shoulders, tucking me against his chest. "Not my parents' house." "You were worried about me?" "That's putting it mildly." "What about Emmy?" "My parents are home with her. She's sleeping, as she should. But thank you for asking about her." "Of course." "You looked freaked out when I got here." "Because I saw a footprint in the dirt that was spilled when the pot was tipped over." He clenches his jaw and his nostrils flare. "Have you had trouble here before?" "No." It's not a total lie, though I do feel a little bad that I'm not being completely forthcoming with him about the strange feelings of being watched that I've been having lately. I assume it's just a symptom of my overactive imagination, though. No reason to worry anyone else when it's most likely nothing. "Good. You'd tell someone if you did?" "Yep." He watches me but doesn't push further. Instead, he leans over and kisses me on the forehead, lips lingering. "Scared the shit out of me," he mumbles. "Nothing to be scared of, Reed. I'm not some naive little girl." "I know, but..." He shakes off whatever he was about to say, and I want to pull the words out of the air and let them cover me. His other hand slides up my thigh, moving my legs so they're draped over his. "I'm glad you're safe." "I'm always safe." "Good." We sit in silence for several minutes, digesting everything that just happened. He blows out a breath, and I look in his direction. Squeezing my thigh, he says, "Well, now that I know there's no one trying to break into your place, I guess I should go." But it doesn't sound like he wants to leave at all. I want to protest too. I feel like we've been given a gift. I was awake because I was thinking of him, and here he is. Sure, some asshole was maybe going to break into the Sanders Lake house, but they didn't. And I think Reed's theory that the pot was broken when someone tried to run away by cutting through my yard is correct. It makes sense. It's not like I have anything worthy of breaking and entering for. Everything in my house has been purchased on clearance or even secondhand. I've never cared about having the best brands or anything fancy. Locals know that, for the most part, because that's what happens in small towns. People know strange stuff about your personal life. "Thanks for checking in on me," I tell him, leaning into his touch on my shoulder. His dark eyes grow impossibly darker, and he rolls his bottom lip under his teeth. "Always." His thumb rubs the bare skin on my leg, leaving goosebumps in its wake. How can such a simple touch feel like it's so much more? "Reed?" "Yeah." I muster up all the courage I can and lean over, pressing a kiss to his soft lips. They part in surprise, and just like earlier, our kiss starts slow and turns passionate in the snap of a finger. He pulls me over him so I'm straddling his thighs, and I send up a little thank you to the creator of sweatpants. Not only do they visually not hide anything, I can feel everything too, and it's glorious. I try my hardest not to grind down on him, but it's impossible in the position that we're in. I can't help myself. He groans into my mouth, tongue swiping against mine and tasting. Briefly, I have a thought about morning breath or night breath or whatever it would be at this hour, but the thought slips away before it has a chance to take hold. The way he's kissing me tells me either my breath doesn't taste like a pile of poo, or he just doesn't care. He cradles the back of my head, holding me in place while his other hand grips the flesh of my butt that's only covered by a thin layer of panties. My breasts press against his t-shirt-covered chest, the friction causing a delicious tremor to roll through my body. Both hands work together, his fingers clenching and flexing against me. Memories assault me of our time together. That night so long ago when we were under the moonlight, the only two people in the world. For a few hours, I let myself forget the life that had been handed to me. I allowed myself to be an 18-year-old girl who was in love with the boy who was in her arms. I've thought of that night more days than I can count, dreamt of it, imagined it while I was in the arms of a different man. And being back here with Reed in this moment, I understand why the memory stuck with me all these years. Because nothing, no one compares to the way Reed Sanders lights up my body. He trails his lips over my jaw, and I stretch my neck, giving him the access that I know will help me get exactly what I want most. He sucks on the sensitive skin of my earlobe, and I almost come undone when he combines the move with thrusting his hips up just slightly. I didn't forget his size. He was my first, so at the time I assumed they were all that big. I wasn't one to watch porn, so I hadn't really seen any other penises before. But now I know better. "Fuck, you taste good." I swivel my hips and grin when he groans, holding my hips in place. "Not yet, Sadie." "Not yet what?" I tease. He stands quickly, not answering me and keeping me in place. My legs are around his waist again. "Where to?" "Down the hall, at the end," I explain, assuming he's asking me where my bedroom is. We're barely through the doorway when I'm flying through the air, landing on my mattress, and he's hovering over me. Our kiss turns sloppy and frantic, neither of us having an ounce of control between us. We're all tongues and teeth and licking and biting. Our hands are working double time to remove clothing, which is far easier for him than me, considering I'm already mostly naked. He sits up on his knees and almost makes me come when he reaches behind him and tugs on the back of his shirt, flinging it off so his muscular, tattooed, sent straight from heaven torso is right there in front of me, begging for my mouth to reintroduce itself to it. Good golly. The term "one sexy beast"? Look it up in the dictionary. Reed Sanders sans shirt will be staring right back, making every woman in America weep tears of joy. Holy crap. I touch the bottom of my mouth to make sure I'm not drooling. He's not paying attention to my reaction, though. He's busy staring himself. At me. And I can tell he likes what he sees. Thank goodness. His chest heaves up and down and he croaks. You are so beautiful, Sadie. So perfect for me. I'd almost forgotten how much. Almost? I ask quietly. Almost, but not fully, because you, Sadie, are unforgettable. Never, not in the last 12 years, did I forget the night we spent together. It was the best night of my life. Not when Emmy was born? I don't want to bring up his late wife, so I play it safe. She was born in the early afternoon. I never forgot either, I admit, and he smiles. When Reed smiles, it's breathtaking. Teeth bright white and straight after years of braces. I remember when he got them off and he showed off his new smile. I had a hard time looking away then, and I can't look away now. No? How could I? It was the best night of my life, too. Fuck. I needed to hear that. He whispers, head dropping down, shoulders hunched. My heart weeps for him. I did that. I put concern and fear and confusion in his mind. I reach up and cup his cheek, so he raises his head, and our eyes connect in the darkness. I'm sorry I ever made you question what you meant to me. It's forgotten. Is it really? If we don't get it out there, it won't stay in the past. I'm sorry, Reed. I didn't know what else to do. I know. You say that, but no, Sadie. There's no but here. You've apologized and explained, and while a big part of me wishes it was different, I wouldn't change the last 12 years. Except maybe the whole you working as a stripper thing. It's better for me not to think of that. And I know it's weird for you to hear this, but I did love my wife, and not just because she gave me Emmy. I don't know why he says it. I wonder if it's his own guilt, or maybe he thinks he's moving on too fast. That doesn't mean that I'm not happy to be here with you. Fuck, Sadie. You're you. I'm glad you had Catherine. It's the truth, too. I might have felt sad for me, but always happy for him. And forget you know about the stripping. Just let's say I learned to teach pole dancing by watching YouTube videos. Thinking of you watching women dancing on a pole in your bedroom while you're naked does all sorts of things to me, he says, leaning down and taking a nipple into his mouth. I feel his hardness pressed against my thigh, and I wiggle, wanting him to stay put, but also wanting him to shift around so he's right where I need him most. Heat overwhelms me. Shivers overpower the heat. I'm a cacophony of senses, not being able to land on one. So responsive, he murmurs against my skin, and I can feel his smile when I squirm beneath him. Turned on and wanting time to speed up and slow down simultaneously. His lips make a trail lower, until they're at the sweet spot. His fingers wrapping around my panties and tugging them down my legs. He shifts his body so he can pull them all the way off, then dives in. Broad, strong shoulders between my legs, pushing them apart. And then his lips are on me. On the very center of me that no one, and I mean no one, has ever been with their mouth before, and holy crap, the wait was worth it. I remember him moving like he was going to do this back then, and I had a moment of panic and stopped him. Now I regret that decision. I just wasn't ready then. Now, though, now I am here for it. For all of it. Every single second and move he's about to make. I wiggle and twist, trembling under his touch. I wrap a leg around his neck and he sucks on my clit, using his fingers to make a come-hither motion inside of me and hitting the spot that makes me writhe around. My head is thrashing from side to side, and all I can think is that I'm about to have the most explosive orgasm of my life because Reed has a magic tongue and his fingers have special sensors on the tips that are directed right to where I need them most. He looks up and down, sucking lightly, then hard, and then again right on my clit. Tongue slipping inside me, my hips shoot up, pressing against him. The friction of his facial hair against the most sensitive part of me is mind-blowing. Such an enormous contrast. It's shocking and sensual and erotic. If he told me he got a master's degree in giving oral to women, I wouldn't be surprised. He's just that good. Which is a pathetic term to describe his abilities, but my mind is currently no longer attached to my body. Sounds are coming out of my mouth that I have never made before and are almost frightening. If there's still some strange person outside my house, they'll be running for the mountains right now, scared away by my massive orgasm that has a scream ripping from my throat that almost pierces my own ears. Reed? Holy fucking shit. He chuckles, the sound vibrating against me, and I shudder through my release. My leg that was wrapped tightly around his neck falls to the side, and he rises, moving over me. I can't tell you how long I've wanted to do that to you. My smile is lazy, and I lean up, kissing him and tasting myself on his lips. The taste is surprising, and I feel completely scandalous for enjoying it. Delicious, he murmurs against my lips, and I feel the skin on my cheeks heat. Don't embarrass me. How is that embarrassing? He asks, straightening his arms so he can fully look at me. I don't know the answer, so instead I just bite my lip. He shakes his head and chuckles. What are you laughing at? This. Us. That I understand. When I learned he was moving back to Lakeside, I never expected us to rekindle anything that was started when we were younger. I knew I'd broken his heart. I'd broken my own heart that day, too. And my life since that sad morning wasn't always easy. I made some choices that weren't right for me, but I know are hard for Reed to wrap his head around. Did you not plan this when you came over? Hardly. I was ready to kick someone's ass. My hero. He rolls his eyes and sits back so he's beside my legs. You know when I said I hadn't planned this? Yes. He deliberately looks at the bulge between his legs. No condom, I guess. Haven't carried them in years. Right, because a lot of married men no longer have a need for condoms. I'm sure there are some exceptions, but clearly Reed isn't one of them. Oh, yeah. So the next part where we get to the really good stuff is going to have to wait. You're telling me that wasn't the really good stuff? I half giggle, half scoff, because I'm still riding the high from the intensity of the orgasm he just gave me. Moving again, he lays on top of me, letting the weight of his body engulf me. I slip my arms around his waist, sliding them under his boxers and squeeze his firm butt cheeks. I feel that impressive bulge he was pointing out earlier at the apex of my thighs. Oh, that's the good stuff. Mm-hmm. You know, I have an IUD, and I'm clean, and it's been years since I've been with anyone. He looks at me closely, an emotion coasting across his features that I can't name. Years? His smile is almost blinding. I nod, the back of my head rubbing against my pillow. Does it make me an asshole if I tell you that makes me happy?
Chapter 14. Read. I've got to admit, I really don't care if it does make me an asshole that I'm happy that she hasn't been with anyone in years. Stupidly happy. No, because I get it. I stare at her in wonder. How did we get here? And so fast. We just reconnected, and it's like we went from strangers to lovers in a heartbeat. Maybe this is the way it was always supposed to be between us, and we just had a giant misstep along the way. I don't know what she's expecting, and quite honestly, I'm not sure what I am either. I meant what I said when I told her I loved Catherine. I did. Maybe others would say it's too soon for Sadie and I to be back together, not just because of Catherine passing, but because I haven't been back in town very long. But there's a history between us. Sadie isn't someone I just met. What I do know, though, is that I already can't imagine my life without her deeply ingrained in it. Her hands are still gripping my ass, and after flexing her fingers one more time, she releases her hold only to slide them up. She pushes my sweats and boxers down over my ass, then reaches between us, doing the same in the front. My dick springs free, but she doesn't grab hold of it. just looks between us where our skin connects. She's soft and wet. I'm hot and hard. I move my hips and slide between her folds. My body is strung tight with need. Even when she opened the door to me, as scared out of my mind as I was, I still recognized how insanely sexy she looked standing there before me with her
Let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music, just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for being here.
messy hair and smudges of mascara under her eyes. The tiny tank top that didn't hide a single curve of her dancer body. She wraps her legs around my waist just as she did when I've carried her, and much like she wrapped one around my neck just moments ago. I continue to move, the tip brushing against her clit. Sadie throws her head back, exposing her long, beautiful neck to me. She looks and feels like a goddess laid out before me. Her straight blonde hair all over her white pillowcase, her lips the color of peaches, nipples that match. Her skin so smooth and soft with just a hint of the tan she must have gotten over this summer. Our eyes don't stray from each other's, but our hands don't stop moving, can't stop moving. I want to feel every inch of her body beneath my rough fingertips. She's here with me, and right now is all that matters. The time between isn't important, not in this moment. If Catherine's passing taught me anything, it's that we never know what's going to happen tomorrow or even 5 minutes from now.
Reed, I need...
What? Tell me. What do you need? And then when her gorgeous eyes flare and her hand slides back down to my ass, she tells me everything I need to know. I shift my body and ease into her. So slowly, it's killing me. I have to fight against every instinct I have to push hard, claiming what's been mine since I was too young to understand the meaning. But she said it's been years since she's had someone inside her, and I don't want to miss a single second of this time with her by rushing it. Inch by torturous inch, I stretch her. She feels better than I remember, and maybe it's because I know what I'm doing now and am smart enough to really pay attention. Maybe it's because I'm going in bare. It doesn't matter, though, because all I want to do is relish in the touches. Every stroke in and out and in until our bodies are fully connected. I push back the shiver that threatens to roll down my spine, and still, afraid if I move it'll all be over with too soon. But it's all too much. I'd remembered every detail, but forgotten. I hate that I forgot. I won't again, though. Ready? I ask her, breathing hard and praying she says yes. She doesn't answer me verbally, but smiles that smile that has me clenching every muscle in my body because it's so damn beautiful. I felt it earlier, her need for me to go slow. She wanted to relax and remember also. Everything between us is coming back to us, the way we can read each other so clearly, the sense of home when we're near. The term soulmate whispers in the back of my mind, and I know it's corny, but that it's real. It's why I felt so off-kilter the last 12 years. A part of my soul was missing from my life. I pull away slowly, feeling her walls tighten around me, and plunge back in. This time I don't go gentle. This time I show her everything that's rattling around inside me. She belongs to me, with me, and however complicated as that might make things, I don't care. I'm not letting go again. Anything that happened during the time we spent apart is what made us who we are today, and if that means she had to spin around a pole for money, so be it. It only proves what a strong and fearless woman she is, not letting anything get in her way of caring for the one she loves. I pump in and out of her, sweat beating on my forehead. Her soft cries are such a turn-on. Sweet. Earlier she made sounds that I didn't know were possible to come out of her. Pride swelled inside me, knowing I was the one who did that, who gave that to her. I want to again. Determined, I grip under her knee, lifting her leg and plunging deep. She cries out, no longer a soft whimper, but a scream ripped from her throat. Fuck, I grunt, moving against her, our bodies one in the most primal, natural way that makes my heart race. I want to roar, pounding on my chest like a Neanderthal. Her leg bent, tucked against me, my grip on her thigh, another hand pressed into the pillow next to her head, holding me up so I can look down at her, breasts bouncing up and down with our movement, and fuck, you feel so good. Yes, she cries out, and it's such a simple word that holds so much meaning when it's pulled from somewhere deep inside her.
Reed.
My name on her lips is the sweetest sound. Sadie, I groan, holding myself back for a few more minutes. I want to be inside her when she comes, want to feel every ripple and tug as her orgasm is ripped from her body. She arches underneath me, her body searching for mine even though there's no space between us. I understand, though. I want to crawl inside her, plant myself so deeply that she'll feel me there for weeks. So I tell her this. I've never been one for dirty talk, but I can't stop the words from tumbling out of my mouth. You like that? I ask on a grunt, lifting her and hitting that spot so deep inside. Right, you're going to feel me here, tomorrow, the next day. I want you to remember whose you are, Sadie. Whose are you?
Yours.
Say it, Sadie. You want to come? You shout for the world to hear who you belong to, who you've always belonged to.
And who do you belong to, Reed?
You, Sadie.
Reed,
she whispers, eyes welling with tears.
I'm yours.
That's all it takes for her and me to come together, to fall apart as one. I cry out her name, she cries out mine. It's messy and sloppy and beautiful and stunning and earth-shattering all at the same time. It's more than it was when we were kids. It's everything.
I really need to get to the studio.
No, you don't.
Don't you have to get Emmy off to school?
Mom is getting her ready today. Sadie buries her face in the crook of my arm, embarrassed that my mom knows exactly why I needed her to step in and play Grandma of the Year this morning. Not that Mom minded, not one bit. She'd probably send us breakfast in bed if it wasn't weird, which it would be.
I still have to go to work, though.
I think you need to take a vacation day.
Oh, yeah? And what would we do?
I shrug, rubbing a hand up and down her back. We live in the best state in the country. There's plenty to do. Hiking, paddleboarding, go up to Glacier and take a long drive, or... I let my hand trail lower, lower, lower.
Or,
she asks, pressing a kiss to my chest. Her hair is even more of a mess than it was earlier. Sex hair. That's what she has. Hair that's been mussed up by incredible sex. Or it's very possible that the owner of the studio is sick today and really needs to stay in bed.
That doesn't sound awful.
I don't think it does either. Unfortunately, the sound of her doorbell chiming says that our plans are about to be interrupted. Hopefully not for long. I look at my phone and notice it's barely after 7. Dad, I groan, knowing good and damn well it's him. Checking up on Sadie, no doubt, and wanting the scoop on what happened last night. Sadie yelps, looks at me with wide eyes full of panic. It makes me chuckle. Calm down, he won't care. I just told a woman to calm down and have my family jewels exposed. I must be crazy.
Calm down?
Yup, that's about the reaction I expected to receive. I just meant that I didn't want you to get worked up since I know Dad is just here to make sure everything is okay. A little smile ticks up the corner of her mouth, and she relaxes, then remembers that my dad, or I guess I'm still assuming it's him, is at the door waiting. Scrambling, she gets out of bed and darts around her bedroom looking for something to wear. I relax against her mattress, comfortable and loving my current view. The sheet is riding low on my hips, resting just above my pelvis. I stretch my arms above me, casual and more calm than I've felt in months when I'm not around Emmy. Sadie's hopping around, trying to get some stretchy pants pulled up over her hips as she scrambles to slip on an oversized sweatshirt that looks very well worn. When she's dressed, she spins around, finger-combing her hair and pulling it up into a ponytail. My eyes travel over her, and my entire body stills. She catches me watching her, and her eyes widen.
Reed, get dressed!
What are you wearing, Sadie?
What?
I get out of bed, not one bit ashamed by my state of nakedness, and advance toward her, pointing at her sweatshirt. This.
Oh,
She tugs on the hem and looks away, eyes darting around the room and cheeks flushing a perfect shade of pink. The doorbell rings again, but I ignore it. Instead, I stand right in front of her, lifting her chin with the side of my finger so I can look in her eyes. Sadie?
Yes?
Have you had this since... Her answer is immediate.
Yeah.
She's had the sweatshirt since our night together, and she's obviously not kept it hidden away in her closet because it was the first thing she grabbed to throw on in a rush. Knowing that she's kept my sweatshirt close all these years? Damn, it really is so much more than an attraction between two people that never went away. Not wanting to, but needing to lighten the mood, I tease, so the rumors about a guy never getting his hoodie back if his girl steals it are true. Her eyes soften when I call her my girl, but I refuse to take them back. She is and always has been my girl. But my dad, or whoever is at the door, won't stop making his presence known, and now my phone is ringing. Sadie giggles and stretches up on her toes, kisses me lightly on the cheek, and says,
"You're still not getting it back either."
Then she walks out the door, and I'm left with half a hard-on naked in her bedroom. It takes serious willpower, but I throw on my clothes and find my phone. Seeing my mom's name on the screen, I answer it quickly just in case there's something wrong with Emmy. Mom?
About time you answered. Your dad has been at Sadie's door for 5 minutes.
I chuckle, not even surprised that he called in reinforcements. Sorry.
No, you're not.
She's right. How's Emmy?
Wonderful. She just ate 4 pancakes and is brushing her teeth now.
She doesn't care that I'm gone?
Not a bit.
That's strange, unless... Mom, where does she think I've gone?
She was told the truth. I'm not a liar, Reed.
She scolds, but I can hear the smile in her voice. Pinching the bridge of my nose, I try to figure out how this is going to go. It's not as if I'm planning to let Sadie go, but I don't know what our future holds either. Mom, I sigh.
Reed, I told Emmy that Miss Sadie needed help with something at her house, and since you were old friends, you went over. That's all she needs to know. I didn't tell her that you spent the night or had sex, for pity's sakes.
Mom!
Do I speak truth?
Still, I don't ever need you commenting on my sex life.
Why not? We're all adults. We already told you how much better our sex life is since I've been taking pole dancing classes.
I gag and cover my mouth. Let's stop talking.
Fine, just go let your father in. He was worried this morning when you didn't text him to let him know whether or not Sadie was safe.
She's safe. House is fine. I think whoever was dumb enough to try to break in was scared off by the motion sensors.
Good. Dad is taking a closer look with the police to see if they can find out who it was.
I nod even though she can't see me and move out of the bedroom, making my way back down the hallway I carried Sadie down just a few hours ago. I pause when I hear Dad's deep voice carry down the hallway. I'll talk to him about it now, and we'll take a look around outside.
Okay, just keep an eye on our girl. Your dad would never admit it, but I think part of the reason he installed those cameras was so he could make sure she was safe. We hate that she's all alone.
Probably, but I don't think you're giving her enough credit. Sadie's definitely capable of taking care of herself.
I know that. Still doesn't stop a mother from worrying.
A mother. Not her own, mine, who thinks of Sadie as her own. Damn if that doesn't make my heart clench a bit. I'm glad she's had you.
I'm glad you never minded us being a part of her life. Very telling, Reed. And just to say, I loved Catherine and miss her, but if you decide to carry this further with Sadie, your father and I would be very happy with that. But your daughter won't hear about a budding relationship from us. That's for you to tell Emmy when you and Sadie are ready.
Mom, I don't even know what it is yet. Don't put pressure on either of us. I didn't expect last night to happen.
You mean to tell me that you didn't expect to fall into bed with her when you went to her house in the middle of the night?
Mom, I sigh, but she's not done.
You've loved her since you were 14. I know you loved Catherine, and your marriage was a wonderful one. But Sadie is your true love.
Catherine hasn't even been gone a year, I remind her.
Is there a time restraint for your heart? Give yourself some grace. It's not as if Sadie is some woman you met online or in a bar. She's Sadie. There's history between you two, and that means more than a date on the calendar.
I let her words settle in and can't help but agree. There's a part of me that has always loved Sadie, just like a part of me will always love Catherine. And maybe there's nothing wrong with that. Thanks, Mom. Is Emmy done brushing her teeth yet? I'd like to tell her good morning.
Of course. She just came down the stairs.
There's a pause before,
Emmy, your daddy's on the phone. Come say hi before I take you to school.
Thanks, Mom. I'll see you soon.
No rush, honey. Love you. Here's Emmy.
Hi, Daddy.
I smile and walk out to the kitchen where Dad and Sadie are sitting around the table, both sipping on coffee. Hi, baby girl. How'd you sleep?
Good, but Grandma said you had to help Miss Sadie. Is she okay? I asked Grandma to take me there so I could help, but she said I had to go to school.
She pouts. What a fun hater, I joke. Then I wince when I hear Emmy shout but not take her mouth away from the phone.
Grandma, Daddy said you're a fun hater and I can go to Miss Sadie's.
No, baby, I was just teasing. You have to go to school. Miss Sadie's perfectly fine. Trust me.
Can I see her after school?
My eyes meet Dad's as I walk up to Sadie, leaning over to kiss the top of her head, and he grins. We'll see. That's a definite possibility.
Yay!
Okay, I'm going to let you go. Have a good day at school. Love you, Emmy.
Love you, Daddy.
I'll never in my life tire of hearing her say that. She could be 50, and it'll still turn me to mush. We hang up, and I turn to look at Sadie. She points behind me, and I grab a mug from the cupboard, filling up a cup of coffee for myself. I sit down and relax in the chair, crossing my leg over my knee and taking a sip. Morning, son. He grins around the rim of his coffee cup. Morning, Dad. Sleep well? He asks, making a point to let me know that he sees what Sadie's wearing. My old sweatshirt. I shouldn't love it as much as I do. Not a wink.
Oh my gosh,
Sadie groans. Dad chuckles. I had hoped I was giving him a bit of what he gave me when he was talking about their sex life, but it doesn't even seem to faze him.
Anyway,
Sadie says loudly,
Alan was just making sure everything was okay, and I assured him it was.
Yup, all good here.
Shut up, Reed.
She covers her face. After you finish your coffee, figured we'd better go check around outside. Sheriff Lee is supposed to be stopping by around 8. I'd like you to be here, Sadie. Sadie shifts in her seat and looks between Dad and me.
But I was thinking that the person just went through my yard.
I nod and reach over to take her hand in mine. Most likely, I tell her, but we need to be sure.
Okay, I don't actually have classes until tonight, so I have the day free.
I drop her hand and sit back. What? You said... She grins and waves a hand in my direction.
Oh, please, I wasn't going to give in that easy again.
Dad chokes on his coffee, liquid spewing all over the table. He stands up and grabs a paper towel, dabbing at his chin and cleaning up his mess. I grin at Sadie, who blushes deeper. He's such a child, I tease. We finish our coffee, and Sadie warms us each a bowl of instant oatmeal, even though we tell her it's not necessary. Not long after our bowls are rinsed and loaded in the dishwasher, the doorbell rings, alerting us of the sheriff's arrival. Dad lets him in, and he greets both Sadie and me with a handshake. Sheriff Lee has been around since I was a kid. He has a large stomach that always reminded me of Santa Claus as a kid, and a gruff voice from years of smoking cigarettes.
Thanks for coming over,
Sadie says, offering him a cup of coffee. He accepts and has a seat at the table along with us. No problem. I'll show you the video from last night, then Sadie can show you the property damage. Property damage? Lee asks.
It's hardly property damage, Sadie corrects. It was a potted plant, no big deal.
We'll make sure to go over everything, if that's all right with you, he tells Sadie. After the sheriff watches the video on Dad's phone, he scrubs a hand down his face and scrunches his eyebrows. Hard to tell much from this. We don't get a good look at his face, and looks like he was wearing a face mask.
Right.
Doesn't give us much to go on. Maybe we can find something else when we go outside, I suggest, frustrated that Sheriff Lee doesn't seem to give a damn. He shrugs, taking a drink of coffee. That's fine. Not sure how much it will help, though. I narrow my eyes and glance at Dad, who's doing the same. Sheriff Lee drains the last of his coffee and groans when he stands up, his knees popping under the extra weight he carries. The chances of him making an effort are slim to none, but I'm not about to let him leave without at least looking around first. Sadie and I get our shoes on, and the four of us go outside, starting with Mom and Dad's place first. Nothing appears out of place, and when I ask if he should dust for fingerprints, Sheriff Lee looks at me like I have two heads. We walk around until I'm afraid Sheriff Lee is going to have a heart attack from the leisure walk, and we go to Sadie's backyard. The pot is still overturned, dirt spilled around it along with crushed flowers in bright oranges and pinks. Small animal tracks, like that of a chipmunk, can be seen, but there's no denying the footprint in the center of the dirt where it looks like whoever knocked it over had tried to fix his mistake, but thought better of it. Sheriff Lee's knees pop again, and he groans when he bends down to get a better look. Looks like a footprint, he says, and I look to Dad, who rolls his eyes. I want to make a sarcastic comment, but refrain. Barely. It does. Like I told Sadie, looks like whoever tried breaking into Dad's place probably ran through her yard and knocked it over.
Actually, you said fled the scene,
Sadie teases. She's joking around, but I don't find it funny. If Dad's motion detectors hadn't scared him off, who knows if he would have tried breaking into her place next, only to find her there alone. The thought makes my blood boil. I want to demand that she stay with my parents until we find the guy. I know that's a bit extreme, though. I was actually going to say it looked like he used her yard to flee the scene, Lee cries out, excited that someone else used his term. He's like a heavyset Barney Fife. Sadie buckles over in laughter, and Lee's chest puffs out as if he just conquered the world and solved the case. He dusts his hands off and says, Well, my work here is done. Looks like a closed case. Whoever came around likely won't be here again. Your motion detector scared him off. What? Dad says, clearly irritated. I know this isn't really about his own house. Sure, he doesn't want someone breaking in, but his concern is over Sadie and the risk that comes with her living alone. She might be strong and have the courage it would take for her to take someone on, but that doesn't mean either of us want her to be put in that situation. Like Reed said, looks like the only reason the pot was broken was because he ran through here. Dad steps forward, and I can hear him try his best to calmly say, "Not to argue with you, Sheriff Lee, but we didn't call you over here worried about a broken pot. We were worried because someone was sniffing around both our houses, lurking in the middle of the night. Right, but there's no evidence of tampering or him trying to break in. There's no crime in walking around. On private property? You know how it is around here." No, actually I don't. Lakeside is a safe place, but it's not like we're completely crime-free. Still, we typically don't have to worry about strangers walking around our houses in the middle of the night. "This a new thing in Lakeside since I moved away?" I ask, legs spread wide and my arms crossed over my chest. It's a challenge for him to explain away his lackadaisical attitude about it. Unfortunately, he doesn't make me feel any better. "There's been a few others, yeah?" "Sheriff Lee, I mean no disrespect when I say this isn't okay. There's no damage being done. No one has actually gotten broken into. Trust me, if it turns to that, we'll step in, but for right now, we don't have anything else to go on. A footprint of what looks like a work boot is hardly helpful in Montana." I guess he looked a little closer than I originally thought, which makes me feel mildly better. And he's not exactly wrong. Still, I don't like it. Maybe it's the fact that I haven't lived in a small town in a long time, or maybe it's my feelings for Sadie that are hitting me fast and stronger than before that has me nervous. "Me either," Dad grunts. Lee sighs, a deep, heavy rattle in his chest. "Look, I know you all think I'm being lazy, but I promise that I don't want someone who's trying to break into homes to be on the loose." He raises his eyebrows, daring us to argue that we don't think that. None of us open our mouths, though. "And if I find anything more, you'll be the first to know. And I'll have my deputies watching, even have them drive past at night to keep an eye on things."
"Thank you, Sheriff Lee. I appreciate it," Sadie says, reaching out a hand to him to shake, then gripping mine and staring up into my eyes, pleading with me to listen and agree with what she's about to say. She wants us to let this go. Either she doesn't want to admit the danger, or truly doesn't feel any. Either one doesn't make me feel even remotely relaxed. "See, Reed? Alan, it's okay. I'm fine and Sheriff Lee is all over it. Besides, it was your place that the guy was walking around, not mine. No need to worry." I damn near scoff. No need to worry. Right. That's like telling me not to worry about Emmy.
Chapter 15. Sadie. I tip my head back, letting the warm water spray down my body as I rinse out the conditioner from my hair. Closing my eyes, scenes of last night, or rather this morning, flash through my memories. Reed's only been back in town for a few weeks, and the last thing I expected was for him to land in my bed. However, there's a reason I haven't committed my life to another person in the years that he's been gone. My heart couldn't fall for anyone else when it had been so clearly made for one person. Reed Sanders. I want more of him. More of a life that we could have together. I want to get to know his daughter and spend time with the two of them. I want everything. And that's what scares me the most. Not that it really should. Reed is a good guy, and what I have with him is completely different than any other relationship I've ever had. While other guys I've dated have always had an agenda, one night stand, which seemed to be what most men wanted out of me when they learned I was a stripper. Me being the third wheel in a threesome with Billy as he struggled to come to terms with his sexuality. A few wanted a relationship with me because they thought I'd be all about the kink. There was one who turned a little possessive and demanding. His name was Bryce. He used my job against me, constantly berating me about it. One night he came into Eve's and sat in the front row and made an ass out of himself as soon as I went on stage. He made a huge scene, screaming about how everyone in there were a bunch of perverts. He was so drunk he could barely stand up straight. The bouncers kicked him out, so he showed up at my mom's trailer that night. I eventually called the cops to get him to leave and haven't heard from him since. The last guy I dated, Chase, he was decent enough. We got along, and he was kind. until my being a stripper was suddenly something that bothered him, even though that's where we met, which is a big no-no. Dating customers was not just frowned upon, it was against the rules. But I knew I was coming close to quitting, and I liked Chase. But something changed with him, and I turned into a person he thought needed saving, and while he swore he would never judge me for my past, I knew differently. The relationship fizzled, and after that, I learned to focus on myself. Chase was the last man I'd been with, until Reed showed up on my doorstep looking 10 shades of emotions. Angry, scared, turned on. I didn't stand a chance. Reed has the best of intentions for us, and deep down I know that this is it for us. Our chance at forever. I smile through the rest of my shower, and even as I'm drying off and getting ready for the classes that start in about an hour, my smile stays planted when I'm pulling into the parking lot of the dance studio and when I unlock my doors. For the first time, possibly in my life, I feel truly hopeful, excited about my future. My thoughts distract me from my surroundings. If I'd have been paying attention, I'd have noticed the marks on the wood where someone had tried to break in. I'd have noticed that I was being watched. Chapter 16. Sadie.
Miss Sadie! Miss Sadie!
I turn around to see Emmy pushing through the crowd of children getting ready for their class to begin, and with an "ugh," she launches herself at my legs. I lay a hand on her head and lift my own, my eyes colliding with Reed's. He's so handsome. All man. Strength, tenderness, kindness. He's everything he was when we were teenagers, but now more. He's wearing a black baseball cap pulled low, making his dark eyes and the tattoos that wrap around his neck stand out. He's wearing another black t-shirt. It's stretched tight across his broad chest and shoulders, his biceps practically ripping at the seams. Just like in my shower, memories of last night assault me. My cheeks flame, and he smirks, knowing exactly what's going through my mind. "Sadie," he says in that smooth, rich voice of his that causes my stomach to flutter. "Reed." "Emmy wanted to stop in and see you today." "Oh, really? Well, I'm so glad you did," I say to Emmy, crouching down so I'm closer to her level. She looks around, then leans close, whispering in my ear.
My grandma said Daddy needed to help you. Are you all right?
If Reed hadn't warned me of this exact thing after Alan and Sheriff Lee left this morning, I'd probably have fallen over just now. Instead, I'm able to answer her truthfully. "I'm great, Emmy. There was a pot broken at my house, and we thought maybe there was an animal outside." Animal, invader to her grandparents' house, practically the same thing.
Oh, phew. I'm glad you're all right.
Me too. Would you like to stay and watch the big girls' dance class? She looks up at Reed with big, pleading eyes, and I can tell immediately that he's going to say yes.
Can I, Daddy? Oh, please, Daddy.
Oh, whoops. I didn't even think that I should have asked him first. "Of course," he murmurs. The low rumble sends a shiver down my spine, but when he throws in a wink in my direction, I almost become a puddle right here on the floor. I take Emmy's hand in mine. "All right, then. Reed, the class is an hour long." "Is this your last class tonight?" "It is." "Emmy was saying she was hungry for some chicken fingers and fries. Want to join us at the diner?" My lips part when I second a breath. He's asking me to spend time with him and his daughter. It's exactly what I wanted, but terrified of at the same time. He nods once, telling me that it's okay and he's not asking rashly. "I could go for one of their patty melts."
Yay!
Emmy cheers, and then my heart becomes mush when Reed picks up Emmy, her hand still holding tight to mine, and he kisses her square on the lips. "Be good for Miss Sadie, Emmy."
Okay, Daddy.
"I'll be back soon to pick you both up." He looks over at me like he wants to kiss me goodbye too, but that wouldn't be appropriate. Not in front of the crowded room full of my students and their parents, and not in front of Emmy. Instead, he sets her down, her hands still clutched tightly in mine, and he shoves his hands in the pockets of his jeans. "Sounds good." When he turns around, he gestures to the row of moms watching the entire exchange. He tips his head, touching the bill of his cap, and says, "Ladies." They all grin or press their lips together like they're trying not to smile or laugh. Everyone in the room has been with me since I opened the studio. A few have even tried to set me up a few times, so it's no surprise that the second read is out the door, they all start talking. Holy crap, that was intense. Marie fans her face, and the rest of the women burst out laughing. I roll my eyes but bite my lip. She's not wrong, it was intense. The way Reed stares at me makes me feel like the only person in the room. I shush them and squeeze Emmy's hand, and she looks up at me. How about you go watch Erica's class for a few minutes until class starts?
Really?
Of course. She takes off running, and the second she's in the room, the ladies launch back in. My gosh, Sadie, you're so lucky. When we were kids, he was, well, you know. But now, he's like that one guy we love on the cover of books. Cassie grins at her friend Marie. They're two of a kind, and I have no doubt they'll be chattering about Reed and myself for weeks, begging for information. They're both happily married, but they love gossip and really, really enjoy a good love story. They're always talking about their favorite books and authors. Marie's nodding her head and pulls out a book from her bag. I'm not even surprised she's carrying one with her, and points to the cover. The guy does look like Reed, but Reed's 1,000 times sexier. Please, please, tell me that you two are, you know. Thank goodness she doesn't add any inappropriate hand gestures into her comment. Marie's a firecracker, and I wouldn't put it past her. If she isn't, I'd gladly take a turn. Daphne snickers. She's one of the few single moms in the group. I don't think you have a chance, Daphne. His eyes are focused only on her. Did you see that? What I wouldn't give for Tony to look at me like that. Karina sighs. True, I practically got pregnant just sitting here. Daphne giggles. I shush them and make a point to show that there are little ears present. A few stretch their lips out to make an eek face, and a few just shrug, as if they know they didn't really say anything bad. The girls aren't paying attention to their moms, though, and the one dad in the room is just doing his best to pretend he didn't hear anything. Taking a deep breath, I try to shake off their words. I'm smiling, though. How could I not? For one, it feels good to have their jealousy. I'd be lying if I said it didn't. But knowing that others see the connection makes it feel a bit more real. Okay, girls, time for class. Head on in, I say to the students, trying to redirect the conversation. I have no doubt they'll be gabbing about it while I'm teaching their girls the next dance routine, but I can't worry about it. Besides, they're good moms. Good friends. I've never gotten the catty vibe from them. There are a few women in town, I'm sure, who will be trying to latch themselves onto Reed. Who could blame them? He's the hot new single dad in town. But if I have anything to say about it, he won't be single for long. That thought has me grinning through the entire dance routine, especially when Emmy stands at the back of the class watching so carefully and wanting to be like the big girls, doing her best to copy the routine even though she doesn't have the coordination for some of the moves quite yet. However, it's impressive, really, to see how she can pick up on it. Her plie is practically perfect, and she's only attended one class. When we started class, she participated as best as she could with their stretches, and when she watched their bar work, she couldn't tear her eyes away. I have no doubt she'll be fun to teach, excited to learn. After an hour in class, the girls are sweaty and breathing heavy, sipping water from their bottles they left at the doorway. We don't allow drinks in the room normally, but these girls push themselves harder than most. They have privileges others don't. Still, they know they have to stand on the mat by the door if they want to take a drink. We keep the dance floor as clean as possible. Emmy jumps right into the middle of the girls, and they accept her quickly. She asks them questions and shows off her own moves. A few of them help her by holding her arms as she tries to extend one leg behind the other to perform an arabesque. Her smile is beaming when she catches my attention. Her little hands splayed out beside her, and her toes on the raised foot are pointed as best she can, exactly like she'd seen the girls do in class.
Look, Miss Sadie.
I clap proper, like I'm watching her on Broadway, and she giggles. I see, Emmy. You're a natural. After she's back on 2 feet, I tell her to curtsy, and she giggles harder but obliges after I show her how. The girls tell her and me goodbye and gather their things, heading out the door to meet their moms. Did you have fun?
Yes, I love dancing.
Me too. We walk out of the room and are greeted by Reed. Emmy runs to his arms, and for a brief second, I'm jealous of a 5-year-old. I wouldn't mind being lifted up by those strong arms again. What'd you think?
It was awesome.
Her tiny fist propels into the air in her excitement. Reed chuckles, setting her back down and kisses her cheek. He's not shy about showing his daughter affection in public, and I love that. In the short amount of time I've seen the two of them together, I've witnessed him kissing or hugging her many times. It seems natural to them both, and I sincerely hope for both their sakes it doesn't end. Glad you had fun. Ready to eat?
Uh-huh. I'm hungry.
Emmy's bouncing on her toes, excited to go out to eat. Energy abounds with her. After the class, the big girls were tired, and she did her best to keep up with them. It's a wonder she's not dead on her feet after a full day of school, too. Me too. Reed grins down at his daughter with so much affection and love. It would be impossible not to notice that his little girl is his world. I just need to change clothes and gather my things. Want me to meet you there? Nah, we'll wait if that's okay. You can ride with us, right, Emmy? She's nodding quickly, and oh shoot, how could I say no to her big brown eyes so much like her dad's? If I thought I was in over my head with Reed, the duo is worse. All right then, just give me a minute. Need any help? Reed asks, raising an eyebrow. I shake my head and narrow one eye at his orneriness. I think I can handle it. If you're sure, he presses. I know good and well he's not going to leave his daughter alone so he and I can go into my office while he helps me get changed. But I kind of love the fact that he's teasing me about it. Back in the day, he'd tease me often, and it always gave me a little flutter of happiness in my chest. I'm sure. It will only take me a few minutes to change. I escape into my office and shut the door behind me, very aware of the fact that Reed knows I'm stripping down and wondering if it's affecting him the way I hope it is. It reminds me of the first time I relaxed while I was working at Eve's Gentlemen's Club, the sensual feeling of removing the silky robe as I got into my routine. Until that day, every time I'd lose an article of clothing in front of the guests, I'd be overwhelmed with nerves. Then suddenly one day something clicked, and I felt comfortable on stage. Rather than claiming up, it was as if I'd lose a part of myself. A part that was hindering me from being myself. It was freeing to be on stage and know that men and women liked to watch me. Eve's was only a topless club, which meant I never had to expose myself fully. Even as it was, I rarely took off my top once I became established as what the owner called a premium dancer. Something triggers inside me, though. Something that brings back my time there and wants to relive it, but only for Reed. I want to dance for him on the pole that's set up in my spare bedroom. Strip down to nothing and watch his eyes darken and chest rise and fall as he sits in a chair, not allowed to touch me. It's the greatest kind of high. A giggle bubbles out of me when I realize that's why Reed is so testy about his mom taking pole dancing classes. He's probably fighting back the vision of his mom in stripper heels and fishnet stockings as she gives his dad a lap dance. I'm still smiling when I emerge from my office, now dressed in a simple pair of dark red leggings and a cream boat neck sweatshirt. It's the same thing I wore to the studio earlier tonight. Since I don't have to teach every class, I only change into a leotard and a pair of tights when I'm teaching. Otherwise, I wear casual clothes that I can move easily in just in case I need to help with one of the classes. What are you grinning at? Reed asks, happy. He probably wouldn't be if I told him what I was thinking. Oh, nothing. That's not a smile over nothing. You look like you're up to no good. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm thinking of all the ways I can drive him wild and how much more fun it will be dancing for him than it was for a room of horny men. Sure, most of them were respectful, but that doesn't mean there weren't a few who took things too far. Rather than answer, I shrug a shoulder and step close, letting the back of my fingers tickle against his. The touch is light, but the sensation is anything but. And from the rumble that seems to be pulled from Reed's throat, it sends the message I'd hoped it would. "Ready to eat?" I say lightly, walking past him with Emmy right in front of me. "Starved," Reed growls, his hand on my rear, his hand snaking around my front to pull me back to him. "Tonight," he whispers, so only I hear. Oh my. "Promises, promises," I manage to murmur, but my voice comes out squeaky rather than confident. Damn it. I am so turned on I can feel wetness between my legs and pray it's not noticeable. "Don't challenge me, sweetheart. I don't back down." The push and pull between us is going to make me combust if I don't shut down our verbal foreplay. Right now, we're having dinner with his daughter, something reserved for family, and that makes me feel all sorts of gooey inside. When we get to his pickup, he helps Emmy into her seat and makes sure she's buckled. I climb in as well, turning around so I can watch the two together. She smiles at me when he shuts the door and rounds the front to climb behind the wheel. "Buckled up?" he asks me. I show him my seatbelt already clicked into place as he does his own, and the pickup starts up with a roar. He shifts into drive, and less than 5 minutes later, we're pulling into the little diner set off the main road a few blocks. It's more common with locals, and the only tourists that usually come through the door are ones who've learned the secret to one of the best places in town, or those who come back year after year. Some who stay along the lake or come for the hunting and fishing. The temperatures in Montana in mid-September are cool and refreshing, nights bordering on cold and days with a chill in the air. It's my favorite time of the year. While parts of Florida and Texas are still complaining of an endless summer and begging for fall temperatures, we've usually taken a headfirst dive into them. I wrap my arms around my waist, wishing I'd have grabbed a coat, but grateful to see that Emmy's wearing one. I shiver, and instantly Reed's arm is wrapped around me as we walk into the diner. "Cold?" "A little," I say, looking up at him. He gives my arm a squeeze when Emmy says, "You need a coat, Miss Sadie." "I forgot it. Not very smart of me, huh?" "You'll remember tomorrow," she says matter-of-factly. "I don't mind," Reed says, and I whisper, "Neither do I." Once we're inside the diner, though, he drops his arm. It's not instant, like he's embarrassed to be seen with me, but rather because we're now inside the warm building. Besides, we don't need to send Emmy any mixed signals, even if, for me, they wouldn't be mixed. But she's Reed's daughter, and he gets to choose the pace here. Heck, we haven't even discussed what this morning means to either of us. The smell of fried food, burgers, and even pizza lingers in the air, and rather than make my stomach curl like it once did when I worked here, it now brings back a sense of home. I made a good living waitressing and got to know the residents of Lakeside better than I would have had I hid away like I really wanted to most days. After Reed lifts his hand in greeting to the waitress walking our way, indicating there will be 3 of us, she grabs 2 plastic menus in her hand and 1 paper children's menu along with a plastic cup full of crayons that look like they've seen better days. "Booth or table?" "Booth," Reed and I say at the same time. "Right this way." The diner isn't very busy tonight, and part of me is grateful for that. Emmy slides in first and tugs on my hand.
"Sit by me, Miss Sadie."
I look to Reed to make sure he's okay with that, but he's already sliding into the seat across from us, the dark brown vinyl squeaking. I sit next to Emmy and arrange her menu in front of her before she starts working on a little maze in the top left corner. Once we're situated, the waitress returns. She's young, probably still in high school, and has a pretty smile.
"Hi there. I'm Hannah. What can I get you to drink?"
"She'll have milk," Reed says, pointing to Emmy, whose little tongue is sticking out as she continues to work the maze. "I'll have a Coke." I nod. Same. "Actually, I think we're ready to order if you don't mind."
"Oh, sure."
Reed looks at me. "Sorry, Sadie. Did you want to look, or were you still hungry for a patty melt?" "Nope, that sounds great. Patty melt, fries, and can I get some fruit, too?"
"Sure thing. And for your girl?"
I blush. "Oh, she'll have the chicken fingers and cottage cheese." I'll take the mushroom Swiss burger and fries, Reed says with a grin.
Got it. I'll get that in and be right back with your drinks. Your daughter's adorable, by the way,
Hannah says, looking right at me rather than Reed. Thanks, Reed answers and grins at me when he notices the deer in headlights look on my face. I'm sorry. I panicked. He doesn't seem the least bit bothered. His calm composure helps me to relax. Rather than worry over something he's clearly not concerned with, I reach into the cup of crayons and pick out a bright green one, leaning over and doodling a little flower in the corner of Emmy's paper. She lifts her eyes to me and grins.
Can you show me?
Show you what?
How you draw the flower.
Of course. And for the next 15 minutes, while we wait for our food, Emmy and I draw a field of flowers in every color the crayon cup holds. When Reed reaches over and tries to participate, he earns a little scowl from his daughter that would have me whimpering in the corner. He raises his hands in defeat and sits back and watches the two of us work together on our masterpiece. When our meals are delivered, Emmy asks for a bite of my sandwich because she's never tried one before, then steals one of my fries. I place a blueberry in her cottage cheese and tell her to try it, and she does, nodding her head in agreement that it's delicious. Reed doesn't say a word as the two of us sit together in our own world, eating and sharing food, laughing and talking about dance. He's long since finished his meal by the time Emmy and I are done. Relaxed in his seat, arms spread across the back of the booth, he watches me with his daughter. For a moment, I'm afraid that I've overstepped, practically pretending to be her mother. But then I notice the soft look on his face, such a contradiction to the hard edges and lines of his jaw, the darkness of his tattoos. A friend, rancher, son, father, widow. Reed holds many titles, so much weight on those strong shoulders. I wonder if he'd let me help carry some of that weight for him. I'm staring at him. He's staring back at me. I know he's wondering what I'm thinking, just like I'm wondering what he is. How are we here, after all these years, all this time? We're exactly where I dreamt we'd be. Of course, I didn't want this at the cost of Catherine not being here for her daughter. But the dream of so long ago, when I pictured my forever, the vision of a little girl with dark hair and dark eyes that looked so much like her daddy's was always there. Of a little boy who was full of mischief, wearing little boy cowboy boots and a hat as he helped his daddy on the ranch. I can't believe we're here, Reed says quietly as Emmy draws me a picture of her dog Bandit. From what I can see, it's a black dog, though if she hadn't told me it was a dog, I wouldn't have been positive. I don't pretend not to know what he's talking about when I reply. Me either. I thought... I don't know. He trails off, looking away. He bites his lip, and the waitress comes by to clear the table, leaving behind the slip for the bill. There's no fancy leather folders here, just a piece of paper and pay at the cashier by the front door. Shoot, only recently did they even accept credit or debit cards. Until then, if you didn't have cash when you walked through the door, you wouldn't be eating. What? I ask him. I guess I thought our time had come and gone. Or rather, it never was. I'm sorry. It's my fault that he thought that. Don't be. I didn't mean it like that or to make you feel bad. It's just that I didn't expect us. I glance down at Emmy, who's no longer coloring, but listening intently. I smile at her and look back to Reed. Me either. We'll talk, he says knowingly. Now's not the time, and that's okay. We will. He stands up and grabs the ticket while I throw down some cash for a tip. He tries to stop me, and I glare at him. Let me at least get the tip, okay? Shaking his head, he mumbles something about me being stubborn and places his hand on my lower back as we make our way to the cashier to pay. He hands them a 20, which covers our entire meal, because the price of food here hasn't changed in over 2 decades, and we make our way outside to his pickup. Same as before, he helps Emmy while I climb in, and soon we're on our way back to the studio. Everything feels so normal, except for me leaving in a different car than with them. I want to stay cozied up in the cab of his big pickup truck while the three of us lumber through town until we get to a home we share. The thought sends a ripple of excited panic through me. I shouldn't be wishing for this so quickly. Reed and I are barely on us, and I'm already practically planning our married future. He pulls up next to my car and grips the handle like he's going to walk me to my car, but I stop him. I think I can make it from here, I tell him, and nod in the back seat at the little girl with huge brown eyes, paying close attention to what's going on with her dad and dance teacher. Reed gives me a small smile and nods. Thanks for joining us for dinner tonight. Thanks for inviting me. I'll see you next week in class, Emmy.
Okay,
She says quietly, then yawns. For a girl who normally talks nonstop, her one-word reply seems a little weird, but then I realize that it's 8:30 at night and it's probably well past her bedtime. Sleep well, I tell her, and she gives me a lazy smile. Once I'm in my car safely, I wave at Reed, and he gives me a little wave back before he lets me drive away first, his headlights shining into the back of my car as he follows me. I turn off the main road first, and he sticks his hand out the window and waves. I wonder what it would be like to be traveling to the same destination, for us to tuck in Emmy together, then climb into bed and fall apart in each other's arms. I wonder if that's what he wants, because after tonight, I can admit I want more with Reed Sanders. Chapter 17. Sadie. 1 month later. It's been a month since Reed, Emmy, and I shared a meal at the diner. A month of stealing moments after Emmy is in bed and taking rides on horseback while she's in school. A month of surprise meetings for pizza or burgers with Emmy and Reed. Stolen kisses when we were sure no one was looking. Late-night phone calls and texts throughout the day. Earlier tonight we went to dinner again. This time Reed and Emmy picked me up, and Emmy made the two of us sit on the same side of the booth. She smiled at us, and it appeared as if she was working at becoming a little miniature matchmaker. At the end of the evening, she demanded that Reed walk me to the door. He leaned over, kissed my cheek, and I lifted my hand to touch the warmth he'd left there. My phone rings, and I answer without looking. I know it will be Reed. After tonight, we need to figure out what's happening. Clearly, his daughter is on to us. She fell asleep talking about you. My heart pitter-patters as I think about the sweet girl and how much fun I had earlier tonight. It felt good that it seemed like she was on board with me being a part of their lives. She's amazing, Reed. She is. We need to talk, though. My heart drops, sure that he's about to tell me it's too soon for him, for his daughter. His wife died and neither of them are ready to move on. Okay. I try to keep hurt out of my voice, but I know he can hear it. It's not like that, he says quietly. I hear a squeak followed by the light slam of the wooden screen door that leads to their porch. Closing my eyes, I can picture him leaning against the railing, looking out over the expansive land that surrounds his family's ranch, possibly sitting on the top step or having a seat in one of the chairs on the porch, leaning back against it, sipping on a bottle of beer. I curl up in the oversized chair in the corner of my bedroom, tucking a soft blanket around my feet. Do you drink alcohol? I blurt out, suddenly realizing I don't know little things about him as an adult. He chuckles. Sometimes. Not often. Catherine had postpartum depression after Emmy was born. Tried to self-medicate with vodka. Got her off the booze and stayed away from alcohol myself to support her and not have the temptation around. Why'd you ask? Shit. I'm almost sorry I asked now. Just realized there are things that I don't know about you as a grown-up. A grown-up, huh? I can hear the smile in his voice. Yes, a grown-up. That's what we are now. He hums, and I hope I didn't just say something I shouldn't have. It's no secret that we grew up separately. We both had lives while we were apart. So, talking? How are you feeling about this? He doesn't have to explain what he's asking me. I know this is us. I truly don't know how to answer him. Do I like spending time with him? Yes. Do I enjoy getting to know his daughter? Sure do. The sex? Absolutely. Well, there goes my confidence, He murmurs. No! I rush out and stand up, the blanket falling to my feet. I walk around the room as I try to put into words what's in my head, or rather my heart. It's not that, I groan. The truth, I'm scared. Me too, he replies immediately. Really? Yes. I'm scared I'm rushing things. I feel like I'm playing catch-up. I'm scared of the guilt weighing me down. I'm scared of screwing up my daughter. I can hear in his voice the way he's holding back. There's something he's not telling me. What else? I hold my breath and listen to him breathing in and out. Reed? I'm scared of falling hard again. That makes the breath whoosh out of my chest. He's scared I'm going to hurt him again. That's what he's not saying. He's afraid that I won't return his feelings or that I'll lie to him again. Reed? Yeah. His voice is quiet, a little rough. It makes me want to be there with him, curl up against his chest, inhale his manly scent like he's been outside in the fresh mountain air all day. Whatever this is between us, I'm not going to run away again. I know you need time. When I heard you were moving home, I had no expectations. Being with you, it's a surprise, but the best kind of surprise there is. However slow you need to take us, I'm okay with that. Assuming, of course, that you want an us. That's the problem, though. I don't want to go slow. I don't need time. I missed too many years with you. But at the same time, the guilt over losing Catherine such a short time ago consumes me. I understand what he's saying, but nothing I tell him can fix it. He needs to come to terms with it himself. I get under the covers in my bed, lay my head back against the pillow and roll over. My sheets still smell like him. Tell me about her, I whisper. Catherine? Yes, I think I need to know her. He's quiet for a moment before he says, she was kind, frustrating, always worried, really pretty. Loved to watch basketball. Any way she could. College, NBA, women's, men's. She'd go to local high school games even though she didn't know the players. Hated soda. The bubbles pissed her off. She hated the cold. I was always waiting for her to ask me to move to Florida. That's where her sister lived. But she said she couldn't imagine living anywhere but Montana. She didn't like the snow? I ask incredulously. Reed prefers the cold and snow over hot summer days at the beach. Or at least he did. I know. She always said I loved it enough for the both of us. She knew about you. Felt it, I think. That's one of the things she always worried over. I close my eyes, feeling his pain as my own. Guilt. Oh yeah, he's got some major guilt happening. I'm sorry. Not your fault. It was me. I carried a piece of you with me, even when I tried like hell to let you go. Couldn't. Realized I didn't want to. Anyway, she felt it, but eventually moved on. Trusted me. She didn't laugh easily, but loved to be teased. She just hated to admit it. We met in college, you know. Yeah, your mom mentioned that. Told me a little bit. I've seen pictures. She had a huge heart for women's causes. She had a friend in college who was hurt, physically assaulted by a boyfriend. Catherine was there for her. She'd volunteer her time at shelters, donate what she could. That was her passion. She sounds like a wonderful person. She was. She had her faults, just like we all do, but she was a good mom. Loved Emmy. Can I ask why you didn't have more? You can ask anything, Sadie. But to answer your question, it was because of the postpartum. It was hard on her. We were happy with just Emmy. I see. I wonder if that means he would want more children. And there I go, running to catch up, just like he said, rushing things. Yeah. I'm here, Reed, for whenever you're ready. Is it a problem if I'm ready now? For what? Everything. I rolled on my back and smiled to the ceiling, placing a hand over my racing heart. It's not a problem? Good. I want to take our time, though. I meant it when I said I've carried you with me, Sadie Jones.
I've carried you with me, too.
You were right earlier when you said we don't know each other as adults.
It's weird, right?
A little,
he admits.
We missed things I'm sure neither of us understand.
Like pole dancing, stripping, me being engaged to Billy. Like you owning a wilderness store. Never thought I'd see the day. He laughs, a deep chuckle in my ear that has me rubbing my legs together.
It was different. Owned it with my best buddy, though, so it was fun. I think he's coming out soon. He talked to me about it a while ago and about spending some time here toward the end of the month.
Fun.
He'll want to meet you.
Really? I squeak. So he knows about me?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know what to say to that. I want to ask if he was close with Catherine and if I'll be the other woman in his eyes, but I don't have the courage to. At least not yet. Does he still own it?
He does. He's got good managers, though. He needs a break because he's getting burned out. I've tried to convince him to come to Lakeside for years. Now I think he's visiting mainly for Emmy.
She does tend to get people wrapped around her finger. He barks out a laugh.
That she does. Knows it, too, little stinker. I swear she can just bat her big brown eyes at anyone and they'll succumb to her every whim. He's the worst, though. Can't say no to her. If she wants to put makeup on him and paint his fingernails, he'd let her. Not that I have much room to talk.
I giggle. Your friend. What's its name?
Justin.
Justin. Why does that sound familiar? Does Justin have a family?
Still single.
Sounds like he'd be a good father, though.
He will be, one day. You have that in common with Emmy.
What's that?
Getting people wrapped around your finger without even trying. Since the moment I laid eyes on you, I was hooked. It wasn't just your looks, though. I didn't know what to do with myself. Still don't. Do you even realize that?
Realize what?
How you affect me?
If it's the same as how you affect me, then I'd say we're both pretty hooked.
I don't remember the last time I was this horny all the time.
I laugh out loud. Only he would use the word horny like it's everyday talk. I admit, I feel that too. Every time I'm around you, I kind of just want to lock you up and do all sorts of dirty things.
Yeah? If I was there right now, what kind of dirty things would you do to me?
Phone sex? Is that what's about to happen right now? I'm not opposed to it, but I wish he was here with me.
I wish that too.
Oh, I guess I said that out loud.
Emmy asleep? Yeah.
I hear a door slam and the sound of his pickup coming to life, and I bite my lip.
See you in 15.
It doesn't take him 15 minutes to get here. It takes 10. His eyes are dark and chest is heaving when I open my door and he advances inside, lifting me up with one arm under my butt while he slams the door behind him with the other, pressing me against it and kissing me while he fumbles with the deadbolt to make sure it's locked. 5 seconds after that, neither of us are concerned with what the future holds or what us means. He said there are things he didn't understand, but some of that I can't explain. I take his hand in mine and he follows me down the hallway. I open the door and spin around once we've crossed the threshold. Wordlessly, I strip him down to just his boxers and press on his chest, encouraging him to sit down in the chair I have set up in the corner of my spare bedroom.
I see you're about to do some of those dirty things to me you were bragging about.
He places his hands behind his head, getting comfortable. You think so?
Mm-hmm. Lucky me.
I grin and move to my phone, turning on one of my playlists that I use when I'm practicing at home. I turn to face him, and the second the sultry music hits his ears, his eyes flare with heat.
Oh, fuck,
he mumbles, clearly loving what's about to take place. He moves so his elbows are resting on his knees as I begin to strip for him. I've never done this privately for a man I'm with, and it's a little nerve-wracking. With both hands, I wrap my fingers around the hem of my boat neck sweatshirt and slowly slide it up my body and over my head. letting it delicately drop from my fingertips. I shake out my hair and use my upper arms to press my breasts together to give them some extra cleavage. Hooking my thumbs into the waistband of my leggings, I turn slowly, arching my back so my ass sticks out, and I slide the thin material over my butt, pausing halfway down to tease him a little. I sway side to side as the music of Sting's Shape of My Heart plays until my pants are all the way off, thankful I'm somehow able to get them over my feet without face planting into the hardwood floor. I let them drop and rise up on my tiptoes as I walk toward Reed. Hips swaying. I don't take my eyes off him with each step I take. When I'm a few feet away, I reach behind me and unhook my bra, holding the cups against my chest with my arms. I let the straps fall away until, bit by bit, I reveal my breasts to him. They're heavy and swollen with need, the feeling amplified when the tip of his tongue snakes out and his teeth scrape across his bottom lip. Kicking my bra away, I spin around and strut toward my pole, letting my hand leisurely glide down the smooth metal. I grip tightly and stay on my toes, tipping my head back so my hair swooshes behind me, and hook one leg around it and spin slowly. I grip the metal tightly with both hands and jump up into a chopper, my legs spread wide, then transition into a Gemini, pushing my hip against the pole and squeezing my right arm against the pole while I hook one leg around it, stretching the other straight out and releasing both arms, extending them behind me as well. I hear Reed second a breath when I shift into a flatline Scorpio position, changing which leg is hooked and straightening my body so it looks like I'm floating above the floor. I close my eyes and allow myself to fall back into the world that changed my life.
Chapter 18. Reed. She's incredible. When I learned of her time at Eve's, I wanted to scream every profanity in the English language, and a few others. I hated the idea of her dancing for other men, showing a piece of herself that I wished belonged to only me. But those thoughts vanished the second she started dancing for me, because something shifted inside her. She came alive like I've never seen her before. Her body moves as if it is one with the metal pole in the center of the room. She jumps gracefully and tips upside down, one leg bent and tucked around the pole while the other is extended straight against it, her arms stretched as she spins slowly around. Then she places one hand between her legs and sits up, legs still clinging to the pole as she shifts so her body is upright again. Over and over again, she performs moves and spins that have my jaw dropping and dick hardening. She makes it look effortless, but I know it isn't. Her abdomen tightens and her breathing is heavy while she moves. Sultry, sinful, sexy, so fucking sexy. I'm barely listening to the song that's playing. How could I when she's in front of me mostly naked except her tiny cheeky underwear, spinning and climbing and practically flipping upside down on a pole? It's the most erotic thing I've ever experienced. Though it's so much more. I can't help but admire her strength, inside and out. And beautiful. It's so mesmerizing to watch her. There's an elegance to the way she's moving that goes far beyond anything sexual. The way her back arches when she's turned upside down, hair and fingertips kissing the wooden floor. Her stomach muscles tighten and full breasts shift and move with her as she somehow uses her legs to pull herself back up the pole. Then she spreads those beautiful, strong legs wide, bending and twisting them until they're once again wrapped around the pole. Sadie glances in my direction, and heat flames between us when our eyes connect. She's doing this for me. I want to know everything about it, what each move is called, and what her favorite is. The music comes to an end, and I watch in awe as her inner thighs squeeze around the silver metal, and she deliberately slides inch by inch until she's doing a handstand, kicking over until she's standing upright on the floor once again. And the second she is, I'm out of the chair and on her. Pride is swelling in my chest for how incredibly lovely she is. My hands are shaking as I fight every instinct I have to be rough with her, to lift her up and push down my boxers and slam into her, but she deserves more than that. She showed me her heart and soul, showed me that the job she did in order to keep her family financially stable wasn't because she wanted her body on display for anyone to see. it was because the dance spoke to her, and she didn't hide it from me. Words wouldn't have explained it. I couldn't have understood, but showing me, now I get it. She fell in love with the dance, not the job. Fuck me, but she's absolutely the most beautiful woman I've ever met. And just like she showed me her heart, I plan to do the same. Bed, I mutter against her lips, and she nods. We practically race across the hallway to her bedroom, and I whip my shirt off as we go. As quickly as I can, I shuck my boxers off. I don't have the patience to go slow, and I don't think Sadie does either. As usual, we're on the same page. I was such a big talker earlier, saying that we were going to take things slow, but now? Foreplay isn't even a thought with as ready as I am to be inside her.
I need you inside me, Reed. Now.
Demanding little thing, I tease her, even though just seconds ago I was thinking the exact same thing. She takes me by the waist to pull me onto the bed with her and flips me over, straddles me, and then lowers her body, taking me in her hand to line us up. I lift my hips when she pushes down, and we both groan, her head dropping back and my eyes squeezing shut. I can't move, literally paralyzed from how amazing it feels to have her warmth wrapped around me, her small body hovering above, her breasts swaying in my face, just begging for me to... I take a nipple into my mouth, and she jumps, not expecting the slight bite of pain from my teeth nipping at her. She cries out and hunches her back, her neck bending and head dropping down. Fuck, she's amazing. Curves lush, her breasts just the right size. I release her breast with a pop and piston my hips, thrusting into her hard until she places a hand on my chest, body shuddering at her denial of what it needs. She shakes her head, whispers, "My show." Well, all right then, I tell her and grin, settling in. She wants to take the lead? I'll let her. She can use me, guide her own orgasm all she wants. She slams down onto me, and this time it's my turn to cry out. Shit. Her answering smile tells me she was hoping that she'd surprise me. She swivels her hips, grinding down on my dick. Her eyes are on me when she wets her finger, reaches between us, and rubs against her clit. Fuck. That's right, Sadie. Touch yourself. I watch, eyes wide. I'm buried inside her, and it isn't enough. She continues to grind and twist against me, my hands on her hips to hold her steady. Can you come like this?
Yes.
She barely whispers the word. Make it happen. I want nothing more in this moment than to watch Sadie Jones use me to get herself off. I'm halfway there just watching the show.
Ah!
She cries out after a few more twists, a little more rubbing with her finger. I feel her pulse around me and clench my jaw to stop myself from releasing too soon. That'd be unfortunate. I flip her onto her back, happy to take over, and pull out to stand up. She whimpers in protest, but I have other plans. Dragging her to the corner of her bed, I lift her hips and slam back into her. Her legs are draped over my shoulders, my hands gripping her thighs. Her fingers are reaching, trying to touch me anywhere she can, but she eventually gives up, head lolling to the side as her arms stretched behind her, gripping a pillow. The sound of our heavy breathing and moans fills the air around us as we work as one. Our thrusts matching, our eyes meet, and she nods. Coming? I ask, and she nods again. Fuck yes. She squeezes me so hard I come right along with her, our shouts ringing in my ears as I hold her against me, plunging deep inside her. I collapse, our bodies slick with sweat. Burying my head into her neck, I taste her skin, and I swear it causes me to release more into her.
Holy shit,
she pants. I know, fucking incredible. The sex, her, us. I lift my head and stare into her eyes, taking her mouth in mine before sliding out and helping her stand. We go to the bathroom to clean up, and I give her some privacy while she does her thing. When she returns to the bedroom, she smiles wide when she sees me lying in her bed. She joins me, still naked, cuddling close and resting her head on my shoulder.
So, that's what I teach your mom in class.
My jaw drops. You did not just say that. The sound of her laughter fills the air when I practically attack her, tickling her sides. You think you're funny, sweetheart? Her eyes are shimmering with happiness, which I have no doubt matches my own. It's almost surreal that we're here, on the same page, together. This is what I want for us, joking together in bed, waking up together, the things that make up a life. I want her to know Emmy more and for us to spend every day together. The guilt I felt earlier about how quickly things are happening between us seems to be drifting away in the wind. I am so in over my head with her. If I'd have been paying attention, I'd have noticed the way the wood of the door jamb had been tampered with. If I'd have been paying attention, I'd have noticed that my girl was in danger and that the person who was caught on my dad's camera was lurking, following her every move.
Chapter 19. Sadie. Since I had an early class this morning, Reed went back home around midnight. I wish we could have woken up together, but I know we have the rest of our lives for that. Some would say we rushed enough to get to where we are. Part of me feels that. Part of me feels like it's been a lifetime in the making. When I open the front door of the studio, Lindsay is the first person to walk through the door. A knowing smile splits her lips and she grabs my hand, leans in close, and gives me a hug. "Good morning, Sadie." "Morning, Lindsay," I murmur, touching my lips and hoping to cover up the smile that seems to be planted there permanently. Not that I want to hide my happiness. Soon the rest of the morning class starts filing in, everyone removing the bulk of their clothing, getting ready to sweat. The ladies are stretching and talking, and I keep waiting for someone to ask me about Reed, but no one does. I'm a little surprised, but thankful. In this class, everyone is at different levels. While one might be learning the basics, others are far more advanced. Everyone learns at their own pace and helps each other along the way. I emphasize safety, so if someone isn't quite ready to flip upside down and grip the pole with their legs, I would strongly discourage it. Music filters through the speakers, and I walk around the room, talking and checking in with each of my students to see what their goals are, what moves they're trying to perfect. I help anyone who needs it, and demonstrate a few turns and holds. A lot of the ladies have been trying to perfect their seahorse shape, so I focus on that, gripping the pole and bending my legs so they're at somewhat of a 90-degree angle to the floor, and arching my back, curving my arms behind me. A few of the girls clap and others watch closely. "Lindsay, this is one you just recently learned. Care to help me demonstrate?" She nods, smiling and sucking in a calming breath as she challenges herself to do a seahorse for everyone. The room erupts in chaos as the almost 60-year-old woman shows us what she's got. She's not totally there yet, but that doesn't stop anyone from encouraging her to keep at it and try her hardest. The community we've built within these walls is nothing short of amazing to me. Everyone understands what it's like to start at the beginning, and there's no judgment for what level anyone starts at. Plus, it's fun. An hour later, I've taught a new routine to some 80s classic hair bands music, and everyone is all smiles. Once class is done, the ladies depart, saying goodbye and thanking me for a fun class, and I go back home to shower and take care of a few things. Reed's going to be busy on the ranch today, which means I can catch up on laundry and book work for the studio. The knowledge that I gave Reed's plans for the day a thought when I'm deciding what to do gives me pause. How quick did I jump right into being Reed's girl? It doesn't feel too soon, and I can't help but wonder what that means. He only just came back to town a few months ago, and already I am planning my time around when I can see him. This isn't good. My heart shouldn't be this invested in him already, should it? Though I'm not sure my heart was ever not invested in Reed Sanders. Butterflies flutter in my stomach, and my heart races just at the thought of Reed, of being his girl. It feels like a dream come true. As corny as that might sound, it's terrifying and exhilarating all at once. I pull into my garage and push the button to close the door behind me and go into the house. It's still early, just a little after 7 in the morning. The early class isn't something I'd originally planned to offer, but a lot of the women who attend are moms, both who stay at home and work outside the home, and that's when it works best for them. They can wake early, come to class, go back home and help get everyone ready for school, and they're done with their workout for the day. For me, though, it's exhausting. Worth it, but exhausting. After brewing a cup of coffee, I open the shades so I can look out over the lake and curl up on the couch for a few minutes. It's a beautiful morning. The sun sparkling off the bright blue waters looks like diamonds. The mountains rise up out of the water, overlooking the lake like they're the caretakers sent to watch over it. Pine trees cover the ground, growing from the rocky dirt and soil. I haven't traveled much. Actually, I haven't traveled at all, but even still, I know deep down that I live in the most beautiful place on earth. Even in the winter, when the days are short and the snow falls from the sky with such ease, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else other than Northwest Montana. I hum in contentment, sipping on the dark Brazilian roast and feeling completely relaxed. After a fun class this morning and an even more fun night between the sheets with Reed, I'm almost ready to take a nap. But the doorbell rings, and I know the nap will have to wait. Assuming it's Reed, I open the door with a bright smile on my face. Wow, you're sure happy to see me. I roll my eyes and open the door wider so Candace can come in. I'm always happy to see you. Not that happy. I assume you were expecting someone else? Maybe someone with dark hair and dark eyes and tattoos that cover all those sexy muscles. You have dark hair and dark eyes and tattoos? That I do, she jokes. Coffee? Obviously. I pull a mug down from the cupboard and slip a pod into the machine to brew her a cup and hand it over to her once it's finished. She grabs some half and half out of the fridge and adds a little splash, not even stirring it before she starts drinking. Ew, you're not going to stir it in? I just need caffeine. I raise my eyebrows. What's wrong? Long morning. Already? We settle in my living room and she takes the big oversized chair while I return to my spot on the couch. Being a single mom is rough. I wondered why you weren't in class today. Oh, it's a good one. Audrey didn't come home last night. Audrey is her 14-year-old daughter, her oldest and usually incredibly responsible. Candace was only 17 when she had her, and the dad's been gone since the moment 2 lines showed up on the stick. The look on my face must match my shock because she points to me and says, "Yep, that's about it." What the hell? Well, you see, there's this boy. My eyes widen and I wince. Oh, shit. Oh, shit is right. Little fucker thought he'd take her out to Lover's Lane last night. I lean into the arm of the couch and pull a pillow over my lap, clutching it tightly. Oh, my. She pulls a vape pen out of her hoodie pocket and takes a drag, the steam billowing around her. She snuck out. I gasp. That's not like Audrey. She's a good girl. Not that that matters. Every kid is going to challenge their parents somehow, but I wouldn't have never expected it from Audrey. No. She nods. Got drunk. I know, my eyes widen. If I thought she'd shocked me with the sneaking out part, her getting drunk. Crap. Lost her virginity. Oh, fuck. And slept in his pickup all night. Well, shit. Sounds oddly familiar, though I wasn't only 14 at the time, and I was in love with Reed. Maybe Audrey is too, I don't know. That's about right. No wonder you need that, I say, pointing to the vape. She normally doesn't smoke or drink much alcohol, but every once in a while she'll use it. I know when she does, it's for a reason. She quit smoking cigarettes before Erica was born, but still has the cravings hit her. Truth, she says, taking another pull off the vape before putting it aside. Her eyes fall closed when she leans her head back. Were they safe? I cringe internally at my question and worry I overstepped. It's really none of my business, but I think Candace needs to talk through it. Yeah, she says quietly. At least that's what she told me. Don't know what to believe out of her anymore. Damn, I'm sorry. Me too. I thought she'd at least come to me when she was ready for that. Was she? Was she what? Ready. Maybe she wasn't planning for it to happen. Maybe she got caught up in the moment. That's kind of what happened with Reed and me. Candace raises her head and looks at me with sadness in her eyes. If that's the case, I really hate Terrence then. I'm not saying he pressured her. Maybe neither of them were planning on it. She blows out a breath and takes a drink of her coffee. I know. I don't think he did, but if he did... Where is she now? School. Looked like she'd been run over by a truck, and I wouldn't be surprised if she has to leave class a few times to puke. Serves her right. I can't believe she did that. Why didn't you call me last night when she never came home? Mom of the Year award goes to... She points to herself. I didn't even know she was gone until I went to her room this morning to let her know I was leaving for pole. Freaked me the hell out, that's for sure. Thank goodness I have that tracker on her phone so I could locate her. She scoffs and gives me a little side grin. You'd think if they were going to be stupid enough to sneak out, they'd at least leave their phones behind, but nope. They won't go anywhere without them. They're practically glued to their hand. What about Terrence's parents? Didn't they know? His dad works the night shift at a factory 2 towns over. Like me, his mom was sound asleep. When his dad came home from work at 6, he figured he'd gone to work on a project at school early or something. We're all a bunch of morons. She shakes her head, clearly frustrated. I can't imagine it's an easy time to raise kids, let alone teenagers. They have access to so much more than we ever did growing up. Anyway, I found her easy. Scared out of my mind, though. I threw Erica into the back seat and buckled her in, pajamas and all, because it's not like I can leave her home alone. She was so freaked out, crying and asking what was wrong. I didn't want to tell her that we were out searching for her sister. I was trying to stay calm, but I had no idea if I'd find her in the ditch or what. I don't say anything, just get up and move over to her, sitting down next to her on the chair and wrapping my arms around her. The second I do, she breaks down into sobs. Her emotions had to be all over the place, and now that she knows Audrey is safe, she can relax a little. I have to swallow down my own tears. Hearing Audrey's story brings back a lot of memories, but more than that, I hate that my best friend is going through this. Raising a teenager alone has to be hard. My own mother had her struggles, but the addition of being a single mom probably made it that much harder. I was so scared. Candace cries, and I squeeze her tighter. I wish I could take away her pain, her fear. It breaks my heart for her. God, what would I have done? I don't know if she's actually asking God here or me, so I just stay silent, rocking her and holding her as she lets out the fears of the morning. When she's cried out, she sits back and wipes under her nose. Thanks. You're welcome. Will you come with me to beat up Terrence? Of course. We laugh, knowing that's not going to happen, but just joking about it makes her feel a little better. Gotta admit, I'm totally shocked Audrey had it in her. I know, right? Me too. She's always such a goody-goody. It's always the quiet ones that'll get ya, huh? So true. We talk for a while longer until my alarm on my phone goes off. I haven't been over to see my mom in a while, which makes me feel guilty. Samuel's been checking in on her, and my mind has been caught up with Reed. Going to see Mama Nell? Yep, I haven't been over there in a while. She's been doing good. Samuel's been over there too, but I want to see her. Spend a little time. Good. Tell her hi for me, okay? I will. And listen, next time call me. I can scour the streets with you and stand by while you scare the living shit out of some boy. Better not be a next time, she grumbles as she walks out the door. I change clothes, grab 2 frozen casseroles out of the freezer so I can bring them with me to Mom's, and head over to see her. The drive to Mom's place only takes me 15 minutes. I park next to her 10-year-old sedan and walk up the steps to her trailer. Both Samuel and I have offered to help her move into an apartment, but she likes it here and refuses to move. As long as she's happy, I don't care. I knock twice before walking inside. Mom, it's me. Hi, Sadie, she shouts from what sounds like her bedroom. I'll be right out. I take the casseroles to the kitchen and make room for them in her small freezer, then discreetly look around the small space to make sure that she's staying healthy. Fruits and vegetables are in the fridge. No alcohol, which is good because she can't drink with her medication. A gallon of store-bought sweet tea that I curl my nose at. I've never understood how she could drink that stuff. A carton of milk, eggs, a tube of peanut butter cookie dough that looks to be about half gone. It's her weakness. She'll eat a tablespoon of it daily. She has some lunch meat and cheese, as well as a rotisserie chicken. Good. When she comes out of the bedroom, she's smiling wider than normal and wearing only a satin robe. And her hair is a disaster. I laugh. Did I wake you? She blushes and looks behind her. Sort of. Huh? Hi, Sadie, a deep voice says, and I look over Mom's shoulder to see Henry Anderson walking up behind my mom, wrapping his arms around her and leaning in to smell her neck, all while staring at me. Damn, he's so freaking creepy. Beady eyes, always smirking, but not in the sexy way. It's like he's always trying to picture me naked. Slick hair like he uses way too much product. Good to see you. What's going on here? Mom can't stop smiling, and I want to throw up. Henry looks me up and down with what I can only peg as desire in his eyes, and when he licks his lips and places an open-mouth kiss on my mom's neck, I have to swallow down the bile that threatens to come up. Henry and I are... She turns and looks at him. I'm going to be your daddy. Oh my gosh. I'm definitely going to be sick. The way he says daddy is not fatherly. Not one bit. This isn't good. Mom, can we talk? Sure, baby. Anything you need to say, you can say in front of Henry. Like he said, he's practically your father now. Ew. No, this can't be happening. Henry the creep Anderson and my mom? No way. Does Samuel know? We haven't had the chance to tell him yet. It's all been so sudden, hasn't it, honey? She says with an excited voice. I don't know if I'd call it sudden. I've had my eye on you Jones girls for a while now. But he doesn't say it to her. He's looking right at me. Does Mom not see it? Is she blinded by love? Oh, my word. My mom is in love with Henry. How strange. She surely sees how creepy he is, right? I have no idea what to do in this situation, but get the hell out of here. My mind is racing, my thoughts going all over the place. I can't talk to Mom when he's around, and I need reinforcements. I need Sam here, possibly Reed, maybe Alan. Hell, the whole town. I'm officially sick to my stomach and confused. So confused. Mom is a beautiful woman and could do so much better than Henry Anderson. Sure, the guy has a lot of money because of his years of working as the slimiest defense attorney in the state of Montana, working his ass off to keep murderers out of prison, but money isn't a reason to be with another person. Rather than focus on the upcoming nuptials, I turn to Mom and redirect her focus. I put a couple of casseroles in the freezer for you. Oh, thank you. You know how much I love your cooking. She giggles as Henry bites down on her shoulder and snakes a hand around her waist, tucking her back to his chest. Thanks, sugar, Henry says, and I try not to sneer. Sugar? Really? I shake off the weird feeling he's giving me and try to gain Mom's attention. You're welcome. Anyway, how are you doing on meds? Great. The app you and Samuel put on my phone has been a lifesaver. Helps me remember what to take and when. Well, at least that's good news. It's also a huge relief to see her not panic at my mention of her meds in front of Henry. Hopefully that means she's not hiding anything from him. I'm glad to hear it. Do you need anything? I'm sorry I haven't been by lately. Oh, that's okay. I know you've been busy. Busy with Reed, Henry says in a gruff voice. How'd you hear that? I ask him, at the same time Mom explodes out of his arms and into mine. What? Are you two back together? We can't really be back together if we've never been together, Mom. Oh, hush, you know as well as I do that boy has had your heart for over half your life. So are you together? Yes, but we're taking things slow. He has a daughter, you know. Taking things slow is screwing him every chance you get. Henry snickers bitterly. Henry! Mom shouts, appalled. Me too. And again, how'd you hear that? He shrugs and just says, I have my sources. Be careful with that one, little girl. He's no good for you. Never has been. I roll my eyes. He's maybe too good for me. Oh, hush you. I hated that you ever thought that. You two are made for each other. Bring him by, will you? I haven't seen his handsome face in far too long. I will, Mom. Promise. I'm sure he'll want to see you as well. Henry steps forward and takes Mom in his arms again, this time bending her over backward and kissing her. He's handsome, huh? Then what am I? His voice is just on the side of angry, and I wonder for a second if I should leave him alone with my mother. But then she places a hand on his cheek and whispers something in his ear that has him grinning like the cat who just got its cream. Okay, I'll leave you two alone. Just wanted to stop and say hi. Don't be a stranger, Sadie. You're welcome here any time. Gross. Why does everything he says sound like an innuendo? Yeah, thanks. I can't get out of the trailer fast enough, practically falling down the stairs as I run to my car.
Chapter 20. Read. It's been a long-ass day. Thank goodness Mom is around to help with Emmy and was able to pick her up from school. We had to go on a rescue mission when a few cattle had gone missing. Turns out they'd just found a little hole in a fence and made it a bigger hole. But that meant we spent the day rounding them up, then fixing fence line. By the time Dad and I get inside the house, we're dirty, sweaty, and exhausted. I wouldn't want it any other way. There's something about coming home after a hard day of work, physically spent because I've worked my ass off, that makes me damn happy. I know I made the right choice to move back to Lakeside. As I shower, I think about all the changes in my life. Not that I hate living in my childhood home, but I'm excited to get into a more permanent home with Emmy. Of course, I'd love for Sadie to be with us too, but not until any of us are ready for that step. I don't know when that will be, but I'm certain it will happen. My cheeks are split into a wide smile just at the thought of the possibilities. I finish getting ready, and my thoughts don't stop running through my mind. Thoughts of what our future, mine, Emmy's, Sadie's, looks like. I return to the kitchen just as Mom's setting down a big pot of baked potato soup, a loaf of her homemade bread, and a bag of potato chips. Dad has a weird thing about dipping chips into his soup instead of crackers, so it doesn't come as a surprise. Smells amazing, Mom. It does. Dad walks over and kisses her cheek. Emmy is sitting on a stool at the island coloring a picture, completely ignoring us. I snatch her around the waist, and she squeals in delight as I throw her over my shoulder. Can't say hi to your dad? She giggles and kicks.
Hi, Dad.
That's it, just hi. She's laughing while I spin her around. When I come to a stop, I'm a little dizzy, and Mom and Dad are watching us with smiles on their faces. I set her on her feet, and she wobbles a bit, so I catch her.
Again!
I bark out a laugh. How about later? I don't think I can handle more spins right now.
Promise?
Crap. Why do I start these things? Dad laughs loudly and pulls out a chair at the table. Let's eat before it gets cold. Saved by Dad.
I helped Grandma make the soup.
You did? I ask her, glancing up at Mom, who nods, lovingly looking down at Emmy.
She was a big helper. She even learned how to grate cheese.
Good news for me. When we move out, then you can be in charge of all our meals.
Don't talk about moving out. You just got here, Mom says sadly.
I grin. Dad ladles soup into bowls for everyone while I cut slices of bread. Mom might do the bulk of cooking around here, but that doesn't mean we don't help where we can. She loves to spend time in the kitchen and truly enjoys cooking. Unless it's grilling outdoors, which she does as well, or breakfast, she doesn't let Dad do much as far as meals are concerned. But the cleaning up, that's a different story. She cooks. She doesn't do the cleanup. After I say the blessing for the table, we dig in, listening to Emmy tell us all about her day at school. It's moments like this one that breaks my heart for how much Catherine didn't get to be a part of. I'm amazed at how well Emmy has adjusted to all the changes. New home and starting kindergarten is a lot to handle, let alone her mother passing. Both Dad and I polish off 2 bowls of soup in the time it takes Mom and Emmy to finish theirs, and when we're all finished, Mom offers to help Emmy take her bath while I clean up the dinner dishes. I haven't talked to Sadie much today, so I grab my phone and shoot off a text, hoping that I can talk to her once I get Emmy to bed. Me, I hope you had a good day. I'd love to go over there again tonight, but first of all, I'm exhausted and know that I'd end up crashing at her place, which doesn't scream good dad. And second of all, as much of a pussy as it makes me sound, I want her to come to me. I scrub harder on the dishes as I think over our years together. For as long as we've known each other, I've been the one to initiate everything between us, and if we're going to make this work between us, which I'm praying we will, I need to know that it's not one-sided. I hate feeling so vulnerable when it comes to my relationship with Sadie. Losing her once ripped me in 2. Losing her again would surely kill any chance of my heart recovering. It's scary, but she's worth it. I trust her and what we're building. It feels too right. She doesn't reply right away, but I'm pretty sure there were some classes tonight at the studio, so I don't think much of it. As I'm climbing up the stairs, Emmy is emerging from the bathroom, wrapped up in a towel. Her hair is slicked down from being brushed while still wet, and her skin is dewy and a little red. She's adorable, and for a second my heart stutters. I made that.
Grandma let me use bubbles.
She did, huh? A quick glance inside the bathroom tells me Grandma's probably regretting that right now as she bends over the tub on her knees to rinse out all the bubbles.
Uh-huh.
Fun. Go get on some pajamas and I'll be right in to help get some clothes picked out for tomorrow. Want to do a puzzle or play Go Fish before bed?
Go fish.
That's what I was hoping you'd say. I kiss the top of her head and let her get into her pajamas while I check with Mom. You good? Want me to take over? I ask her, peeking into the tub and wincing when I see the amount of bubbles still sitting in the tub. She sits back on her feet and blows some hair out of her eyes.
I may have underestimated how much 3 capfuls of bubbles would produce.
I see. So this isn't the work of my daughter?
Unfortunately, no.
Then I'm off the hook, I tease. She knows I'd help her if she wanted me to.
Yes, you go tend to your daughter.
Thanks, Mom. I don't know what either of us would do without you. She grins at me over her shoulder and teases me right back.
Starve, not have clean clothes to wear, live in filth, not be able to spend the night with Sadie without Emmy knowing about it.
I can't deny any of it. Chuckling, I say, sounds about right. I go to Emmy's room and push open the door. She's wearing a Christmas pajama top that's easily 2 sizes too small and a pair of bottoms with sunflowers on them. Looking good, Emmy girl. She doesn't even blink at my sarcasm.
Thanks, Daddy.
Working together, we pick out an outfit for her to wear tomorrow that matches a little better and is appropriate for the cooling temperatures. They talked snow already next week, and I'm not even surprised. The air is crisp and smells damp. It's only mid-October, but snow this early on is fairly common. Growing up, our Halloween costumes always had to fit over several layers of clothing. After 3 hands of Go Fish, she starts yawning, and I know if we're going to get any reading in, we'd better call it a night. I remind her to brush her teeth, and when she returns with breath that doesn't smell remotely like the nasty bubblegum-flavored toothpaste I bought her, I send her back to try again. She groans, and I give her a stern look.
Fine,
she grumbles, and I try not to laugh. When she comes back the second time, she dramatically breathes into my face. Much better. Go pick out books.
3?
All right. I know she'll be zonked out by the middle of the second. I just hope I'm not, too. Luckily, just as I'm about to doze off after I hear her breathing even out toward the end of the first book, my phone buzzes in my pocket, alerting me of a text. I slip out of Emmy's bed and make my way to my bedroom, figuring that I'll be hearing back from Sadie. But it's not Sadie. Justin, got Myron all caught up to keep watch over the store. I'll be leaving first thing in the morning for your place. I know it's last minute. Hope that's okay. Oh, shit. Tomorrow? Not that it matters, but I should probably make my parents aware that he's coming. Me. That works for us. I'll send you the address. You'll be rolling in around noon then? Should be. I have everything set so I can be there a week. Perfect. I'll put you to work. Good. I'm getting fluffy here working inside all day, ready for some fresh air. That I can give you. Gonna introduce me to your girl? I grin. Yup. So she's your girl? Yup. Cool. Call me when you get close. Will do. Pocketing my phone, I go to my bathroom and brush my teeth, then let Bandit out one more time before letting him into Emmy's room, where he's been sleeping at night, leaving the door cracked open just a bit in case he needs out. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I let out a sigh of relief when I see it's Sadie. Sadie. Sorry, the day was crazy and got away from me. Me. Everything okay? Such a long story. I can't even. Let's talk about it tomorrow. That okay? As long as you're all right. I am. Heart. Before I forget to tell you, Justin is coming in tomorrow, last minute. He wants to meet you. Eek, should I be nervous? I let out a quiet laugh before typing. Nope, he's harmless. Wipes brow. Phew, that's a relief. Dinner tomorrow night? Here? Lots of big steps. She's right. We haven't been together around my parents, but like I said to her on the phone last night, I'm ready for the next stage. It might seem sudden, but there's history there, and that counts for something. Besides, I'm not introducing Sadie to Emmy as my girlfriend, even though I consider her as that. Sadie Jones, my girlfriend. I feel like I'm 18 all over again. I have no idea how Emmy will react, and that's why we haven't gone there yet. She's my top priority, and if that means it will take a while longer, that's fine. It doesn't mean I haven't thought about it. I've imagined telling Emmy that Sadie and I are together a few times, and each time it goes differently. In all my imaginings, though, I never once feel like it's not right. Easing her into the daddy has a girlfriend conversation is best, but that doesn't mean I'm not a little anxious because of it. That okay? I'm ready if you are. Be here at 6. Does that work? It's Friday night, and I know she doesn't have any classes, so I'm hoping it works for her. I'll be there. Good. Talk to you in the morning? You better. Life is good. Better than good. It's easy to fall asleep knowing that tomorrow and the day after that, it will only get better.
Chapter 21. Sadie. I didn't even see him coming. I forgot there could be danger lurking in our small town. I wasn't paying attention to the clues that were so clearly laid out for me all those years ago. Sitting on the concrete floor, or what I assume is concrete, I shiver. The zip tie they used to bind my wrists together is cutting into my skin, and the blindfold around my eyes is thick and black, not letting even a sliver of light through the fabric. My mouth is gagged and my ankles are bound together. Whoever took me watched every single crime show available and took good notes. You're right. She's more beautiful than I remember. The voice is familiar, but I can't place it. I strain to listen, hoping for a clue as to why the fuck someone would have taken me. Me. It's not as if my family has money, so it's not for ransom. I'm nobody. You doubted me? The second voice is familiar too, but they're talking too quiet for me to pinpoint where I've heard them before. I try to breathe through my mouth because the stench in this room is stale and musty, the scent of cigarette smoke and ashes heavy with the less than delightful addition of body odor and hair tonic. What is happening? I want to scream and jerk at the bindings, but know it won't do me any good. The two men whisper, and I can't make out what they're saying. I'm not sure if that's a blessing, though. Maybe not being aware of what they're about to do to me is a good thing. Tears build behind my eyelids, but I refuse to let them fall. Heavy footsteps thud against the floor, walking toward me, and my breathing picks up. I can't see, I can't speak, I can't move. I can barely hear anything over the thunder roaring in my ears. It's the worst kind of torture, but something tells me it's about to get much worse. The footsteps get closer and closer, and I press my back against the wall. Fear turns the blood in my veins to ice, and I struggle to take in a breath. In a flash, every scenario possible rolls through my mind. I startle when I feel a rough finger against my cheek. The touch is gentle, a caress, but it is anything but welcome. I can't stop the whimper that escapes the way I squirm, trying to get away from whoever is touching me. Why is this happening?
Beautiful. So beautiful.
I know the voice. Where have I heard it before? I send up a silent prayer, begging for God to save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to be here. I want to wake up from this nightmare and be wrapped up in Reed's arms, safe. From across the room, I hear the other man grunt in agreement. It's a rough sound, and I shudder when I think how defenseless I am. Next to me, the man runs his hands over my hair and under my jaw, lifting my face up to him.
Always was. Gave it away to anyone who'd watch her. Not anymore, though, right, Uncle? Now it's just for us.
Uncle? Give it away? My mind races with possibilities, but when the man leans in close, his knees pressed into my side, breath hot against my skin, and whispers,
If you would have just listened to me and stopped working at Eve's, this never would have happened.
I know exactly who's before me. Bryce. Like the grand finale during a fireworks show on the 4th of July, memories of our many arguments assault me all at once. Memories I've worked hard to forget and put behind me.
I'm warning you, girl. Quit working at Eve's. You're mine. Am I not enough for you? You need the attention of hundreds of men? How often do you take men into the back room to screw?
Never. We didn't even have a back room, but I couldn't convince him of that.
You love it, don't you? Making me jealous, having men drool all over you. They watch you dance for them and rub their dicks right in front of you, and you get off on it, knowing you have all the control.
I want to say his name, ask him why he's doing this, but I don't want him to know I know it's him. I may not have the upper hand, but it's something. But who's his uncle? Bryce and I were only together for a few months before he turned crazy, and I called the police on him when he wouldn't stop harassing me. Eventually, I had to file a restraining order. He was banned from Eve's even on nights I wasn't working. He crossed the line only once, showing up on my doorstep and telling me that one day I'd regret it. Then he was gone, and I haven't heard from him since. Another grunt from across the room.
What?
Bryce barks, but it makes me wonder if he stood up because his voice is now above me.
Back off. Not yet. Why wait? I said not yet.
The man barks, and I have to cover up my gasp with a cry. Sheriff Lee. Lee's Bryce's uncle? I'm going to be sick. Is this a revenge thing? Bryce was mad that I broke up with him and placed a restraining order against him. But that was years ago. I haven't seen or heard from him since then. Why now? None of this makes any sense. Bryce grumbles and stomps away. I hear a door slam closed and wait, and listen. Am I alone now, or is Lee still here? Or did Lee leave and Bryce is still here? I don't move a muscle for what feels like hours, but could only be minutes. I'm desperate to see, to somehow get the blindfold down from my eyes so I can look around. Waiting as long as I can, I start to rub my face against my shoulder. The blindfold is tied tight, but after several minutes, I manage to get it worked loose. It takes a few more minutes for my eyes to adjust to the light in the room. When I was taken, I'd just arrived home and was about to get the towels we use at the studio out of my trunk. Before I knew what was happening, I had a blindfold around my eyes and my hands zip tied together behind my back. I'm pretty sure I was thrown in a trunk as they brought me to wherever this is. I have no idea how long my eyes have been covered, but it felt like hours. Blinking several times, I take in my surroundings. The floor is concrete, like I suspected, and there are 2 small rectangular windows on one side. Behind me is a garage door, and across the room, a metal entry door. Cigarette butts litter the floor in the corner where I assume they were standing. Nothing in the building would scream garage to me if it weren't for the door and a few shelves on one wall. But when I spin once more, my heart drops. 2 chairs, a rope, what looks like an old radio, and a pole.
Chapter 22. Read. She's not picking up. I growl and squeeze my phone so tightly I'm afraid I'll crack the screen. I haven't talked to Sadie since we were texting last night, and I'm growing irritated. Dad's worried glance at my phone, then up at my face, doesn't even hold a candle to what I'm feeling inside. Maybe she's sleeping. He's reaching. It's a half-assed reason he's offering up. Whether either of us want to admit it, the fact that just a little over a month ago there was a strange man walking around outside our place is at the top of our minds. At 2 p.m? Besides, she always returns my calls and texts. It's been 18 hours since I've heard from her, and to say I'm panicking would be putting it mildly. You said she told you yesterday was a big day, right? Maybe she's tired. Justin says next to me in the barn. He's leaning against the door to look in on Brownie, foot up on one of the lower boards. He got into town just a few hours ago. I've been on edge all day, though, and he's been doing his best to keep me calm. Something about her not picking up the phone isn't sitting right with me. Right. Still, it's not like her. Justin turns to face me, shoves his hands in his pockets, and shrugs. So let's go to her place. If she's not there, we'll start looking around. You don't have to. He marches past me. What else am I going to do? Fine, let's go. Let me know, Dad says behind us. I will. As soon as we climb in the pickup, my mind starts racing, and with every mile that passes, the sicker and sicker I feel. Maybe her phone died, or I don't know. You know how crappy service can be in Montana? He's not wrong. Cell service in Montana is shit, but she has a charger, and just because service isn't great doesn't mean she wouldn't answer. We have to drive past the studio to get to her house, so I pull in quickly but don't see her car in the parking lot. The lights are off, so I pull back onto the road and make my way to her house. My adrenaline is racing right along with my heart. It only takes minutes, but it might as well be hours. I slam the pickup in park and don't even bother to turn it off when I storm up to the house, banging on the door. I try the knob, not having the patience to wait, and it turns. Looking over my shoulder, Justin gives me a worried look. Does she normally keep her doors locked? I nod, swallowing hard. Shit. I slowly open the door, not knowing what I'm going to be greeted with. Sadie? I call out. When I don't get a response, I walk through the house, continuing to say her name while I check every room. With every single step, my fears grow more and more out of control. I can't stop my thoughts from skyrocketing to a place I really don't want them to go to. I'm reminded of every story I've ever seen on the news of someone disappearing, of their loved ones crying for help, desperate. That's exactly how I feel. Desperate. Not a sign of her. What the fuck is going on? I ask Justin, like he's going to hold the answers. I have no idea. I search through the house again, just in case I missed something. A clue, I guess. Is her car here? My eyes dart in the direction of the garage, frustrated with myself for not thinking of it already, and I run through the house, yanking open the door that leads to the garage. Her car is here. Seriously, what the fuck is going on? I shout. Reed, I think you need to look at this. What? I rush around the car to where he's standing by the trunk and see a phone. I bend down to get a closer look. The screen is shattered, but I know it's hers from the case. Fuck! I think we'd better call the police. I hear a vehicle pull up and the garage door open. Justin and I quickly look at each other, and I stand up, wishing I had some sort of weapon on me. Then I notice Justin has his hand on his hip, a gun holstered. Of course he's carrying. Justin rarely goes anywhere without his .45. It's common for men and women to have their license to carry a gun in Montana. The engine turns off of the dark gray pickup, and I hold my breath, trying to get a better look, then release it when Samuel climbs out. He does a double take when he sees me and looks beyond my shoulder, eyebrows bunching together when he spots Justin. Reed, what are you doing here? Looking for your sister. Who's this? Justin. We owned the store together. He's here visiting. He nods and pockets his keys, moving into the garage and glancing down at my feet where I'm still standing next to Sadie's broken phone. He looks up at me and stills. What do you mean you're looking for my sister? Haven't heard from her in a while. You? Samuel shakes his head. Not for a couple days. Call your mom, see if she's heard anything. He pulls out his phone, staring at Sadie's. Mom? Yeah, hey, have you seen Sadie today? I wish he was talking on speaker so I could hear. I only have his side of the conversation to go by, and it's annoying as fuck. Yesterday? Okay, yeah, I haven't either. No, don't worry, Mom. I'll call Candace. You don't... He blows out a breath and wrinkles his nose, not allowing his eyes to meet mine. What? Why would he come over? There's another pause before, okay? Yeah, I'll wait here. Love you too. What did she say? Sadie went to Mom's yesterday afternoon. She hasn't seen or heard from her since. What else? He rubs the back of his neck. I guess Mom and Henry Anderson are a thing now. He's on his way over. Who's Henry Anderson? Justin asks. Local douchebag, I tell him, then wince and apologize to Samuel. I feel like I'm going to throw up. No offense taken. I have no idea when that happened or why. My phone rings and I almost jump out of my skin. I pull it out of my pocket, sending up a silent prayer that it's Sadie. My chest deflates when I see Dad's name on the screen. She's not here. Neither Samuel or Nell have heard from her today, I say instead of answering. I start walking back and forth in front of the garage, not being able to stand still. Reed. My heart sinks at the sound of his voice, and I stop pacing. What? You still at her house? Yeah, I'm still here. No sign of her, though, and her car is still here. Stay put. I'm almost there. I look at Samuel, the worry on his face no doubt matching my own. What is it, Dad? Just hang tight. I'll explain when I get there. Deputy Goodman is on his way. Hurry, I growl. I have no idea what's happening, but the fact that Dad won't tell me on the phone makes my blood boil. I hang up and fight against the urge to throw my phone against the wall. Goodman's on the way, I tell Samuel, then look at Justin and explain, Sheriff's deputy, high school buddy of mine. Dad's coming too. He knows something. Don't know anything other than that, I add, because I know they're both wanting more answers. Get in line. Clenching my phone tightly, I resist the urge to start going through Sadie's garage for any sort of clue, but I don't want to touch anything. I hear sirens in the distance just as two vehicles come flying into Sadie's driveway. Dad's, and who I assume is Henry. Dad's out of his pickup first and reaches into mine, turning off the ignition. Hadn't even realized it was still running. Deputy Goodman pulls in just as Dad stands next to me, giving my shoulder a squeeze. I look between him and Goodman, whose expression is set in stone. What's going on? Henry asks me, voice hard. Never really liked the guy, but right now he seems to be on our side. At least I hope so. Don't know yet. Dad, care to fill us in? Neither Henry nor Goodman asks for introductions as to who Justin is, and Dad doesn't bother with asking why Henry is here. Goodman doesn't catch up with me or say welcome home. None of it is important right now. Rather than Dad speaking up, Goodman clears his throat. Got a call to the station. Wasn't sure what to think of it at first. A woman saying she was scared her ex-husband was going to harm someone in Lakeside. Who's the ex-husband? I demand. Name's Bryce McCabe. Fuck, Samuel growls, pacing around the room. I look at Samuel and back to Goodman. I don't get it. Why would an ex-wife be concerned? Who the hell is Bryce McCabe? Recently divorced because he was abusive. She has a restraining order against him. Guess a friend of Bryce's called her, said he was talking all sorts of shit about going after the one who started it all. What is that supposed to mean? I growl. Goodman looks me dead in the eye when he says, Sadie had a restraining order against McCabe years ago. What? I explode. Anger surfaces instantly, bubbling over the edge. How did I not know this? I know why. Because I wasn't here. Easy, Dad says next to me, and if it were anyone else, I'd jerk out of his hold he has on my shoulder. I bend over, hands on my knees, breathing in and out to stop myself from vomiting. I hate how much time we missed. I hate that she was in danger for a time in her life, and I wasn't here to protect her. You knew about this? I stand up straight and ask Samuel, even though it's clear he did. He doesn't answer me. Where is he? Henry speaks up for the first time, fingers typing something on his phone. Goodman looks a little sick himself when he answers lowly, My guess, wherever Sadie is. No one's seen him since Tuesday. There's more. What is it? I grumble. Bryce is Sheriff Lee's nephew, Henry answers for him, looking at his phone. I jerk my head in Goodman's direction, and he nods, jaw clenching. Didn't know. No one did. Lee always said he had no family. No one had reason to question it. Motherfucking asshole. Was Bryce the one who was here looking around? And Lee probably knew damn good and well who it was. Helped orchestrate the entire thing. How did we miss that? He didn't even flinch when he watched the video Dad had on his phone. Her car is here. Her phone is here. Think we can pick up anything on Dad's cameras? Dad shakes his head. Looked already. Nothing. Where's Lee? I ask, fearing the answer before he even says it. Of course there'd be nothing on Dad's cameras. Lee knows exactly where they're aimed and what to watch for. Besides, if they stayed on Sadie's property... Checked in this morning. Said he'd be out of town a few days. Fuck. Got my guy looking right now, Henry says, fingers flying across the screen of his phone much faster than I'd expect of a man his age. Investigator, he explains. He's good, fast. I don't ask questions, he says to Goodman, making it clear that whoever it is working on his end isn't exactly doing things legally. I continue to pace, feeling like I'm about to come out of my skin. I can't stand around here. Me either, Samuel agrees. That hers? Goodman asks, nodding to the phone still on the garage floor. I nod and he bends to pick it up with the plastic glove he pulled out of his pocket. Looks like they followed her home. Got her here, he says. Samuel lifts his eyes from his phone and says, Just got a text from Candace. Guess she didn't show up for class this morning. Candace figured she was with you, so she didn't think much of it. Deciding not to comment on that, I look at Henry, who seems to have more answers than the rest of us. How dangerous is this, Bryce McCabe? His thumb slides up on his phone like he's reading something. Dangerous enough. What's that supposed to mean? Dad asks, voice hard and angry. He looks up from his phone. It means he has a violent record when it comes to women. Ex-wife ended up in the hospital from his fists. One sexual assault charge against him, but no conviction. Henry's voice is hard, angry, a little scared. My knees buckle, but Justin's there to catch me, helping me sit down. We have to find her, I say quietly. We have to find her, I repeat. Goodman's phone rings and he steps outside. We all watch him as he listens to whatever the person on the other line is telling him. In the garage, it's silent as we try to hear what Goodman is saying, but his back is turned to us and his voice is too quiet. When he hangs up, his strides are purposeful when he returns. Got a vehicle matching McCabe's, spotted about 10 miles from here. My guys are on their way now, quietly. Let's go, I bark, heading toward my pickup. Goodman doesn't fight me about going with them, which is good. Wait, Henry steps in. Got him, traced both Lee and McCabe's phones. They're not together. What? Goodman asks a little irritably. I'm sure Henry isn't his favorite person either, but now's not the time to worry about that. We all do our best to gather around Henry's tiny phone screen when he uses his fingers to expand the map that his investigator sent. He points to one and says, That's Lee, and here's McCabe. They're nowhere near each other. Goodman points to McCabe's dot on the map. That's where the vehicle was spotted. He left his phone in it? Justin asks, dumbfounded. Goodman's eyebrows scrunch together. Possibly. Maybe they knew we'd be looking, trying to throw us off. So who do we follow? Do we split up? Samuel wonders. Lee, Goodman says. Go to where Lee is. Henry pockets his phone and crosses his arms over his chest. Agree. Lee's too dumb to realize that we'd figure out the connection between him and Bryce. Need to keep your guys off the radios, though. He'll be listening. Let's go, I bark. We've stood around here waiting for long enough as it is. Who knows what these fuckers have done to her by now? No one says anything else as we climb into vehicles. Samuel and Henry ride with Dad as Justin and I follow behind Goodman, who got the address to Lee's location from Henry. Neither Justin nor I speak the entire way. My stomach is in knots, worried over what we'll discover, and Justin seems to pick up on the fact that I need the quiet to think. Goodman turns down a gravel road, then turns right onto a trail that leads across the base of a small mountain. The pickup lurches from side to side as we drive quickly over the bumpy terrain. My fingers are gripping the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles are turning white. Goodman slows to a stop, but sticks his arm out his window, waving us forward. I stop next to him and roll down Justin's window. Another half-mile. There's a clearing on the other side of that tree line, he says, pointing a finger in the direction he's talking about. We'll park on this side just in case they're watching. I nod, and he takes off. We follow him around a corner, and I see 2 cop cars speeding up behind Dad, along with a car I don't recognize. I got your back. Whatever you need, Justin murmurs, and I glance at him. Thanks, man. He simply nods. We come to a stop, and before I get out, I reach below my seat and remove my handgun from the locked box I keep it in. We pile out, walking straight up to Goodman. He doesn't react to seeing both Justin and myself carrying. We have our permits. My first instinct is to take the lead, run to the other side of the trees, and find my girl, but I'm too scared of the possibilities of what could happen if I storm in on my own. This can't be the end for us. We have a lifetime ahead of us, and I won't accept anything else. A woman runs up to Samuel from the car I didn't recognize. "Candace," he groans. "What the hell are you doing here?"
"That's my best friend. You think I wouldn't be here?"
"It's not safe," he presses.
"I'm good,"
she says, pointing to her hip where a gun is holstered. Justin chuckles next to me, shaking his head. "Gotta love a Montana woman." He grins at her and holds out a hand. "Hi, gorgeous. I'm Justin." She looks him up and down and shakes his hand.
"Hey, handsome. I'm Candace."
I whisper angrily, "Hey, lovebirds, can we focus?" Justin winks at her and walks back to me. I don't know whether to be annoyed, pissed, or just indifferent by that whole exchange. Goodman starts issuing orders, reminding those of us with civilian status to let them do their job and that we're only here because he's allowing us to be. I roll my eyes. We're here because there's no way you could have stopped us. Just stay clear. Let us go in. That's our sheriff. Justin and I share a look, and I wonder what he means by that. Goodman and the 4 men who are with him huddle together, then take off in different directions, guns drawn as they make it to a clearing on the other side of the trees. We follow quietly and come to an old cabin with what looks to be a small shop or garage next to it a few feet away. One of the cops who's approaching from the opposite side of the garage gets Goodman's attention and points. My body is strung tight, every cell telling me to run forward. A hand lands on my forearm and I look over. Justin shaking his head and pulls me to a stop. "Let them do their job." "Like I'm supposed to trust them?" I growl through a whisper. "It's their boss who they think kidnapped Sadie." "Their boss, not them," he reminds me, but it does nothing to ease the tension coiled tight. "I know," Justin says. "I know how you feel about her. Just don't do anything to fuck it up. They want to help. Let them." I swallow hard and take a deep breath, then blow it out, steam billowing around me, and walk a few more feet as I see the 5 men in uniform getting closer to the cabin and garage. The air around us is still, as if the earth knows not to mess with us right now. There's no wind, no birds chirping, not a sound. The temperature is cold, but I don't feel it. I'm seconds away from saying fuck it and charging ahead when I hear gunfire. After everything we've been through, after all the time that separated us, this can't be the end. I have to find her alive. There's no other option. Like I'm the one being shot at, I take off running faster than I've ever ran before in my life. I trip over a piece of wood, catching myself before I fall to the ground. 2 cops bust through the cabin door, while the other 3, Goodman included, charge into the garage. I hear shouts and more gunfire, then a woman's scream. Sadie. It's Sadie's scream. "Sadie!" When I get a few feet away from the garage, the 2 cops that were in the house are coming out, guns still drawn as they lead the way into the garage. I want to push them aside, but the fear of making the situation worse keeps me trailing behind. Goodman is barking orders for someone to call an ambulance, but the second I make it into the garage, all I see is Sadie, tied to a pole in the corner of the room, tears streaking down her beautiful face. She's alive. I almost crumble to the floor in thanks. Her right eye is red and swollen, blood coming out of her mouth like she's been hit or punched in the face more than once, and my heart feels like it's cracked in 2. It kills me to see her like this. She's hurt, no doubt emotionally as well as physically, but all that matters is she's alive. "Sadie!" I shout and holster my gun. When her eyes land on me, she crumbles to the floor, arms still around the pole. Sobs break free from her chest, and I rush to her side, wrapping my arms around her. Her body shakes as I hold her tight. "Shh, I've got you. Shh, it's over. You're alive. You're alive." I keep repeating it, needing the reassurance. I don't know what I would have done if she wasn't okay. I'm never letting you go, Sadie, you hear me? What would I have done? I choke on my own tears, letting them fall freely. She whimpers in understanding.
Thank you for coming for me,
she whispers. Fuck, Sadie, I was scared out of my mind. Don't you dare apologize. I look around the small room and see Goodman has his gun pointed at Lee, who's snarling up at him from his place on the ground, arms behind his back with his hands in handcuffs. His arm is bleeding like he was shot, and on the floor across the room is who I assume is Bryce McCabe. A pool of blood around his lifeless body. A flurry of activity happens all around us, but I hold tight to Sadie, not wanting to let her go. Never again. Chapter 23. Read. She's still sleeping? Justin asks, coming to sit next to me on the top step of the porch steps. He hands me a steaming cup of coffee. I nod. There's a coating of frost on the grass, and there's a bite to the air that's heavy with moisture. Snow is coming, he says, taking a sip. I'm ready. He sighs. Yeah, me too. I point to a spot in the distance and say, I'm thinking there. For what? Build a home. This close to your parents? You're not looking at the right area, I tell him when I notice his eyes trained on an open pasture close to the barn. Over the ridge, by the pond. I'll show you sometime. After I show Sadie, obviously. We sit in peace. Yesterday's events weighing on me, I didn't sleep a wink last night. Stayed up and watched Sadie the entire night. When I wasn't watching her, I was checking in on Emmy. The fear of seeing someone I love, I can't think about it anymore. I rode with her in the ambulance to get checked out. I was terrified when the doctors had to ask if she was sexually assaulted and if they needed to perform an evidence kit. I understood why they asked, though. When we got to her, she was wearing a tiny thong and a sequined bra. Bryce and Lee watched her with a gun pointed to her head as she stripped naked and put on the minuscule outfit, then made her dance for them, all while they jerked off in front of her. Traces of semen were found on her skin. According to Sadie, it came from both of them. They took turns as she danced. One always kept a gun pointed at her. Sick fucks. When she told them they hadn't gotten that far and she wasn't raped, I felt such relief I had to empty my stomach right there in the ER. I have a hard time wrapping my head around what happened. I can't imagine how it's going to be for Sadie. She couldn't return to her home because it was a crime scene, which didn't bother either of us. I wasn't planning on letting her out of my sight anytime soon, and had hoped she'd be okay staying with me at my parents' house until we got something more permanent figured out. I met Sadie once. That gets my attention. When I look at Justin, a smile ghosts across his face. What? When? Your wedding. She wasn't at my wedding. She was. Remember when I came inside and said I'd met a girl in the parking lot? Yes. It was her. You said she had long dark hair. Justin shrugs. Wig? Dyed her hair? I don't know, but I'm positive it was her. Sadie was at the wedding? How did I miss that? A shock wave rolls through me. Then it hits me. I felt her there, looked for her in the crowd, thought I saw her. After the wedding, I saw a woman leave. Was that Sadie? She was there, man. Don't know what that means, but she was. He's right, Sadie says from behind us. She looks a little worse off than yesterday, but still beautiful. The cut on her lip is no longer bleeding, but it's swollen. Her eye has turned a dark shade of purple. I know if I pull up the sleeves of the hoodie she's wearing, my hoodie, I'll see marks from where they bound her wrists. I'm so grateful the events of yesterday turned out the way they did. It could have been so much worse. I stand from my place on the stairs and move to kiss her lightly on the lips. I need to be close to her, wrap my arms around her, touch her and know she's safe, here with me. How you feeling? Justin asks her. She doesn't try to hide the fact that she's in pain, emotionally and physically. For that, I'm grateful. I don't want her to feel like she ever needs to hide things from me. I'll leave you two alone. Nice to see you again, Sadie. You still owe me that dance.
Justin, right?
See, I knew I'd left an impression. he teases, and squeezes her shoulder gently as he walks past. We sit together on the porch swing, and she tucks in close when I wrap an arm around her and kiss her on top of the head.
I had to see.
See what, baby?
You get married. I had to see it so I could move on.
It physically hurts to hear her say the words, but I understand what she means. If she'd have gotten married over the last 12 years, I think I'd have had to witness it too, because I'm a glutton for punishment. And did it work?
What do you think?
I smile and kiss her again, then shift, lifting her chin so I can look in her eyes. Life is too short to keep worrying about timing. I love you. Never stopped.
I love you. Should have told you years ago.
Hearing the words that I longed to hear from her so long ago tugs at my chest. It was so worth the wait to hear her say she loves me. We're here now, and I'm not letting you go.
I'm ready for that.
About time, I tease and kiss her lips lightly. The hiss of pain tells me I need to back off.
I don't understand why they did that.
Henry looked into it. Said he'd come by later with your mom and fill us in. Nell needs to see you. As weird as this sounds, I think Henry's good for her. She hums and wrinkles her nose.
Are you serious?
I chuckle. I am. I never thought I'd see the day where I said Henry isn't the creep we thought he was. I think he's just that way. One of those guys who marches to a different beat or something. He's strange, no doubt, but if he hadn't been there yesterday, we wouldn't have found you.
I still don't know.
I get it. Maybe your mom sees something in him we can't.
Maybe.
We sit in silence for a little while before I grin and nudge her. So, you really broke Justin's heart. She giggles and wraps her arm around me, giving me a squeeze.
He seemed like a nice guy.
He is. I think he's ready to sell the store. He told me it wasn't as much fun without me there, and I wonder if he's just kind of burned out. Retail is a hard business to be in.
What would he do if he sold?
Not a clue. Move to Lakeside?
That'd be nice. Maybe he could open a store here.
Maybe. He'd be a good guide. Lots of folks come here, don't know what they're doing when they want to go fishing or hunting. He'd be a perfect wilderness guide. Loves that shit. I breathe in her hair. It doesn't smell like her since she used my mom's stuff when she got here. We haven't gone to her place to get any of her things yet.
You should mention it to him. I have a place he can stay, she grumbles.
Don't want to go home? I try not to keep the hopefulness out of my voice.
No, at least not yet. They ruined it.
I wish I'd have been there for you.
It wasn't your fault. If anything, it was mine. I had these weird feelings of being watched for a while, but every time I turned around or looked for who it could be, no one was there. I chalked it up to paranoia. I should have said something to someone.
My hand tightens around her upper arm, but I keep quiet. There's nothing we can do about it now. The screen door opens and little footsteps pound on the wood. Sadie sits up, knowing who's coming out to interrupt our time together. Emmy climbs onto my lap, then reaches over for Sadie's hand. We didn't tell her much last night, but Emmy has eyes and could see that Sadie had been hurt. I didn't want to lie to her, but knew she needed an answer as to why Sadie looked like she'd been beat up. I also didn't want to tell her that the sheriff was a bad guy because I didn't want her to go through life having a fear of policemen. Finally, I landed on telling her the truth, minus the parts that she's too young to understand, and the fact that one of the bad men was a policeman. She didn't understand how an adult could be kidnapped, but her confusion wasn't her primary concern. Not when Sadie needed a tiny little caretaker in the form of Emmy Sanders.
I made you breakfast,
Emmy says quietly. You did? I ask.
Not for you, Daddy. For my Sadie.
My Sadie. She and I have the same possessive nature, it seems.
Thank you, Emmy. That was very nice of you. It's peanut butter toast, she announces, and Sadie and I both chuckle. That's one of my favorites. I figured.
Sadie smiles at me over Emmy's head, and I see it. The love we share, the life we'll have, the future laid out before us. I mouth the words, I love you. And she says out loud in return, I love you. Emmy giggles and looks up at Sadie.
I love you too.
Sadie's eyes dart to Emmy, tears welling up. She bends down and kisses her on top of the head. Emotion wells inside me, and I want to break down and cry right here and now. Emmy and Sadie together is my version of heaven. Ready to eat?
You have to make your own breakfast, Eddie.
What if I need help spreading the peanut butter? Emmy sighs dramatically, climbing down off my lap. She takes both my and Sadie's hands in hers and guides us inside.
I can help.
Oh, thank you. That's so generous of you. When we get to the kitchen, my parents and Justin are sitting at the table. Mom jumps up and rushes to Sadie's side, hugging her lightly and guiding her to a chair. How are you feeling? Sadie smiles and shrugs. She doesn't want to say it out loud in front of Emmy. Dad winks when he hands her a mug of warm tea. Over a light breakfast, we do our best to keep the conversation steered away from all things Sheriff Lee and Bryce McCabe. Emmy needs to get a new pair of boots. Mind if your mom and I take her later today to pick some out? Dad says. They're giving Sadie and me space, and I couldn't love them more. Justin will still be here, but he'll keep himself busy. Go for a ride or whatever he's in the mood for. Fine with me. Dad, Mom, and Emmy leave not long after we've finished and clean up breakfast. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time to rest because Henry and Nell show up. Nell inspects her daughter closely, and the two of them cry and hug for several minutes.
Reed.
Nell looks up at me, and I pull her into a hug. Good to see you, Nell.
Glad to have you back home, where you belong.
I agree. This is Justin, a good friend of mine.
Hi, Justin. Nice to meet you.
You too. The five of us move to the living room and have a seat. Henry and Nell take the love seat, while Sadie, Justin, and me sit together on the couch. I can see and feel Sadie's wariness around Henry. I squeeze her hand lightly, and she seems to relax. What did you find out? Bryce was a piece of work, Henry says, sliding a piece of paper out of the folder he brought with him. I just noticed. Here's his wife. Sadie gasps.
She could be my twin.
Henry nods. Yes, she could. He was a bit obsessed. Seems that he found someone to replace you. He abused her, she divorced him and filed a restraining order. Not sure if it brought back memories or what, but he turned his sights back on you. He pulls out a few more papers and places them on the coffee table. Holy shit, Justin says beside me. What is this? He's been watching her for a while. These are pictures we found on his computer and phone.
Oh my gosh,
Sadie whispers with a shaky voice. There are dozens of pictures of Sadie. At the studio, with me at the diner, at her home, walking into the grocery store. How long had he been following her? Some of these pictures look like they're from earlier in the summer, based on the way the trees look in the background. I swallow down the bile in my throat. What a bastard. I wish he were still alive so I could beat the shit out of him. Where does the sheriff come into all this? Why? Henry looks at Nell, and she nods. He pulls out more papers from the folder. The two have been working together for a while. Lee has just as many pictures of you. My guy found stuff dated way back to when you worked at Eve's. I don't know more than that. Just a couple men obsessed, it seems. I shake my head. No, that's such a bullshit reason, I grumble. That can't be all there is to it. They fucking kidnapped her. Made her... I can't even say the words out loud. Every time I think of it, I feel sick to my stomach.
I agree, Nell says quietly. They're beyond sick.
She's a beautiful woman, Henry says, like that explains it. Sadie squeezes my hand, and her shoulders shake in silent laughter. That's the entire reason Sadie's uncomfortable around him, but like I told her earlier, I think that's just the way he is. How Sadie can have a sense of humor right now is beyond me. Just like her mom, he adds, and the way he looks at Nell relieves any bad feelings I have. Nell preens under his attention and leans over to kiss his cheek. Sadie clears her throat.
Thank you, Henry, for your help,
she says, leaning into me. It was no trouble. I'm just glad I was able to help. The doorbell rings and Justin stands. I'll get it. Thanks, man.
Are you staying here tonight?
Nell asks. Sadie looks at me and I nod.
Planning on it. Not really ready to go back there. I mean, I'd just pulled into the garage when they showed up, so it's not like they were inside the house, but still, I can't. Not yet, anyway. Want us to get some clothes for you? You don't mind? Of course not. Thanks, Mom. How are you doing, okay? Worrying about me?
Sadie grins.
Always. Sorry.
It's okay, I understand, but I'm good. Henry makes sure of it too. She and Henry gaze at each other, and it's impossible not to see the love there.
You scared the shit out of me.
I turn and see Candace rushing to Sadie's side. Justin's grinning as he follows.
I know, I'm sorry. It's not your fault, but holy shit, I didn't realize how attached I am to you.
The two talk for a little while until it looks like Sadie is about to fall asleep sitting up. I walk everyone to the door, including Justin, who says he has an errand to run. Nell gives me a hug before walking out the door.
I'll be back with her things. You let me know if she needs anything.
I will.
Glad to have you home, Reed. Don't let her go this time.
You have my word on that. When I go back to the living room, Sadie's looking down the papers Henry left.
I can't believe it. Why me?
Why not you?
I'm just me.
You're everything, I tell her, shaking my head. Nap time?
Yes, please. Will you lay down with me?
Like she needs to ask twice. Of course. I hold her hand as we go up the stairs and crawl under the sheets in my bed. I tuck her in close.
You love me?
I do, I promise her. You love me? I come as a package, not just me, you know.
I do,
she promises back. You'll stay with us? She leans back.
Here? With your parents?
I chuckle at how appalled she sounds at living with my parents. I get it, though. For now, at least until we both feel comfortable with being apart. I'm just not ready yet, and eventually I want it to be permanent. I want us to build a home by the pond. What do you think?
Perfect,
she sighs, eyes getting heavy.
What else, Reed? What else do you have planned for us?
And just like I do with Emmy to help her fall asleep, I tell her a story. But this one isn't a fairy tale. It's real. Just before she drifts off to sleep, I whisper, I love you, Sadie. I'm yours, forever.
Love you, Reed. I'm yours.
Epilogue. Sadie. 1 year later. I pull into the parking lot of the studio and park my car. We're in the process of building a new one, but it won't be ready until next spring. I could only handle so many changes at one time, and the studio needed to stay the same for a little while longer. When Reed asked about us living together, I wanted to dive right in without delay, but we both knew it was too soon for Emmy. He didn't want me far away, and I didn't really want to be, but Emmy was our first priority. After sleeping in a guest room for a month, we both felt comfortable with me moving into his parents' lake house. I walked into my house and no longer felt like it was my home. I hated Lee and Bryce all over again for taking that away from me. Even living at the lake was hard. It took me 2 months to be able to be there alone. Reed and our families and friends were great, so patient with me, taking turns to sleep over. Samuel the most. Reed wanted to be there, but we both knew it was best for Emmy, and if I'm honest, I kind of liked stepping back and taking things a little slow. We went from not seeing each other for 12 years to being in love in what felt like a blink of an eye. I loved being picked up for dates and being wooed. Spending time with Emmy and giving us a chance to get to know each other brought us that much closer. The time we were able to spend together helped diminish any doubts and fears I had about whether or not we would work as a couple, as a family. Lee's in prison. Bryce is dead. Reed and I are moving forward. I unlock the back door to the studio and flip on the lights. Class doesn't start for an hour, but I have a few things to take care of in the office. I yelp when music starts filtering through the speakers in the pool room and backtrack. The familiar tune makes me giggle, covering my mouth with the tips of my fingers. And then my eyes widen. Reed is standing in the middle of the room. I guess standing isn't the correct term because he's currently working the pole like a freaking pro. But where he really shines? When he spins around and smoothly flips around his signature black cap, grinding his hips in a move that has my jaw dropping. I'm not sure, but I think he's been training with the men of Magic Mike. He whips his shirt off and tosses it in my direction, and I lift it to my nose, inhaling deeply and moaning. He moves perfectly to the sexy sounds of Genuine's pony, spinning around and slinking his way over to me. taking me by the waist and thrusting his hips against me. I'm not about to let him have all the fun, so I join in, draping an arm over his shoulder and giving him a show of my own. He grins and lets me play, but it's clear he has other plans. Reed spins out of my reach and shakes his head, lifting a finger and waggles it back and forth. I bite my lip because, damn, it's sexy as sin. The song comes to an end, but filters right into a new song. This time it's Greatest Love Story by Lanco. And instead of doing a sexy dance for me, Reed's strutting over to me with a heart-stopping smile. "Sadie, Sadie, Sadie," he whispers. "You knocked my world off its axis when I was 14. I took one look at you and knew one day you'd be my wife. Things didn't go exactly as we'd planned, but I think our love story turned out exactly how it was supposed to. It brought us back together at the perfect time." Tears are streaming down my cheeks, and he lifts a hand, wiping them away from my cheek. "Don't cry. This is the good stuff." Good tears. He leans over, kissing me on the lips, and rests his forehead against mine, taking in a deep breath. "I didn't know if we'd ever make it back here, and for a while I felt guilty for still wanting that with you." "You and your guilt," I murmur. "No more, though. We belong together. Always have, always will." He slowly drops to one knee, and my smile stretches across my cheeks. "I love you, Sadie. Be my wife. Marry me." "Are you asking or telling?" He chuckles. "Not really taking no for an answer here." "Good thing my answer is yes then, huh?" He whoops and stands up, lifting me in his arms and slamming his lips onto mine. My legs are dangling between us, my arms wrapped around his neck and his forearms holding me by my butt. Kissing Reed will never get old. "Ready to wear this the rest of your life?" he asks, setting me back on my feet and lifting a ring between us. I nod, not trusting my voice, and present him with my hand. He slides the ring on my finger, and I gasp. It's so gorgeous. I stare at it in wonder. A large round cut stone sits in the center, surrounded by 2 rows of smaller diamonds. "Reed," I breathe his name, not being able to stop looking at it. "I did okay." "More than okay." "Whew, we were worried." I sniff and wipe some of the tears from my eyes. "We?" "Emmy, she helped me pick it out." That makes me cry even harder. Oh man, he's killing me. I love her so much, Reed. "Good thing." He kids.
"Daddy, can I come out yet?"
I hear Emmy shout from wherever she's hiding. Oh my gosh, Reed, she's here? I'm mortified. Surely he wouldn't let her watch. "Relax, she's been hiding in the bathroom. She didn't see anything." Whew. Still, what if she snuck a peek? I wouldn't put it past her. She's a little stinker. "You can come out now," he shouts back, and she comes running.
"Did you say yes?"
I show her my hand, and she tackles me. I fall to the floor and hug her tightly.
"Yay! I knew you'd say yes."
"You did, huh?"
"Uh-huh. You like us too much to say no."
I chuckle. "Us? Yes, yes, I do." Emmy gasps.
"Ew, Daddy. Why don't you have a shirt on?"
I look at him and press my lips together. "Got hot earlier," he mutters and bends over to snatch his shirt off the floor. He slides it on. Such a pity. I almost sigh. Reed shirtless should just be the norm.
"Guess what?"
she asks, so excited she can barely sit still, but completely satisfied with his answer. "What?"
"Oh, no. You have to stand up. No, on your knees. Right, Daddy?"
"No, honey, she needs to stand up." He leans down and whispers something in her ear, and then she smiles, nods, and motions for me to stand.
"I was right the first time. You have to stand."
I do as little Miss Bossy Pants asks and stand up, then look at her in confusion when she gets on her knees. "One knee, remember?"
"Oh, duh. Like this?"
"Perfect," he murmurs, and I swear I swoon.
"I love you, Sadie."
I almost bawl at how adorable she is. I love you too, Emmy.
I think you're super fun and you're such a good dancer and you're a way better cook than my daddy.
I laugh and have to wipe my face from all the leakage.
And I like the way you cut my cheese sandwiches and the funny voices you make when you read to me. I also like the way you let me help you when you're playing in the dirt and how you taught me how to do a cartwheel better than any of the girls at school.
I'm crying like a maniac now, but I don't even care. She's so adorable. And holy crap, I'm a mess. I love her.
Will you marry my daddy?
She asks. And I look to Reed, confused when I see him hand something to her. Then she lifts another ring up, but this one isn't an engagement ring. It looks more like a wedding band, but instead of only diamonds, the ring alternates between emeralds and diamonds. It's your birthstones, Reed explains. Ours? You and Emmy's, baby. She wanted a ring for the two of you. I look down at Emmy and burst into more tears, sure that I'm going to be dehydrated soon. Our ring? I ask her, and she digs under her shirt, pulling out a necklace.
And this is ours, too.
A small pendant hangs from a delicate silver chain with 2 tiny stones. 1 emerald, 1 diamond. Not really yet. She gets the real deal when she's older, Reed assures me. Can I wear this ring too? I ask Emmy, and she beams. I let her slide it over my finger and help out when it gets stuck by my knuckle. Once the 2 rings are sandwiched together, Emmy looks satisfied.
See? It's the 3 of us together now.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to die of happiness. She is so amazing. Reed lifts Emmy into his arms and kisses her cheek. You did good, Emmy. I look at my hand and up at the 2 of them together. Not good. Great. You both did. Reed pulls me in for a hug with him and his daughter. Emmy's right. The 3 of us. What? He asks, eyebrows furrowing. Oh, nothing. He shakes his head. You're up to no good again. I see it in your eyes. I shrug. Sadie? Yes? What aren't you telling me? Might need to get another ring made. His eyes widen and he sets Emmy down. Really? Really. Found out this morning, but you were already gone and I couldn't tell you. We decided to start trying to get pregnant over the summer, shortly after we moved into the house we built together. Well, we didn't build it. We hired someone to do that for us. Just like before when I said yes, Reed whoops and kisses me. His hands thread into my hair, but he keeps it PG, which is good because Emmy is currently wedging her way in between us.
What?
Sadie just made me very happy, Emmy. She rolls her eyes.
Duh, I knew that.
She huffs and walks away, already bored with the conversation. Reed knows it's too early for us to say anything, and we had already discussed that we'd wait until we were further along to tell Emmy, just in case something happens to the baby. Reed's phone rings and he chuckles. She said yes, he says by way of answering. Emmy, go get the door. She runs out of the room and to the back door. I take it this was all planned for how well she knows what to do. All our friends and family follow Emmy back into the room. Reed's parents, my mom and Henry, Samuel, Justin, and Candace and the girls. Justin moved into my house over the summer after he sold the business. He bought the house from me, and I paid the favor forward that was paid to me when I bought the house. It hasn't gone unnoticed that Justin and Candace have been spending a lot of time together lately, and the way they look at each other can only be compared to the way I look at Reed. Pizza? Alan asks the group crowding around Reed and me. I think we need to celebrate.
Yes. Can we go to the place with the peanuts?
Emmy asks, and Erica cries out in agreement. Absolutely.
Yay!
Everyone starts filing out, but then I stop in my tracks. I have a class that starts in 10 minutes. Already taken care of, baby. Your students will expect a full report at next week's class, but everyone got the memo that tonight's classes would be canceled. You're amazing. Thank you. How did I ever get so lucky? And it's true. I am so very lucky and fortunate to have him in my life. I never expected to be here, that my life would be exactly what I'd always dreamed of. If someone had told 18-year-old me that I would be here, I would have laughed at them. He shrugs and says simply, I'm yours. And I'm yours. This concludes I'm Yours by Jennifer Van Wyk, narrated by Tim Page and Sarah Puckett. Copyright 2019 by Jennifer Van Wyk. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jennifer Van Wyk and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.